channel, and welcome to the GDQ HOTFIX. If you don't come around this channel often, we at Games Done Quick, in between our two big annual charity events, we have these little hotfixes where we get to show off either shows that are to a consistent theme that we have weekly, or we have one-offs. We have got a very special one-off today. You might be able to tell probably by, the title of the video or the title of the stream. We've got some Sonic action going on, but it's not about him. It's not about Sonic. Sadly, my merch is pretty low on the Tails side, so here, have a sock. We are doing a mini Tails marathon to celebrate 30 years of him appearing and just being around in games, as I believe Sonic 2's anniversary of coming out in Japan was barely a month ago. So we are going to have some fun with a whole load of different Sonic games. We're just going to quickly run through the schedule. So starting us off, you can see it sort of running in the background. This is Sonic Who Stars PB of Sonic CD 2011. We will be seeing the All Good Futures run. After that, we will be having a Tails spin-off game block. Yes, Tails got 2 games back on the Game Gear. We are going to be having Mindesi with Tails Adventure, and then Mohawk, hopefully, with Tails Skypatrol. Then after that, we will get another classic. We will get Sonic the Hedgehog 3 from none to 1. And then this is going to be the race of the century. We have got Tethys Persevere and the Alpha Dolphin racing Sonic Adventure Director's Cut. Now, if you've seen any of Sonic Adventure, you know that it's good. Tails is good. It's all good. It's all good. We have also got Arcania just afterwards with Sonic Robo Blast 2, an incredible fan game. I'm sure you might have seen this along on this channel before. We've had it a couple of times, but throwing a bit of a curveball in just after that, Helix. If you know anything about them, you know about their Super Monkey Ball runs, and that is exactly what they're going to be doing, as Tails is playable in that game. So, we like to throw in a bit of the unorthodox. Speaking of unorthodox, another Sonic game you might not have heard about, Sonic Triple Trouble, back on the Game Gear. Flying Fox is going to be taking us through that. And then we're going to be closing off looking at the future of Tails runs. We're going to be seeing another fan game recently released with Roman and Sonic and the Fallen Star, but we're not there yet. We are at the start of the schedule, and we are with Sonic Who Star, who's going to be showing us Sonic CD. I've got to get that part right. Tails, All Good Futures. Sonic Who Star, hello.
Oh, I take it that's my cue. Hi, hello, everybody. How's it going? My name's Sonic Who Star. I play this game at a reasonably fast pace, I'd like to say. And I am going to show you all the beauty that is Sonic CD Tails All Good Futures. It's a pretty interesting category. You get to see a lot more of the level than what you typically see. All sorts of neat little tricks and whatnot. So, yeah, I'm super stoked. I guess I should do a countdown, or how are we going to do this?
Yep, you are welcome to count down any moment you're ready.
All right. Well, no use waiting around. Let's see. All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Thank you. So, as I mentioned before, this is Sonic CD. Originally a 93 game on the Sega CD. Home to a lot of fun little things, Little Planet, Amy, Metal Sonic, the whole shebang. This is the 2011 remake by Stealth and Taxman, which adds quite a few neat little things. So obviously, best boy Tails, no denying that. There we go. You have a more updated spin dash, more akin to Sonic's 2 and 3, and lastly, there's some slight little physics changes, and all of that comes together to form a game that's quite a bit different compared to the original Sega CD version. Especially since there aren't really zips in this game. It's mainly execution. Hold on. Okay. I was a little worried I wouldn't make it there. So yeah, there's some neat little tricks and glitches, especially with Tails here. as you will see probably in the next few stages here. So yeah, all good futures. The main, I guess, gimmick with this category is that in the past, in each stage, there is a robot generator that you have to destroy, and destroying it nets you a good future. So essentially what we have to do is time travel to the past in each stage and destroy the robot generator to get all good futures in each stage. So just a moment, we are coming up to a boss here. I take damage to get some invincibility frames, so I can just damage Robotnik from the very behind. Makes that boss fight real easy. Only thing to keep in mind is that he does have a few invincibility frames after you hit him, so you gotta make sure you time your jumps a little bit carefully there, at least. But yeah, that's Palm Tree Panic. It has a good future, and yeah, I don't really know what else to say.
I'm very glad to hear that we're rocking the Japanese soundtrack for this one. I know.
I mean it. I'm sorry.
I do like the US one. I think there are perks to it, but it's clear. The Japanese one is clear, I'm afraid.
It's really got like. Okay. I was a bit worried I wasn't gonna make it there. All right. Yeah, it's. I don't know. Like, I guess it has its own like evocative vibe, depending on what you're in the mood for, you know. But when it comes to speedruns, there's really only one option to consider here. The Japanese soundtrack saves, I want to say, 20 seconds over the course of the run, because when you finish a stage, the end jingle here is actually a few seconds shorter, or at least a second or so shorter. And the score count doesn't actually start until that track ends, so it saves a little bit of time here and there.
I'm going to be honest, I'd completely forgotten about that. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah. Because I knew that there was perks to it. I was just like, what were they?
I think it's actually the opposite in the original Sega CD version, although I could be wrong. I don't really run that version, so someone might have to correct me there. But yeah, some neat little stuff. Anyways, we are making our way through Act 2 here. There's the generator, and we're actually going to time travel back to the future, because there's a convenient set of speed shoes right to the left of this spot here, back in the present. And then we grab this, we go over here, we do a one-tap spin dash, that's just tapping jump just once while ducking, and we just fly all the way to the end here. So I don't really remember the technical term for that trick. I think it's slope gliding. I don't remember. But essentially, the idea is that when you do only a one-tap spin dash and you go off of a surface, the game treats it as a jump, and so you can actually tap jump again to start flying. So you do that with the speed shoes, and you can just fly all the way to the end of the level. Anyways, here's some pinball. I am not being a pinball wizard, unfortunately.
This is incredibly hard. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, the main thing is that the bombs that are thrown down, I believe, are random. So even if you do get the correct positioning, there's no telling what trajectory you'll go. Which is part of the reason why Tails is so good, because he can just fly up. Oh, man. Anyways, that's Collision Chaos. We're heading into Tidal Tempest, and first things first, we're going to do a skip here by going up this wall, jumping up onto the ceiling here, and walking all the way over here. That skips having to traverse a little bit of the level. I think it saves around 7 or 8 seconds. And now it's just a matter of going to the right, hitting the generator, and making our way to the end. Up. There we go. I think this generator really tripped me up as a kid because I had no idea how to actually access it. There we go. All right. Pretty decent stage, all things considered.
It looks like we've got a lot of fans in the chat of just how this game looks, and like from a standpoint of how I'm very much a believer if a game looks and sounds good, then you know it gets a pass if the gameplay isn't quite great. But I think I don't know, it's a mixed reception that people give Sonic CD. I think it's a good game.
I thought it was fine. Way back when. I used to play it a lot on like the Gems collection, but after speedrunning this for so long, I think I've come to like really appreciate it, at least for the kinds of like concepts that it brings, you know?
Yeah, it's very unique in a lot of ways.
Although, I could very much do with that wacky workbench, but...
Amen.
We'll get to that stage in a moment, but, all right. There we go. Nice thing about this stage, actually, Title 2, is that the route for All Good Futures is the same as any percent. Because in the present, there's actually a wall you have to hit a switch to lower, and in the past, that wall is non-existent, so we could just make our way across no problem. Anyways, we are coming up to probably the hardest boss in the game. I might need some serious time here.
I adore how this stage looks, because usually without doing All Good Futures, we have a completely different color palette at this stage, and the Good Futures make them really pop. Ooh, good luck.
Yeah, I just love the whole organic, the vibrant neon colors, you know?
Makes it look easy.
So yeah, that's part of the reason why Tails is so good. You could just fly up, no problem.
Was there a boss there? Was there really a boss there?
I'd like to imagine there was, deep down, you know. All right, Quartz Quadrant. There's not really too much to talk about here. Just gonna make my way up here. 1, 2, 3. 3 taps. Usually lines me up right here. And... yep, there we go. Yeah, Quartz Quadrant doesn't necessarily have anything specific for me to talk about. It's mainly just like the sort of optimizations that you've seen all throughout the game. So, all right. I was gonna say something, but then I forgot.
Happens to the best of us. Don't worry.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Let's see. Quartz 2. I'm gonna try something a little bit different here. I hit that pass sign, but I don't. Oh man, I hit the other pass sign. I wanted to grab that one and then travel all the way to the right, but let's see.
Sorry, you got this.
No, well, it's fine. I didn't hit this one, so that's good.
Nice, good back up.
Because the idea is to use this to just completely blow through all those badniks there. Because when you have those time travel sparks, you are actually like momentarily invincible, so.
Nice.
Anyways, we just make our way here. There's the capsule, and now it's just a matter of making our way to the end.
That's nice. It looks like in chat at the moment we're getting some love from another Sonic CD runner, Rafflemere, who is also, I'm not sure that it was specifically this. I think he did the special stages in one of his runs, Sonic and not the shiny things. Yeah, the shiny things.
Yeah, big shout outs to Rafflemere. He's really pushed a lot of these categories down. Hold on. Just one moment. So this boss, I like to call the running man, because all you gotta do is just run on this treadmill. It's not really much to this boss. The only thing you have to keep in mind is just making sure you maintain your speed. I see a lot of runners tend to press left whenever they see the mines falling down. I wouldn't necessarily recommend that, mainly because you still have the spikes on the left side to worry about. So usually you can just let go of right momentarily and then just start holding right again. Like so.
Doing nicely.
Okay, so this should be a 58. Yep.
Whilst we were on the topic of other categories, I believe it was you who pioneered almost like a completion category. Was it Savior of the Planet? Would you like to go through like what that means?
Well,
I know I said that as soon as Wacky Workbenches started. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Wacky is actually not too bad, all things considered. You can quote me on that, by the way. Hold on. Just gotta get some time trouble here. But yeah, Savior of the Planet, that's actually a relatively recent category, all things considered. So, in the Steam version that I'm playing off of here, there is an achievement called Savior of the Planet, which involves getting not only all the robot generators, but also the Metal Sonic holograms. And you gotta do that at least until Metallic Madness, when there's only like robot generators, because there are no holograms in that zone. So I'm just gonna fly all the way to the end here, just to be safe. There we go. That could have gone a lot worse, so. But yeah,
Nice.
That was something I think Matt Taz, another runner of this game, came up with a while back, because he actually routed a bit of that category for Sonic. And so a lot of my work with that category has actually been with Sonic, but I think that that category picked up steam a little bit because Flying Fox, another good runner, who y'all should definitely follow, started routing for Tails. And I don't necessarily know the progress of that category, but nonetheless, that kind of just surmises what Sonic CD has been when it comes to the speedrunning community in general, because it's like, this game actually didn't used to have a whole lot of love. It was mainly Sonic's 1, 2, and 3, which even then not a whole lot of people ran, because those games are very intimidating to run.
Yeah.
So CD was just kind of left a bit to the wayside, which is unfortunate, because I think it's by far one of the most accessible Sonic speedruns out there, aside from this trick coming up here. So this is Wacky 3. The main idea is that after you hit Robotnik, blocks will fall from the sky, and you have to jump on the blocks and have the bouncy floor bounce them up. But with Tails, you could just land on the blocks the moment that they spawn on screen and just get Robotnik taken care of just like that.
Egg dance.
That's, yeah, egg dance. I almost forgot about that. That's probably the hardest trick in the game, I honestly say. That's the true hardest boss fight. At the time, it can be very finicky, and even then...
Nicely done.
Yeah. All right. So coming up, Stardust Speedway. It's a little bit more relaxed, I would say. The capsule here 1, 2, 3, 4 is closer to the beginning of the stage there, which is real nice. And now it's just a matter of following generally the same route that you would take in any percent.
Nice.
All right. All right.
We love a smooth Stardust Speedway. That was nice.
Yeah, I really enjoy this whole zone in general, just the kind of tricks that you do.
Yeah, of all the stages to return in Sonic Mania, I was particularly happy to see this one get a facelift.
I mean, it would have to, considering just like I don't know. To folks back then, or to folks nowadays who didn't play this as a kid, I don't think y'all truly understand how monumentous a stage this was, especially with you-know-who making an appearance as the boss. But first, just gotta make it through this section. Once again, the robot generator is at the very beginning, so there's a convenient pass sign that we just use. And then once we do that, it's just a matter of making our way to the end.
Over the funny spring at the end. They do like to throw those sorts of, practical jokes in, don't they?
Oh yeah, they're very sneaky. All right. So, Stardust 3, the big epic race with Metal Sonic. The race in this version is actually pretty interesting. I think in the original Sega CD version, it's a full-on race, whereas here, Metal Sonic rubber bands you. So it's just a matter of making sure you're ahead of him by the end of the stage. The real race is against Robotnik. Or Eggman, or whatever it's decided nowadays.
Whilst this is going on, have you had a chance, because I know this is something that was showed off on the channel a little while back, Amber and I got the chance to have a look at Sonic Origins. Have you tried Sonic CD and Sonic Origins?
Not yet. I just haven't had the chance to actually buy the game, admittedly.
And I mean, when you do have the 11 remake, like, if you want Sonic CD, this is quite a good way of getting it anyway.
There's this Robotnik. And this should come out to a 113, 112. Nice.
Nice.
All right. It's time for the last stretch of the game, Metallic Madness. There is a neat little clip that I'm going to be trying for in Act 1 here. So first I'm going to charge up some spin dashes and just fly all the way up. Time traveling here is a little bit tricky, especially when you die.
True, very true.
All right, let's try that again. Yeah, there's a small little jump you got to do near this edge here to get a little bit of speed. Thankfully, I got it that time. And I'm going to grab this future sign, because the idea is that I'm going to be time traveling back to the present in such a way that I clip through the floor. So hopefully I get this.
Okay, you have me intrigued.
That might have been a bit too late. So the idea is that there's a monitor where I would bounce under just like that, and it allows me to circumvent having to go all around the level there. Saves quite a bit of time. So, all right. Metallic 2, unlike Act 1, Act 2 here, I'm actually going to take an intentional death. Let me see here. But first, time travel to the past. Wait. I'm Tails. I don't actually have to do... I'm sorry. I am mixing up Sonic and Tails.
Sorry, you're thinking about Sonic during a Tails event?
I know. I'm so sorry.
Good gracious.
Allow me to make it up for you by performing this here. So, usually with Sonic, you have to die there in order to make your way back.
Ah, yeah.
But with Tails, you can just fly all the way back up to that tube and just make your way all the way up here.
As one does, of course.
Alright. And from here, it's just a matter of making my way to the end of the level here. In the original CD version, this wall, I heard it extends infinitely, but I don't know. I haven't messed with that version again, but if you try and make your way to the end while on the top, I know the signpost doesn't spawn in. So, yeah, it's pretty interesting. Anyways, Metallic 3. Time to close this run up here. Of course, we first have the Fireflies.
Everyone's favorite.
These badniks are completely random where they go, but thankfully I got that taken care of, and I'm actually got to concentrate here just a little bit. You can actually score 2 hits in one phase. It skips a phase and saves about 5 or 6 seconds. Nice, there we go.
Smooth.
Most people pause buffer there. I usually don't. It kind of messes up my timing just a little bit, but everybody has their own method, you know? Alright. So we got that, and he's gonna now send one to the middle here. And coming up on time. Awesome, time.
GG, nice.
Alright. I hope I was underestimated at least.
I mean, it's looking well underestimate on our end. That looked like just under 24 minutes at 23:59.
Oh, wow. Okay. So, I don't know if this is in bad taste to say, but this week has been very busy for me, so I haven't exactly had much time to practice, so I was pretty worried about whether or not things would blow over well. But, yeah, that's Sonic CD. With Tails, the best boy. So, do you mind if I do a few shout-outs? Or?
Go ahead. Yeah, that estimate has given us plenty of time for shout-outs. So, yeah, go ahead. All
right. So, first off, big shout-outs to, again, the folks I mentioned, Mataz, Rafflemere, especially Flying Fox. Her runs, if it weren't for her runs, I wouldn't be running this. You know, just putting that out there. You know, she is a major inspiration, and y'all should definitely check out her stuff. Especially, I believe she's going to be playing Triple Trouble later on, as previously mentioned. Also, big shout outs to the Sonic CD speedrunning community. There's now a Sonic CD speedrunning community. It still absolutely blows my mind. And, of course, thank you, Hib, and to everybody on the GDQ HOTFIX for giving me the opportunity to run this here. I'm always down to show off Sonic CD, you know. And last but not least, thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. This is going to be an awesome marathon, and y'all should definitely stick around. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Once again, my name's Sonic Star. You can find me here right on Twitch, exactly as it's spelled. on the screen there. And yeah, hope you have a good rest of your weekend. Y'all take care.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sonicu. Everybody, yeah, go follow Sonicu. We dropped him in the chat, but yeah, you can find him on Twitch. You can find him all over the place. And one thing that we want to mention just before you go is that if you are interested in learning any of these games, the Discords for all of them can be found on speedrun.com on their respective leaderboards. So if you're interested in this, you are welcome along. Well, you're welcome to come along to the Classic Sonic speedrunning community, and we can get you booted up. We can get you running this game. So, speaking of running games, lo and behold, we've got more games to run. We are going to be heading over. We're just going to be having a little break as we get our next runner set up, but we are heading into the Tales spin-off block, which I had to pull some strings, but I'm so happy that we are getting this. Everybody, stay tuned. We will be back shortly. See you there. Sorry about that. I was muted, everyone. We are back. This is the Tales Tri-Decade Speed Celebration. We have had an awesome run of Sonic CD by Sonicu Star just a couple of minutes ago, but we are back with an 8-bit block. We're going to have some 8-bit near the end of the event as well, but this is the spin-off block. These are actually Tales games for the Game Gear, which don't really have anything that's a good enough comparison. This is a modern smartphone. This is a smartwatch. The screen was about like 2 of these stacked on top of each other, but it's going to be looking beautiful on stream because Mendez is going to be running this. So hello, Mendez.
Hello, how's it going?
It's going well, apart from me not unmuting myself on my OBS end, but we can just ignore that. We can just ignore that.
I am doing very well. Looking forward to running some Tales Adventure. I'm glad I got this game into the marathon, because this marathon would have felt incomplete without one of the greatest Tales spin-off games of all time, of which there are 2.
So true.
But yeah, so I'm going to be running Tales Adventure, as I say today. 1995 Metrovania Game Gear game. I am joined by my co-commentator Amber Cyprin.
Hi, my name is Amber Cyprin. I've never done a run of this game despite writing the route and producing level maps for it, for speedrunning purposes. And also, Hibby, you can blame me as the person who cursed you to mute yourself on stream, because it's never a show with me on it without me muting myself at some point. So clearly, since you're the host, that's your curse now.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we good to begin?
Yeah, you should be good.
Yep, you're welcome.
All right, fantastic.
Start
In that case, let us go ahead and begin, and then we'll explain what's going on in 3, 2, 1, now.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. So yeah, this is Tales Adventure. This is, as I say, a 1995 Metroidvania game on the Game Gear. It's a bit of a departure from the regular Sonic series formula, in that it is proper Metrovania, in that we're going to be going and getting upgrades. We're going to be revisiting locations when we've got more abilities and getting to new places. Yeah. So we're starting off here in Poly Forest. And at the moment, our only item is the bomb, because Tails does love a good explosion. There'll be plenty of bombs.
There will, in fact, be plenty of bombs. Tails has an entire armory waiting for him to collect on this island, and he's not afraid to use it either. So one thing that you can immediately notice with this screen as we're going over to, as we progress through the screen, is that Tails has health in the top left. If you look at the ring monitor followed by a number, that is Tails' health, and it starts at 10 rings, and every bit of damage he takes a predetermined amount of rings depending on what it is, whether it's hitting one of these battle cuckoos that are running around Cocoa Island, or maybe it's falling on spikes or lava. They all do different amounts of health. You can increase your health by collecting Chaos Emeralds, which we're about to, coming up right past this wall here. And every Chaos Emerald adds, I believe it's about 10 rings to the total. We should have 20 rings here as in your health. You have an inventory as well. Right now it is just bombs, as Minda said. And we also have a flight gauge, and Chaos Emeralds affect our flight gauge as well. If the foreground tiles would please stop going over the UI, you'd be able to see that flight meter. And the nice thing is that it can reset itself if we just do, down and jump to cancel our flight, and then we do up and jump to re-enable our flight, and then we have full meter. And that's a boss, by the way. Killing that first boss, which is the, let me get the name right here, the Bird Walker, allows us to pick up the remote robot, which is the key item here throughout the rest of the game. And the remote robot is a small little fox dog thing that you can control remotely. And if we were playing the glitched category, it would be the source of most of our glitching. But that's not what we're here to do. We are here in Volcanic Tunnel, and we're going to be looking for an item called the remote bomb. Just like we have the remote robot, the remote bomb is another thing that can act a little remotely. Not quite as directly as the remote robot, though. The remote bomb allows it, like if you throw the bomb, unlike the normal bomb item, it will slide across the floor and then detonate either when it collides with something or when you press the item use button again. We're going to use the remote robot here to go through this little gap because it can reach places that Tails cannot, and it also has a little flight propeller ability. Grab the remote bomb here. We're going to wait a second for this animation to end so that we can then recall the robot. If we recall the robot early, we can start causing some graphical and collision errors. And there's the use of the remote bomb right there. And we're going to go up and progress over to screen 2 here in Volcanic Tunnel. And we're going to be following through most of the top route throughout this screen here, using the remote bomb and normal bombs as needed. Eventually, we're going to reach a lower path that's over lava and collapses and leads us to the green Chaos Emerald, which will give us a heal, because every time you collect a Chaos Emerald, it will heal you. And that'll give us 30 total health to work with. So
I hope that destroyed it.
I also hope
the
that
thing about
destroyed
running
it.
this on, the thing about this being a Game Gear game, the Game Gear is incredibly hungry for inputs. So
yes,
that is the big issue with running this game, is it's constantly eating inputs.
I can testify to the eating inputs for Game Gear games, and I am hoping that will not be my downfall come a GDQ.
Okay, I might need the remote bomb here.
There we go. Yeah, sometimes you need the remote bomb because you just can't eat, like, Tails can throw bombs in different ways, whether he is jumping, crouching, or standing still. There's the green Chaos Emerald. If you jump and you throw a bomb, he can do one of two trajectories, either if you throw it at the apex of his jump or while you're on the way up, or when you're going down from your jump. It can either be kind of an overhand or underhand throw while jumping. Crouching is a much lower trajectory and easier to like hit closer targets, and then you have the typical overhand throw while standing still.
The other main enemy in this game is lag. You notice there were like some destructible floors in there. Just stepping on those destructible floors creates enough particles to lag the game. So we avoid that as much as possible and fly over them as best as we can. Not even going to try and like to deal with those enemies. We're just going to damage boost through them and then fly up here. And this is Poly Mountain.
Yeah, this is our first visit to Poly Mountain. We're going to be here again in another part of Poly Mountain as well. This is the outside of the mountain. We're going to avoid these rock-throwing combatants as they try to, like, heck us with rocks from the cliffs. Now that we're here, this is technically screen 3. Screen 2 would lead you to an item that we don't need at all for the speedrun unless you're playing 100%. But we're going to follow the top route here, and we're going to just follow this path across these platforms, break these blocks, come down, just kind of damage boost at this point, because like the health doesn't really matter. We have more than enough to get through.
There's a few points in the game where it does. We're already past the first one of them. Volcanic Tunnel's the first point where health really matters. But yeah, there will be more later on.
Exactly. There will be a point in a couple of Lake Rocky visits where it's going to matter, but we're going to avoid some more rock-throwing combatants and move to the boss screen. So this fight, in air quotations, is you do this by flying upwards, and you'll notice we don't have a flight gauge here. This is Speedy, also known as Battle Cuckoo 16, and you might be wondering what all this like Battle Cuckoo nonsense is. It is this tribe of birds, military-based birds that are looking for the Chaos Emerald here on Cocoa Island. We'll get more into the plot a little later, but basically this entire fight is avoiding Speedy, who will come down from the top of the screen based on Tails' position. Tails' X and Y position. So there's not really a very reliable way to know exactly where he's going to be, because it kind of varies here and there, but it's like pixel perfect position, I believe, is like what determines where he comes down, if I recall from Mendez's testing. So we're gonna hope that if we do take damage, we're able to either grab a ledge or land on a ledge a little quicker than that, but there we go.
Peter's a little bit mean this time, but not too bad.
Yeah. So he's going to drop the purple Chaos Emerald, and that's going to be the last emerald we get in the run. Boost us up to 40 health. So we're going to end up back at the world map via, this cutscene that we just left. We're going to go to Tails' house, and we're going to go to the dock. And whenever you go to Tails' house, it also heals you completely. That is worth knowing if you're a new runner. So we're going to select Equip here, and then we're going to equip the Vulcan gun to slot 3 preferably. Just because, item management is a thing in this game. This is all we have for the Sea Fox, which is what the remote robot can transform into. And we're going to go underwater to Lake Rocky. So here we can only go to the right throughout the next 3 screens. So basically what Lake Rocky management basically is reducing as much lag as possible. We're not at a point where we have to worry too much about health. We don't want to take a bajillion hits, but we also don't really care if we take 1 or 2, because our health doesn't drop a whole lot if like a cuckoo runs into us or something. When we do fire the Vulcan gun, we want to destroy mines or obstacles in our way. We want to do so as close to the objects as possible, because those bullets stay on screen, and as long as they are on screen, they are generating lag.
Literally just using mechanics as intended just generates lag, because Game Gear.
Yep.
Sorry.
And that also includes just using the front of the sub to break blocks in front of you.
Yep, because every one of them like splits the block into 4 pieces, and all 4 of those pieces have to be rendered. Yep, Game Gear really cannot handle it.
Folks will say I miss these days.
Yeah, so we're gonna go
some
all
folks
the
will
way
say those
right.
days never left.
True.
Depending on the game, yeah. Sometimes these days have never left.
But yeah, so we're going to be coming back to Lake Rocky quite a few times, because Lake Rocky's a bit of a hub. There's different exits that you can go to depending on where you want to end up. Right now we're going to be going to Cavern Island.
Yeah,
and this is where we get the main parts of Tails' arsenal.
Yes. So here on this screen, we're going to be looking for the item called the Mine, which is yet another explosive. So basically, there are going to be water currents throughout Cavern Island. Some we'll be actively fighting against, some we cannot fight at all, like this one. We're going to get swept away to the left, and then we're going to drop straight down, go off to the right, let it carry us here, avoid these bat robots as best we can. Just drop down with these collapsing platforms, and then get across these collapsing platforms. And there's yep, there we go. I don't know how that bomb blew that tile up. You cannot convince me that was supposed to happen.
Same. That was way far away. What? Okay, it works out.
All right, so we can't go up this current that's right above us, but the remote robot can for some reason. I don't get it. So this is our mine, and we're gonna grab it, recall the robot to Tails, and then there's gonna be a spring off to the right that we're gonna take. And this is a little obnoxious here if you don't know how to handle it, but there are going to be some bat robots that are gonna activate and try to hit us as we fly through. Very good there, getting damage boosted onto the platform to be able to just kind of fly through things with invincibility frames.
That is a new strategy I came up with today, and it works.
Yeah, literally like maybe 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
We're like, oh, that works out really well.
It really does, huh? Oh, I don't want to worry about that. No.
All right, so we're going to follow down here, try to break that thing. We're going to damage boost, because this is a current that's pushing us up, but if we take damage, that animation cancels out any water currents, and we're able to skip going all the way around to just only end up there anyways. And we're going to keep progressing here. And the screen that we're going to be looking, or the item that we're going to be looking for on this screen is called the Napalm Bomb, which we're going to need when we get to Green Island. And yes, Tails just casually walks around with napalm bombs in his hammer space pockets.
I mean, Tails at this point. So this is set before Sonic first meets Tails for the first time.
Yes.
So Tails is like 8 years old canon at this point, and has napalm bombs. 7 or 8, yeah.
Yeah. Because Knuckles is 15 in Sonic 3 and Knuckles, and is 16 in Sonic Heroes. So going off of those rough ages, Tails has to be at least 7 by the time Sonic 2 happens. I like to think Tails is 6 here. Heck it. Let's make it more ridiculous. All right, so this is the boss. This is Mecha Golem number 5. Despite having 4 fingers on the hand and no indication of the word, the number 5 anywhere on it. And there also being another Mecha Golem just called Mecha Golem later in the run. So we've destroyed the helmet, which means that the cockpit is now vulnerable, and it's really just damage trading at this point. We want to try to only take damage, I think, from the hand slamming down. I think that deals less damage than the bombs themselves that are dropping from the ceiling, and we basically just want to jump and hit the cockpit of the boss until it dies.
Yeah, this is the one boss in the game that we don't really have a particularly good strategy for. We just gotta kind of try and aim bombs as best as possible. You can't stay above the boss like you can in Phase 1 because the bombs that come down from the top of the screen just cause you to fall. So
yeah, the hand does 2 damage per hit. So we're gonna pick up the anti-air missile. Yes, more explosives. And then we're gonna go back to Tails' house and equip the napalm bomb. For some reason, the mine ends up in Tails' inventory, not the Sea Fox's. And then we're going to equip the anti-air missile and the mine. The anti-air missile in slot 2, the mine in slot 1. And then we're going to go back to Lake Rocky. And we're only going to be on screen 1 because there's going to be some blocks that we can break in the northern part of screen 1 and take the northern path via the anti-air missile. And once we get there, we're going to be able to fight the Cuckoo Cruiser, which is a anti-submarine cruiser with a trio of rock-throwing combatants that operate it. Basically, they're going to be throwing a bunch of oil into the ocean and polluting it. Oh, Black, please.
So much luck.
All right, so here's the boss, and the strat is very simple. Stay under the submarine and just fire anti-air missiles.
Yeah, do that stay here
40 times.
It's gonna have a bit of a lie down, I think.
I don't know why this boss has so much health for what it is. And this apparently appears in the box artwork for the game too. It's just chilling in the box artwork.
And it's a completely safe spot. It's never going to hit us. The screen's going to push us a little bit left and right, but the safe spot is so big that it doesn't push us out to the safe spot. And yeah, that's just going to keep throwing. And it takes an obscene amount of actual missiles to destroy this thing. It takes 40, I think I counted or so.
Wow.
But there we go.
Yeah, so completing that allows us to exit off to the right and get to Green Island, which is a place that Mendez hated so much that she only routed in the first screen.
Yeah. And it's time to say my favorite thing. It's Green Island, but it's not going to be green when we're finished because this is where we'll use the napalm bomb.
Oh my god. Yeah, the napalm bomb is only for breaking those particular wall blocks that have a vertical texture. It's really hard to discern what is breakable and what is not sometimes in this game and what breaks what. So we're going to use the remote robot to push this spring so that we can push it over and jump up. That little cuckoo there is being a giant jerk.
You might wonder why not just fly up that corridor. Well, this game has wind currents, and anytime they don't want you flying somewhere, they just have random arbitrary wind currents pushing down for some reason that you just can't fight. So you have to use the spring to get up there. You can't fly.
All right, so we're gonna blow that little hole up and then use the remote robot. We're gonna lead it in and grab the extra speed once we finish going through this remote robot tunnel. And then we're going to head back out to the left the way we came. But there is going to be a shortcut where you can fall down a hole in a tree, which then lets us follow the rest of the path out to the left side of the screen. And it'll bring us back to the world map. And then I hope y'all liked Lake Rocky, because it's time for Lake Rocky Part 3 right after this.
Oh, I got the very fast flight there. The very fast flight happens when you get like 2 inputs directly on frames directly after each other. Typically we never want it. But sometimes like literally the Game Gear just registers 1 input as 2 inputs because, you know, Game Gear.
All right, so now we're going to change the inventory to have the mine, the anti-air missile, the Vulcan gun, and then finally slot 4 is going to get the extra speed. Now, extra speed sounds like it would be, you know, useful for going fast underwater. It's not. We'll get more on that in a minute. But we're going to be going through 5 screens of Lake Rocky. Is this a good time to start explaining the lore of this game?
Oh, this is definitely the best time to explain the lore of this game. We're going to be replaying the first 3 screens we've already seen before, so yeah, definitely.
Okay, so Coco Island is a small island, which is where this game takes place, and it floats on a coral reef in the far southern ocean of Sonic's world. This island in particular cannot be found on any map, and according to legends, the mystical Chaos Emeralds have been lying on this island since time immemorial. Not at all, you know, something that has been slightly retconned since Sonic Frontiers came out. It has been a long time since a young fox cub and inventor Miles Prower, nicknamed Tails, has come to live on Coco Island, having built his own laboratory on the southern tip of the island. But one day, sometime before the West Side Island incident, which is Sonic 2, Tails is taking a nap in a forest near his house. The greenery of the forest blocking out the sunlight and the chirping of the nearby birds makes it a very pleasant place to rest for Tails. Suddenly, however, this tranquility is abruptly interrupted by a giant explosion deep into the forest. Tails, panicked and confused by the current situation, is told by a Flicky that the island has been invaded by the Battle Cuckoo Empire, the imperial army of the evil dictator Great Battle Cuckoo the 15th, who has come to Coco Island to search for the Chaos Emeralds to dominate the world. Having no idea of what's going on, Tails spots the silhouette of a giant mech tearing down the trees in the forest, that was the bird walker earlier, and spreading fires. Meanwhile, Great Battle Cuckoo 15 is celebrating that he has found Coco Island and is now determined to get the Chaos Emeralds and has sent a massive mining army to find the emeralds. Tails, having mustered up all his courage to stand up against the Armada, sets off on his first adventure, making his way across the island, defeating the armies of the Battle Cuckoo Empire, and collecting the Chaos Emeralds, you know, all 3 of them that we pick up. Basically, we're just like, we have the submarine that we have that's built out of the remote robot, and we're just gonna go fight some birds.
I think all of that makes perfect sense. And I think the game's done a really good job of telling us that.
And I think it's all entirely canon as well, for sure. So we are now entering probably the most difficult part of the game. These next 2 areas that we're going to. So Lake Crystal here, you can see we're on 25 health. That's not too bad, but everything that hits us is going to do 5 points of damage. That's not necessarily too bad. Like, we do want to take some damage because we are going to be death warping in a moment. To leave an area.
Yeah.
Nice jump.
So I do want to take a little bit of damage.
We should also explain that this is what the extra speed is for. If you hear that really annoying oscillation noise, that is the extra speed activating. It allows us to fight this current, and it'll, like, based on how far into the sound clip it is, it determines the height of our jump, which is awful, by the way. You have to actually learn when to press the jump button.
It's such a terrible mechanic. Okay, this is about the health level I want to maintain.
Yeah.
5 is fine as well. 5 is actually perfect. If we can just not get hit by this last thing, okay, perfect.
All right, perfect. So we're going to go into Poly Mountain 2, which is very serious time, and I cannot decipher my notes for this, so I'm instead just going to use my maps for this. So we're going to be navigating this area in the dark because the night vision goggles, which was on Green Island Screen 2, which we never saw, are not actually required to make it through. We're going to be using lava pools, enemies, and lava plumes in the wall to help guide ourselves, because those are all things that are visible, whereas like the actual rest of the world is not. So we're going to be actually heading up and then left. We're going to have to break some walls along the way. There should be 3 bombable walls along with some enemies. And once we see some double plumes in the ceiling, we know that we're at the edge to be able to fly over some platforms. We're going to be fighting some wind currents that are going to push us down. We're going to go up and left, and then go up and right, across some more lava stuff, back into another hallway with some bombable walls. There should be a bombable wall to get into the hallway, bombable wall at the end of the hallway. And once we're there, there's a lava pool and an enemy sitting on a platform above it. And then there's going to be a breakable ceiling above that enemy that we have to bomb. It's great. And then we're going to go up and to the left until we see another set of double lava plumes in the ceiling. And this is going to be very important. Normally there's this whole like jumping segment where you have to make your own platforms with bombing pillars and go left and then right. We're not doing any of that. We're going to actually be trying to break...
Okay, I've fallen. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We can go back up. We can get back up.
Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna have to go back up and around back to where we were.
Yeah, I fell all the way to the bottom. So this is a big room. You can't fly up it because there is a constant wind current going down. You can fly across, but you cannot fly up. So we have to, and it's consists of multiple layers. And at the top layer, there's like a pillar that we need to carve a staircase into. Not cut away too much of it so that we like fall. Hopefully I've not got into a unwinnable situation. Shouldn't have been the case.
Okay, so yeah, that's step 2, because this is all a one-sided staircase, and then from here we're gonna bomb this wall over here until it breaks all the way through, and then remote robot. And then using the lava as our cue, we're actually going to go up against the ceiling, and then we're gonna hit a remote robot tunnel, follow it, and we're gonna hit the large bomb item, which we need. So we're going to pick up the large bomb, recall the robot, and then find the nearest pool of lava that we can yeet Tails into. Because in the Game Gear version, if you die, the game has a auto password function. As long as you don't hard reset the game, it will remember what your progress was based on your items collected and levels unlocked. And because we just collected the large bomb, the game saved or updated our password. We then quickly use that password to get back to the dock, change our inventory to include the large bomb, and we're going to be going to Volcanic Tunnel for the second visit. So the first screen is much like the first time we were here. And we're actually going to be going to a different area that requires the large bomb in screen 2. And we're actually going to end up fighting... This is where we fight Mecha Golem 1, right?
Yes, it is, yes.
Okay. Making sure I'm not like... I didn't name the boss in my notes because we didn't know the bosses had names.
Yeah, it is a boss that they built in a deliberate cheese for.
Yeah.
Which is hilarious, and we're about to see.
Oh my god, I cannot believe that... Alright, so the boss that we're going to be coming up to... It's called Mecha Golem. It has no arms. And fires obnoxious, like, gun pellets and missiles, if I'm remembering correctly. And it's awful. And just like Mecha Golem number 5, which we fought before, this is where we fight with the large, or we break walls with the large bombs.
Yes. Okay. The large bomb, okay, so I need to explain about the large bomb, because the large bomb is hilariously inconsistent. Sometimes it just breaks 1 block, sometimes it breaks 2, sometimes it'll break 3, sometimes it'll break 4. Breaking all 4 there is really good, because it means you only need 1 large bomb to get through the whole, like, wall. Same here as well. This has each bomb has the possibility of destroying 2 layers here. None of them are doing. Oh, there we go. We got a double explosion there. 1 double explosion is pretty good, but yeah, just being able to like destroy 2 rows of blocks with 1 large bomb is something that is like impossible to get consistent, but it's really nice when it happens. See, there we only broke 2 blocks, and yeah, here we have Mecha Golem.
Yeah, here's Mecha Golem. It's obnoxious. We want to, just like Mecha Golem 5, we want to normally we'd want to destroy the cockpit, but there's this back bit here where the large bomb does massive instant explosions on it and just completely destroys it in like 4 hits. It's great. And the extra armor is a required item in Glitchless. because of another Lake Rocky segment. But we're actually going to come back to Poly Mountain 1 just for a quick item on screen 1, because now that we have the large bomb, there is a wall that we have to break to be able to pick up the rocket booter or rocket booster. Heck you, rock throwing combatant. So we're gonna try to get that there. Okay. Ooh, that screen did a little weird thing.
Yeah, that was a weird screen shake. I've never seen that before. Yeah, we got to wait for the elevators to go back down before we can go down, unfortunately. But that gives us the rocket booter, which is a great item because it's definitely not a typo. It's definitely a booter.
Yeah, so we're gonna head back to the world map. And once we get to the world map, we're gonna go to the dock and equip the extra armor in slot 4, I believe. Is that right?
Yes, so the extra armor in slot 4, and we also don't need the Vulcan gun anymore, so we're going to put the rocket booster over that. We don't need the rocket booster yet. The rocket booster is going to allow the Sea Fox to fly, but we don't really need it yet.
Yes.
And then we're going back to Lake Rocky. Hooray, our favorite place.
All right, so this is our 4th visit through Lake Rocky. We're going to be going through screens 1, 2, 6, 7, 8. You heard me count that right. So the extra armor is straight up invincibility if you can't tell. Nothing can hurt you while you use it, and we're going to activate it at the start of every screen. You can also swap to other weapons without losing its effects. But the only weapons we want to use are the mines, as otherwise, like the Vulcan gun, which we've unequipped, and the anti-air missile, which we're not going to use, are liable for causing lag in the game, and lag management is your biggest concern for time save in this segment, besides not forgetting where you're going. The mines also allow us to break blocks directly under us.
Yeah, the mines fall from the Sea Fox, and this is the reason that we put the extra armor. We've routed the items and the menu very carefully so that we've got the extra armor next to the mines now, so we can easily switch between them.
Yeah, because slot 1 and slot 4 wrap around to each other, back and forth, so that is very important. It's very not unlike the item management in like the Game Boy Color, Link's Awakening and Oracle of Seasons Zelda games, where item management is a very big deal, and where you put your items in your menu is huge, because like in those games, like the items don't save their location. They don't have like a set location, unlike like Minish Cap or the remake of Link's Awakening. Same thing here. Now the extra armor is needed for this screen in particular, because those mines that Mendez just like ate because she's invincible, those deal like what, 10 HP per, and even if you dodge the mines themselves, if they explode on the screen with you present, like it still deals damage. So like this is kind of like the game's sanity check to make sure you have picked up the extra armor.
Yeah, it looks like a section where, you just have to avoid them falling from the ceiling and just, like, time it so that you avoid them. But no, even if they just hit the ground, you still take the damage from it. It's very stupid. Which is why we need the extra armor. Literally, like, a lot of this game could be rated out if we could just get through this section without the extra armor, but there's no way.
Yeah, you can get through this section without the extra armor, but you need more health than what we have, and that is for the glitched run.
Okay. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that.
No one saw anything. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't know that the Sea Fox was 1 tile tall. Who knew?
That didn't happen. Oops.
All right. So now we're going to the artificial Cocoa Island, which is, it turns out that this is the Empire, the Battle Cuckoo Empire's base. The artificial Cocoa, C-O-C-O, island, not to be confused with the main island, C-O-A, C-O-A, or C-O-C-O-A.
Cocoa Island? Oh, no, I need to be Tails, don't I?
Yeah, you need to be Tails, not Sea Fox.
Yeah, I accidentally went back to Tails' house there. I don't usually do that, and that's why I'm very confused right now.
Yeah, no, like Cocoa you have to be Tails. Yeah, there we go.
I'm very confused right now.
Oh, no.
So,
Sorry, couldn't let you get away with that.
So this level introduces these barriers that are going to be present. Minda's just disabled one by hitting the blue switch. So different switches disable different electric barriers. Now, we're going to make sure that there's going to be also tiles. See those red arrows? You don't want to follow past those, because if you fall past those, they're one way. You can't go back up. So we're going to try to not fall past most of those as we navigate through here. This also introduces the new... What's the name of the sniper enemies? They are... Sniper cuckoos. Very, like, aptly named.
Very literal, yeah.
Yeah. The literal translation of the Japanese name of these enemies is passive combatant. But also, sniper cuckoo is just more sensible.
Mm-hmm. We also have a lot of conveyor belts, which obviously we're using to speed us up.
Yeah, or flying over them if we're fighting them. All right. So this is a case where, like, so there's one item that we could pick up to make the run go maybe marginally faster if done with, like, extremely good item menuing and stuff like that. And that is the speed boots. And the speed boots allows you to fight the conveyor belts that are against you a lot easier. But again, like, it's an item you have to go out of your way to pick up, and it can make menu navigation for your item switching, like, very, very difficult. So Minda's just opts to not pick it up for the sake of consistency in knowing what items she has at all times.
So this conveyor belt is going to be fighting against us. We need to we can't just run along the conveyor belt. We need to get the robot to a specific height and fly over it so we don't get affected by the conveyor belt there.
Yeah, and we're going to avoid those tractor beams there to be able to hit that switch, because if the tractor beam touches the remote robot, it's going to recall it back to Tails, just like as if we had manually done so, and that takes so long.
There's a lot of moments here where we're going to, like, clear a path for the robot, go hit the switch, and then that's going to allow Tails to get further through. Yeah, Cocoa Island, I believe, is the weapons research lab of the Cuckoo Empire. And it also, yeah, you might notice that we've been referring to the island, like, Tails' island itself as Cocoa Island, and also this particular part of the level is Cocoa Island. Yeah, they're both called Cocoa Island. That's not going to be confusing, right?
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. Yeah, like, these maps actually get much larger and more labyrinth-like over time.
Mm-hmm. And now we have the boss, which is Dr. Fukurakov.
Yeah, he is the, let me get the Battle Cuckoo Empire Academy's professor. Yes, they have an academy. Naturally, he is the Great Battle Cuckoo 15's minion. And, he conveniently has a random rock, just, chilling above him, which, like, if this is your laboratory and you have a random rock amongst all your tech, maybe don't store it directly above your head. Because,
I quite like the, I think the Master System version of this game changes this rock into, like, a computer or something.
Yeah, it changes it into something more reasonable so that it just doesn't... like, it just doesn't stick out like that. Mm-hmm. There is a Master System fan-made port of this game that gives you more screen space and gives you a save system that is not auto-save, it is manual save, so you can't do the same, like, death abuse strats that the Game Gear version can, which is kind of unfortunate. So it's a matter of, do you trade off being able to do death warps for being able to like see more of where you're going. So this is your obligatory Sky Chase segment.
Yeah, it is a Tails game, so it does have to have an auto-scroller. That is the law.
Yep.
So we're just going to hold right.
This is very, very difficult here.
If only there was a Tails game that was just like...
Just flying,
was just the auto-scroll.
That would be amazing. You should definitely have that in the marathon if it exists.
Actually, speaking of which, we've got a game after this called Tails Skypatrol. Gameplay's not exactly the same as this, but yeah, we make that joke for a reason. It is I mean, it's not as simple as it sounds. Mendez knows.
I know the pain of that run. I learned that run like about a month ago, like when this was first announced, just in case nobody else was going to submit it. And oh my god, it's such a hard game, such a deceptively hard game.
It is a genuinely difficult game. It's actually pretty fun, but like at least I thought it was pretty fun, even if it was really hard. Would recommend playing with save states of some sort. So yeah.
Yeah, this is basically another auto-scroller. We're just heading up instead, and occasionally I have to actually fire a missile.
Yeah, like we found a lineup for this to just make it easy to use the anti-air missile to destroy the cuckoos that are behind the blast shields. Also, I don't know when the 3DS eShop is exactly closing sometime next year, but you can get this on 3DS eShop as well if you want to play this for yourself. It's also on Sonic Gems Collection.
With the enhanced mode.
Yeah, the enhanced mode removes a lot of lag. And that's true of any Game Gear game on the 3DS eShop. You can play enhanced mode that removes a lot of the lag. I don't know if it helps with the input eating, but you know.
Yeah.
They'd be working a miracle. They would be doing God's work if they can get rid of the input eating.
So this is Battle Fortress 2. This is the final stage of the game.
Yes.
So we're going to be going and fighting the final boss over here.
And you can tell that it's you can tell that it is the final level because of how ominous the music is.
Yeah. So the conveyor belts here as well, a lot of the conveyor belts in here are going to be working against us. We're going to fly over them. What you're supposed to do is get an item that lets you reverse the direction of the conveyor belts, but honestly, that just sounds really slow, and we don't really want to bring it with us. So you know, it's fine. We'll just fly over the conveyor belts.
Yeah, there's a lot of items in this game that are like not particularly important. I think we have it down to like the bare minimum items besides maybe the extra armor. But like even then I think the extra armor should be considered like the bare minimum items. Among the bare minimum items to complete the game.
Yeah. Yeah, because even if you could route out the extra armor, you'd still need the large bomb to get the rocket booster, which you need to fly up here. So yeah. Yep. It's a lot of. I feel like we've got a pretty optimized set. I know that there is a slight difference in that the original route that you made also picks up an item called the speed boots, which we mentioned earlier.
Yes.
But yeah, I think we kind of disagree slightly on whether they're useful for the run. I don't think they are, but I'd love to be proven wrong if anybody is precise enough to run this game and make the most of the speed boots.
You're basically trying to tell me to finally actually do a run of this game because I would do it with speed boots. I'm basically
telling everyone out there to do a run of this game. There's not enough runners of this game. Do runs of this game, everyone.
Hey man.
Maybe I'll actually post my route and maps to the SRC like I said I would do earlier this year, and then I was like, I executive dysfunctioned my way into not doing it because like functioning is difficult on a good day. But yeah, like someone said, like I feel like some items would be more useful if you didn't have the 4 inventory limit. I agree. If this were to ever like be remade either by a fan or by Sega otherwise, like if we had like an inventory screen similar to like one of the Game Boy Link like Zelda games or even Link's Awakening remake, or literally just more items on more buttons, like it would be a much better experience with like it is a Metroidvania, because as a Metroidvania it has a very limited necessary item count, and that's largely because of the limitation of only being able to like equip 4 items and use 1 button for an item.
Absolutely. So yeah, Battle Fortress 2 here. There's a lot of like sending the robot to go hit a switch, which opens a path for Tails again. They use that a lot in these final like levels.
Yeah.
But that is the final switch, and now we are going to head over to the final boss.
Is this a real game or a mod? This is a real game. You can get a modded version of it that puts it on the Sega Master System. By the way, this is Speedy. This is if you didn't see him earlier, this is a Battle Cuckoo 16. He is 15th son. He is called Speedy because he is quick to escape. Or in this case, he has a hacking jetpack that lets him fire electric balls and fly around and annoy the heck out of you. There is a strat to try to take advantage of like the pattern that Speedy has.
Yeah, it is very consistent,
yeah.
I got most of the hits, but yeah, it's very hard to get all of the hits. We're still gonna take him out there.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. So we're going into this final battle with the Great Battle Cuckoo 15 with 14 health. So we want to line ourselves up in a certain way so that we can safely stand in front of him and mostly crouch bomb him and throw bomb when he goes all the way back. Notice the stilettos on the Great Battle Cuckoo 15. It's very important.
Getting grabbed isn't great. That takes about 5 health, but that's fine. We're in phase 2 now, so he's going to start walking back and forth across the screen, and we're going to just throw bombs down at him. We're going to reset our flight every now and then to make sure that we don't fall. He's going to throw some bombs.
Yeah, staying directly
time is coming
above
up. Time is coming up. Time is coming up as soon as we enter the flight animation. And time.
GG.
GG.
Big GGs.
Yeah. That wasn't a bad run. There was a lot of things that went really well in that. Polymountain 2 went really well in that.
Yeah, Polymountain 2 only falling once
that
after completing the staircase was not terrible at all for a no reset.
Absolutely, I love running this game. I think it's a really cool Metroidvania. I think it's really underrated, and more people should play it. Get out there and run the game, everyone.
It is really cool.
I repeat my plea.
If the high speed of typical Sonic games turns you off because maybe you're not really good with reaction times or anything, if you can deal with inputs being eaten consistently, the pace of this game for its glitchless run is actually really, really what's the word I'm looking for? Digestible. I think it is definitely a really fun game, and would recommend at least giving it a casual play. And the music is also really, really good.
It really is, and I don't think we even mentioned it, and I don't know how we didn't mention it, but Tails' walk animation, it's so swaggy. It's so swaggy. It's so good.
He's got the swagger.
It's just so jaunty. But yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity to come on and showcase this game today. I'm really glad to have been part of the Tales 30th Anniversary Marathon. I've been Mindez. You can find me over at twitch.tv/Mindezi, and I run other games and randomizers, and you do chill puzzles every Sunday, and it's really chill. And yeah, and my only other shout out is go play this game.
That is a good shout out. If people are interested, I know Amber, you said that you've got a few details here and there for this game. I know that if you're interested in a potential glitch route, that is also linked on the SRC page. But Amber, where can people find the things, or do they need to go through you?
Right now, you need to go through me to find them. But Hibby, I can just toss you things because you have access to post things to the board. I will probably just toss you my notes. My notes are a little outdated. And also use the speed boots route, but if you just ignore the speed boots, the rest of the route is exactly the same. And I can toss my level maps and everything with a bunch of annotations. It's basically a guide to be able to complete a run with a timer on it, and then compress the data and the notes as you see fit to meet your needs as a speedrunner. But accessibility is a big deal. I also wrote the beginner's guide that is now extremely outdated, but the beginner's guide to picking up Sonic Frontiers. It'll get you going with any percent run of that. If you are interested, I don't know if that's on the SRC page yet, but it is available in the resource channel of the Discord. I wrote that, and with a lot of help from the community finding a bunch of strats. That game is now significantly faster than when I wrote that. Anyways, go run a Sonic game. It's really fun, I promise. And maybe if you're really feeling your oats, go run a Tails game. But I won't keep you any longer. Find me at twitch.tv/AmberCyprin, or find me here on HOTFIX hosting shows, because I also host shows.
Hey man, well I've got to say I quite like when Sonic does the gritty in Sonic Frontiers. But everybody, thank you so much for catching the Tails Adventure run. We are still in this Tails spin-off block. Yep, There were 2 Tails games, well, technically 3, but nobody submitted Tails and the Music Maker, and I don't blame them. Apparently, you can barely get through that game. Anyway,
I thought
that is
about
not for the moment. We are going to be having Tails Skypatrol next, courtesy of Mohawk. So don't go anywhere, because, yeah, the fun has only just begun with the Tails spin-off games. See you in a second, folks. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Tails Tri-Decade Speed Celebration. We are in the middle of our Tails spin-off block. Yeah, a marathon's so small, yet we can still have our blocks. Before we head on from Tails Adventure onto Tails Skypatrol for the Game Gear, just want to say that if you want to follow what Games Done Quick is up to, we are on all the good platforms. So if you put !links in the Twitch chat, you can find out what's going on there. And if you're on YouTube, hello YouTube, come over to Twitch. You can come and see all of these events happening as they happen live. So we are going to throw it over onto Mohawk, who is going to be showing us Tails Skypatrol, a little bit different from the game that we've just seen. But hello, Mohawk.
Hello, everyone. So I'm Mohawk, and this is Tails Skypatrol, also a Game Gear game from 1995. But that's not how I was introduced to this game, given it's older than me. Actually, I was introduced to this game when I played Sonic Gems Collection for the Nintendo GameCube, which had a lot of handheld Sonic games, and this was one of them. So when I was a kid, this was a game with Tails flying, so okay, sounds fun. Turns out this was a brutal casual experience, to say the least. I think you'll see why very quickly in the run. So years later, when I was looking for a Sonic game to speedrun, I remembered this game and I kinda wanted to get revenge on it, which I did. But turns out, like, after the learning phase, the game became a lot more bearable and even enjoyable. And I hope we will see this during the run.
Awesome. Yes. Yeah, I'd love to see it.
Alright, so I'm ready to go whenever we can.
Okay. Yeah, count us down when you're ready.
Alright, so 3, 2, 1, go. Thank you. So in this game, we're Tails with a special ring, and with this ring you can defeat enemies and interact with objects, such as these bells, which are checkpoints. You can speed up, you can slow down, but you can never completely stop. Diamonds are bonus points, so you can ignore them. And candies fill your stamina bar, which is at the top left corner. Now, in this game, I need to worry about 2 things. First, the stamina bar, which I would never run out of. The second is walls, which one-shot me. Yes, one-shot. And as I see this, you can see that I'm taking some liberties, creative liberties with them. Because it turns out that Tails has a wonky collision detection. And I think that they did it on purpose when they realized that the game was just too difficult. But that doesn't really solve anything, because it just makes the game even more confusing. In fact, even enemies are much less scary than walls, given they only stun you and then you can mash buttons to recover. The other problem with this game is that when you go faster, just like here, it's really hard to react to a wall or enemy coming at you. So yeah, all this makes for quite a difficult casual game. However, when it comes to speedrunning, all of this is not really a problem anymore, given we can learn where the enemies on the walls are, see, stun and recover quickly. We can get used to this weird collision detection, and so we are actually able to go fast, and this is where the game becomes fun in my eyes. And actually, I think this game has quite some richness to it when it comes to speedrunning, and I think we'll see it in the first boss fight, which is coming up. So you see that I can make the ring spin around Tails if I hold the action button, so I can change the direction of the throw, but I can also charge my attack, which deals more damage to the boss. Looking for a quick kill, and there we go. So
nice.
there's a lot of ways to deal damage to the bosses. You can reflect some of their projectiles. You can grab them and throw them into a wall. And spinning walls, spinning the ring can also allow you to go through painful and boring internet pathways. Just show this. The other way to skip parts of the level is also damage boosting. Okay, I'll need to wait here. Okay, I'll go for another one here. There we go. So that's basically the main ways to skip big parts of the level. There aren't many of them, but they're cool. This star power-up makes me invisible for a while, but that's not gonna be enough for this upcoming section. Very difficult. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, missed it. So these brown blobs one-shot you, just like walls. And I really need to go fast in these sections because they appear, more and more will appear if I go too slow. So hopefully I will get this second troll. Like even the star power-up is a troll here. Because like it's harder, like it's a trap to get hit by a brown blob. So yeah, thanks to this, now I'm full in stamina and I got a checkpoint. In this new section of the level, there are these new enemies, plants and mecha dinos here that try to catch me. So I spin the ring around me in order to cancel any interaction with them. Now we have these fake walls. They don't kill you, they only stun you just like enemies. And you can break the whole column if you hit the golden block. Now the next boss fight, fully charged shots. And now the best way to deal damage usually is with these half-charged shots, only one loop. And if I time them correctly, then the boss will not be able to throw projectiles. Second part of the boss went pretty well. To demonstrate this.
Nice.
Alright. Next up is Metal Island, a much more open area. So less walls to worry about, but much more confusing to know where to go. We'll need to go up and down more often than in other levels. There's some secrets, just like this hidden speed pad. There you go. 3 waves of enemies to deal with. I just need to focus a little bit right here. 2 flies to deal with. Go down right, hit the bell, the checkpoint, and we're good to go. Alright. So now I think you get the main thing about this speedrun. It's basically you know the correct path and you avoid getting hit by enemies. But actually there's more to it. If you want to save time, for example, you can time a ring throw right before a ring interaction. And this will allow you, I'll try to do it here, there we go. This will allow you to interact with the object a few frames earlier. You can do this a couple times per level, and this adds up to a few seconds already. But let's face it, the best way to save time is to deal with the boss the best way possible. And for this one, I will not go for fully charged shots, but single shots, because I really want to stun lock her, otherwise she will throw aiming carrots at me. And it makes the fight even much more difficult. Alright, that went pretty good, pretty good. Probably my least boss fight.
Nice.
Because it's just like spam the ring and hope you hit her.
Those are some scary carrots.
Yeah. Already at the last level of the game, very short game. And last but not least, as usual, and the scary part about this level, that castle, is that we'll have to go through 80% of the level without a checkpoint. The reason for that is that there are some checkpoints, but it's riskier to go for them, given they are surrounded by enemies and such. But no worries, I will go the top path, which is the safest one. Taking intentional damage right here in order to get past this cannonball. Very important star power-up, so that I don't die if I bounce on this wall. Yes, it bounce and don't die. Get this balloon to go up quickly. Skip this internet path, which is clearly a trap. Did with more projectile. Go down. And there should be the checkpoint. There we go, we're good now. Nice. Activate this switch in order to open the bottom path. 2 waves of enemies. Slowdown, mandatory. Hopefully one more damage boost to go through the walls. Time will be when I defeat the last boss, which is right here, fully charged shots. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 half charged shots, 2 grabs, and time. Here we go.
GG.
I'm actually
Wow.
really happy to get this last quick kill on the boss. I think it's one of the most beautiful one, and showcases all the different ways you can deal damage to the bosses in this game. So yeah, Tails Skypatrol, very short game, which I think has a lot more than meets the eye. If you want to know more about the different speedrunning tricks that I did not have time to talk about, you can take a look at the Audacity speedrun. Yes, this game has one. And it's actually very optimized, given that it's 20 seconds faster than the current world record, which is 6 minutes and 58 seconds. I would say that the human world record is already pretty optimized, so that just goes hard to show how deep like this game can be if you really want to optimize it. But yeah, I think that's all that I wanted to say about this marathon run. Pretty much. So thanks for having me.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for running. I remember, putting the schedule together for this. I thought we have to have the 2 Tails games, and I saw, because when you last run this game, it was a good, 3, 4 years ago.
My PB is actually 3 years old, and I think I have not played this game at all for 2 years. But as you can see, this game is really short, so it doesn't take long to relearn this game. And actually, most of this speedrun is not input intensive. You really have time to know what you're doing and see things coming. So yeah, I think it was actually a good experience to go back to this game and showcase it.
I was about to say, it didn't look like you'd taken a 3-year break, so that looked like you were in your prime. GG.
Thank you.
Thoroughly impressed. Awesome. Well, everybody, that was the Tails spin-off block. I'm so happy that we got this to happen. Thank you to Mohawk and Mendez for making that happen. If you miss Mendez's Tails Adventure Run, that will be popping up on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/gamesdonequick. All of our highlights will also be going on the Games Done Quick highlights channel. You can find them. I think there's probably a command somewhere. But until then, we are going to be having another break, and then we are going to be going into a more traditional Tails speedrun. We are going to be having Sonic the Hedgehog 3 with none to one showing us Tails. I believe I should probably know the schedule by now, shouldn't I? None to one is going to be showing us all emeralds glitchless. Probably a run that you haven't seen before. So everybody, please do stick around, and we will join him after a quick break. See you around. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Tails Tri-Decade Speed Celebration. It's a bit of a mouthful, but I am getting there. I'm making sure that I don't have my mic muted. What a blessing. Everybody, we have been having a great time so far. We've started off with Sonic CD, with Sonic Star, and we had I know I'm going to keep on talking about it. I'm just so happy that we got it to happen. We had a Tails spin-off block just happen, but we're heading back into some more traditional Tails type gameplay. We are going to be going over to Sonic the Hedgehog 3 with none to one. But just before we do that, GDQ 2023, that's going to be happening at the start of next year. There's going to be some Sonic runs, of course. I've heard there's some loser playing Sonic Blast with Knuckles. I don't know about that, but GDQ 2023, the online prize submissions are now open from now until December the 30th. So if you're interested in seeing what that's about, throwing something into the mix, then you can check out gamesdonequick.com for more info. But that's for next year. We are in the now, and None is about to show off some Tails in Sonic 3. Hello,
Hello,
None.
Hippie. How are you today, my man?
I am doing well. I'm taking this sock off.
Okay.
I'm doing very well. I'm enjoying what's been shown off today. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good about myself. About to be showcasing this amazing game, Sonic 3. Not this and Knuckles crap. Forget all of that. Just focusing on the first half of Sonic 3. And with me, I hate to say this, but I have a Knuckles player with me doing commentator with this game. You want to say what's up, Teej?
Boo! Knuckles is the best. Hello.
Amen.
Hey,
Amen.
you can fight me on these. These are fighting words, man. I don't care who we are. Tails all day. This is why this marathon is better than you guys had a Knuckles themed marathon last time, right? If I recall correctly. I think.
We haven't had one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it will happen. It will happen.
Oh, let's go. Let's go. That's class.
We're willing to lay down our weapons.
All right.
We are holding a truce for
All
your
right,
boy,
I
for
got
Tails.
you,
So
all right.
it's
I
all
appreciate
right.
a little small peace tree. All right, but yeah, I'm gonna be doing Tails all emeralds glitchless, so it's pretty straightforward, just collecting all the emeralds while doing it glitchless, and with my boy Tails. So without further ado, let's get this started. Are you ready for the countdown, Hypnotics?
Yeah, so
I
we're
am
ready.
ready.
Right, did you want me to count you in?
I'm good. I'm ready.
Okay, right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Right, here we go. Thank you.
luck.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. So we have Sonic, as None said, Sonic 3, and just a Sonic 3. No Knuckles, unfortunately. So they didn't have time in their development crunch, because of certain promotional material needs that they had to meet to release the game fully. So they released just a Sonic 3 half, and this is what we have now. And we're running Tails. Tails can fly, and we're going to be collecting emeralds. We're actually not going to be collecting any emeralds in the first act here. We're not going to be collecting any emeralds until Angel Island 2 because Tails can't actually go super in this game. He can only go hyper, or he can only go super, but it's only after you collect the super emeralds in the Knuckles half. So there is no transformation for Tails in this version of the game. So yeah, None, do you want to speak a little bit about the runs that you've done on this game?
Oh yeah, so this run actually is very, I don't want to say unoptimized, but no one really has taken out the time to do Tails glitchless runs. I know Popo, he done full run games of Tails and S3K, but it's still it's pretty unoptimized. So there's still a lot of stuff you can bring to this game lure the time for sure. By the way, completely ignore that whole Angel Island one. That was super bad in my opinion. That first slope jump, I was so tempted to reset just now. So yeah, I had to
It was still kind of clean, and you're at a marathon. Angel Island 1 never goes right at marathons for anyone.
Yeah, but
So
it is what it is.
And we are in Blue Spheres. I think probably everyone's favorite special stage out of the classic games because it's
for sure.
Definitely the easiest to control and definitely easiest to be consistent at, as opposed to the weird special stage from Sonic 1 and the half pipe stage from Sonic 2.
I hate half pipes in Sonic 2 so much, man.
You could never bring Tails with you because Tails would always just lose you rings in those special stages.
Yeah, but
So yeah,
Tails is best boy.
Yeah, so None's got that first emerald there, and I think this is going to be the only emerald that you get from this stage.
That is because again, like Teach said, actually the route is super different from the Sonic route for collecting all emeralds, because since Sonic can go super and with all 7 Chaos Emeralds, it's just faster just to get them as quickly as possible. But Tails, since he doesn't really do anything with all 7, you just it doesn't really make sense to go for all of them all at once, and then lose a ton of time. So it is what it is.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I always felt like that was a bit of developer oversight, not allowing Tails to get a transformation in the Sonic 3 half of the game.
But we can only imagine what power-up Tails would have got if he was able to turn Super Tails. Maybe just fly longer.
Just a faster flight and faster movement, I imagine.
I mean, that would have been very, like, cool to see nonetheless, because, like, Tails is his flight is pretty slow, kind of, in my opinion. Because, like, you get, like, a good burst of horizontal movement. Vertical movement. Sorry about that. But yeah, good burst of vertical movement, like at the start of the flight. But like, you jump and then just start flying, then you're not gonna have a lot of like speed. And I think I messed this up. Okay, I did mess up this. Okay, all right. I slightly messed up.
Okay.
All right, I should be fine. I did get the checkpoint. So we're gonna have to look at this cutscene again, sadly. So it's holding right.
It's cool.
Like looking like Mario.
One of the cooler one of the cooler moments of the game. Yeah, we like to hold right around here. So yeah, like a couple of issues with Tails' movement is one that he doesn't have like any kind of flight cancel. So if you're flying, you kind of just have to like maneuver yourself to the ground as quickly as possible if you want to stop and spin dash or something. And two, if you try and execute a spin dash too quickly, you can end up flying if you miss your input, which is very annoying, I'm sure, for the Tails runners. I mean, Knuckles doesn't have this problem. Knuckles never has any of these
Whatever,
issues.
man. I don't care. You always bring up this to the table and arguing about which one's better, Tails or Knuckles. Like, yeah, Knuckles can do this, he can do that, but yeah, whatever. I don't care. Whatever.
Right, so Hydro 1, are you going to be doing the bounce off the monitor?
I will be doing the bounce off the monitor, and I'm
okay. So there's a fairly cool little trick here.
Yeah, Knuckles can't do this. Just saying. All right, there we go. So like what I did right there.
Yeah, like this, I will say this is a pretty pog little strat. And you basically end up like near the boss area. You missed the invincibility.
No, this kind of sucks.
And you're locked.
But, all right.
Okay, so what you'd usually do there is you slow down like a little bit sooner, and you pick up the invincibility, which just allows you a very quick boss kill. Because otherwise you have to try and get your hits off screen, which if you're trying to do anything off screen is very hard. But it's still 49, you can't argue with that. 49 Hydro 1, like a sub-minute. Yeah.
If I was playing Slime, it would have been like a good 102 or something, which is pretty slow, but it is what it is though. But yeah, 49, I'm not complaining too much, since I am very rusty at this game, because I haven't played this game in like, a good 5 months now. Because like I've been on like a very, very long break because of school, so I haven't really been speedrunning that much. So a lot of my movement is kind of rusty right now. So please excuse me for that. I hope I can still.
It's fine. You're still looking good, dude. You're still looking good. Yeah. Okay. So it's probably something I say most, but like a lot of people in chat probably aren't used to seeing at a marathon is actually the stage of Hydro 2. Because usually any form of Sonic 3 usually would come with glitches. And there would be a level wrap, you'd go straight to the boss room. Like, there's actually a stage here. And Tails gets to skip like quite a lot of it because of his flight. And makes very quick work of it. There is a big ring coming up just near the end here. So we'd get to near what is known as Knuckles area, which doesn't actually exist in this game. Because the data for Knuckles and his paths wasn't actually implemented in this release because of Knuckles not being a playable character. So you just go up here and there's a big ring here.
Right, let me focus on this one real quick, because this is a pretty tricky special stage. And there's going to be a lot of slope or sphere jumps that I'd be doing, like this one right there, which are pretty scary, but they're pretty easy to do since the hitboxes for the red spheres are actually pretty tiny compared to the blue spheres. So okay, I actually did get scared with that one because I thought I was gonna hit it, but I'm fine. All right. Hey, let me focus because the next set of jumps is coming up. All right, there we go.
Oh, there we go. Look at that, like a pro. So something I forgot to mention. Am I good to talk?
Good.
Yeah, something I forgot to mention. You seen resetting at the end of Angel Island 2 there is because after at the end of some levels, it's quicker to reset and skip a cutscene because we time in RTA minus time bonus rather than let some of the cutscenes play out. That wasn't always the case when these runs were first being done. This game used to be timed IGT. And obviously with IGT you wouldn't be allowed to reset. But since changing to RTA minus time bonus, we're now allowed to do that.
Oh, and just a side note for this, you may not see me like spin dash for this boss. Okay, I kind of just did mess up this boss right there. Okay, ignore that. But like, there is a glitch you can do with this boss where you actually skip the boss, and that is actually a glitch you're not able to do for this game. And wow, this boss is like really bad. All right, okay, whatever. Okay, let me retry this now because again, I am super rusty in this game, and I got this. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we all believe in you, my dude.
All right, I should be fine if I just remember my footing. There we go. That's what I want to do for that backup.
There we go. Look at
that. Because there's like a faster straight I can do to get the 4 hits in when he's coming down, and then the last 4 when he's going back up. But I messed that up, so I had to like opt to like go for the other setup for like Sonic. But yeah, this game is pretty tricky. This game is pretty tricky, but it's still a pretty fun game in my opinion. I really enjoyed it a lot. Like.
So it's kind of common knowledge that Tails has like an easier time of the levels, like amongst like non-speedrunner folk, but Tails actually has a harder time with a good couple of bosses in this. As you just saw, Hydro 2 is one of them, and another one is Carnival Night 2. Because of the way the boss works, Sonic has the easiest time with the bosses because of his insta-shield and how it gives you, I think, 14 frames of invincibility.
Yeah, a big number. So.
And yeah, it's a pretty big window, and it extends his hitbox as well. So Sonic has a far easier time with a lot of the bosses in this game. But Tails definitely, like, movement-wise, you know, like Tails obviously can gain height.
Ooh.
That was
oh my god. Okay. All right. Okay. This is fine. It's fine. I got like a ton of backup rings I can go to. All right. Wait, I was trying to do, you know, backward strat like my boy TSG who's in the chat right now. I see. Shout out to him. You know, being the all emerald master. You know, just saying, really cool guy. You should definitely check him out. But backward strat is one of those. It's a very. It's not even that hard. It's just knowing where the spheres are. So it's pretty, you know, under pressure. It's kind of hard to remember where to jump and where they're at. So, but don't worry, I got it next time. So
I was about to say, like, just before that happened, like, look at my boy with the swish movement there.
Thank you. But I'm very. I gotta reiterate this again. I am very rusty at this game, so I may mess up more. I don't know, but don't worry. I'm gonna come back to this game and get a better time. So the world record for this game, I think, is like a 24:46 for me. I think you can. Well, no, that's glitchless. Beat the game. My bad. For all emerald is like something else. I forgot. Oops, I forgot the right.
I think it's like a 28, 29.
Yeah, it's a pretty good time, I think. So
all I'm saying is that a Knuckles runner would never be this rusty.
All right. Are you saying that I need to run Knuckles?
Wait, no, hang on. I feel like I have to call Hibbs out on this. When's the F3K runs hit? We've been promising for a while now.
Dang, he's called me out on my own show. How ungrateful.
Yeah, it is what it is, man. Just saying.
Love to Hibbs though, because you know Knuckles runner.
Yeah.
Like just superior. You know.
Yeah, thank you, Hib for like actually picking my run out. Because there was like a lot of other runs you could have picked, but you know it's very nice of you just to pick my run and be showcased on GDQ like this. So I really appreciate you for being thinking about me, dude.
Yeah, with that said, I want to say a big thank you to everybody who submitted. We got a plethora of Tales submissions, and there's only so much that we can fit in 6 hours. In fact, Mania was one game that we had to drop, and a lot of people were like, oh, Mania? Like, that's the most recent, Tales playable thingy-mabob. So, like, yeah, I've got to say thank you to everybody who submitted, and keep submitting to future Games Done Quick events. There is always a place for your game, no matter what some people might say. There's always a way in. So please do have a look at the other HOTFIX shows that are happening. They can be found on the Games Done Quick website. /HOTFIX.
I think there's a HOTFIX for everything, isn't there? Basically, at this point. All right. You gotta be careful with this spike ball.
Yes.
Okay, so this is a cheeky little shortcut.
Yeah, Knuckles can't do
also
this.
Knuckles can do.
No, he can't. No, he cannot. No, I refuse to acknowledge
What do you mean? What do you
I
mean?
refuse to acknowledge I can do that.
Go watch my former brackets,
The
world record.
audacity.
No, I will not. I will not. I will not look at a Knuckles run. Despite me being an S3K moderator, I will not look at a run that involves Knuckles.
That's very toxic, Nonto1. I can't believe you've done this.
But then again, I mean, that's where we got you for, because you're the Knuckles master, so you know everything. Just saying.
Yeah, true.
Just saying,
I was gonna say, yeah, but like, yeah, for real. For real.
All right, let me hope I don't go to competition mode right now, because that is a very real possibility that could happen right now. So.
Imagine if you did it.
If I did it, I will start crying on stream, and
It would be kind of funny.
It would be kind of funny.
But we don't want it.
I mean, I don't like seriously. I don't know how to like activate it. Like, I never like really learned it.
Oh, it's super easy. I can show you after your run if you want.
Yeah.
If you ever want to know for future marathons how to purposefully activate competition mode, it's super easy to do.
Well, yeah, this is probably a good time to say that I am on emulator. Stinky emulator, but because like my Genesis controller, it doesn't work, sadly. So like this down button, the spin dash, that stopped working like literally the day before this event. So I had to like switch the emulator. So it is. I'm sorry that I am on emulation for this game. So there we go.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. All right, and that is Marvel 2. Pretty lengthy stage, but Deuce Tell's flight is pretty cool. So,
like, that was a rather like kind of scary moment there doing that boss without any rings, because Tails' hitbox, like for his flight, is actually deceivingly small. So it's very easy to actually take damage when you're trying to get a hit in flight. So yeah, props to you for that one, for actually not losing a life there.
yeah, I mean, I done that boss like a lot of times already, so I just kind of got used to like where to go if I mess up. All right, trying to redeem myself real quick.
All right, focus up.
All right. Yeah, that literally is just a swag strap for the stage, because that loses time, but it's just cool to do. So shout outs again to TSD for me, like just showing that one day during his stream, and I was like, oh, you can do that for this stage. So that's pretty cool. Despite it losing like
TSD is a good chap. He's a good chap, but like he's always down to help out. Like if you ask him something. So yeah, like shout outs to him for actually like being the only person to take the time to optimize these special stages.
I mean, jokingly enough, though, he did say that he thought the task was just a regular run for this game, so he was just gonna do it. So, that's the reason why he does like all the crazy
Honestly,
strats that he does right now.
If you do get a chance, TSD did a great run at one of the recent online like mainline GDQ events. You can find that on the YouTube channel. That was an incredible showcase. It was full Sonic 3 and Knuckles, Sonic, glitchless. I think it was glitchless. Maybe it wasn't.
No, it would have been
It was all
glitched.
emeralds. And
It would have been glitched. That's TSD's main category.
But it was, honestly, it's a spectacle. These sorts of runs where you collect everything. I know it's not everybody's thing, but they are a sight to behold.
It's extremely fun, like watching people who are really good at stuff like that. Like a lot of movement that, like on first watch, you actually wouldn't expect. Like the moonwalking on special stages is like super stylish.
Right, and that's kind of what got me to run, glitchless in general, because I know, like, a lot of movement, like, a lot of people don't know a lot about the different stages within, like, Sonic 3, or really in Sonic 2 in some cases too, because, like, I really like movement rather than, like, I guess, technicalities for some of the stages. So, like, playing stages like Marvel and Sonic 1 just feels really satisfying for me to do. So, yeah, that's what really got me into, like, running those type of games. Or those categories for the games, I should say. Alright, and I kind of...
I just want to point out, if you were running Knuckles, this stage would only be about 40 seconds long.
Whatever. I don't care at this. I don't care.
And no boss.
Well, it takes real character for someone to fight a boss in a speedrun, so... True. Bosses are scary. Yeah. It takes lots of skill rather than just skipping them like Knuckles, for instance. I'm just saying. Okay, he skipped a good number of bosses, like, what is it? Lava 2 boss? Yeah, that boss takes a lot of skill. Just saying. Alright. But yeah.
Okay, I'm just saying Knuckles Launch Base 2.
Oh yeah, okay, I do gotta admit that stage is like really baller. So like that's like
that is like one of the best stages in the entire game. It is Knuckles Launch Base 2.
By the way, excuse me for like, having a moment there, but like I really forgot all my movement. Like I did practice this game, I can promise you that, but like I haven't speedran in like a good minute, so I'm sorry. But yeah, like one of these days, I'm just gonna say right now, I will speedrun Knuckles, glitchless at least.
No way. I don't believe you. I don't believe you at all.
First, everyone.
Yeah, okay, we're gonna have VOD evidence, none, stating that he will run Knuckle. And so I am gonna go back to this about 6 months from now. And if he's not done a Knuckles run, I will be pulling him up on it.
I mean, I'm just saying it's a possibility. But I mean,
I don't know. It sounded to me like he said you do. I don't know. Is that what you heard here? Because that's what I heard.
I'm not going to say anything because you know what it's like for me saying I'm going to do things and I don't do them.
True.
I've just learned to just not say things because like
it's so
messing
much
around and
easier.
finding out,
Yeah, true. Okay, all right. I will say, like, Tails has like a pretty difficult boss here. It's actually super easy to mess up.
Yeah.
And like, if you time your hits wrong and you get caught up in the so you have to take damage. Like, there's no other way.
There's a way to like not take damage, but like that's just dummy hard. So I'm not gonna really opt to go for it. And then there was
obviously because
and there's like. Okay, my bad, T. You can go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say because there's no flight cancel. Like if there was flight cancel, you could just fly like above him and just flight cancel on top of him and hold down and just bounce off him. But the devs weren't that smart. So.
And there's also just a chance that the ball just goes off screen, and then that's just waste of time. Because he's gonna go off screen and lightning attack, whatever, and then it's done.
Oh, okay. All right. So none had to die on purpose then. So for those who don't know, in Sonic 3 Standalone, there's a really, really funny quirk with Tails, and it's only Tails. If you don't die before here, before grabbing a checkpoint, and you try and continue on, there's just a death pit because the game fails to load basically the rest of the zone. It's like an issue with the memory and like where it checks. And they actually, in the manual for this game, they put it in there that Tails needs to take a death.
Or go on a big ring.
I forgot exactly what it says, but they say that it's something about Dr. Robotnik's diabolical speed trap. You need to take a death in order to continue on. Like, that just makes me laugh because they even acknowledged in the manual like what a mess this game was on release.
And there is one thing I just realized that I should have I should have not died right there actually, because I could have just went into like this big ring right here and the stage would have been fine, but like due to I don't know, like beat the game strats that I'm used to doing, like I just opted to die on purpose. So that's just me being,
muscle memory.
Yeah, that's just me just simply forgetting that I can just go to the big ring and I'll be fine, but I don't know. I'm just being a bit silly.
It was pointed out in chat why it happens. There's a trigger in the snowboarding sequence that makes the infinite looping happen, but since Tails doesn't snowboard, so like the trigger gets skipped. So yeah, you probably didn't actually have to die there. You could have probably just done the special stage just fine.
Yeah, that was just me simply forgetting that I can just do that. Cause that's what I just practiced for some reason. I don't know why I practiced dying there, but either way, I'm here. I did forget for a quick second. By the way, pausing. There we go. All right.
Pause chesting.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. Okay.
In my Sonic run, pressing the start button. How dare you?
I am so sorry that I offended you, Tej, but I gotta point out, you run Knuckles, so I don't care.
Unbelievably toxic.
I am sorry. But hey, it's Ice Cap, okay? Ice Cap's pretty cool, am I right, guys? Just...
Yeah, Ice Cap. Yeah, Ice Cap's cool. Yeah, it is a rather low on temperature level.
Yeah, man. Pretty chill.
Wait, what is this?
What is what? Halo.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, no. Sorry, I'll just have.
You're just having a moment. All right, got you. I'm just being all nosy.
Just senior moment. Bless him, he's getting quite old now.
I am. Not quite the young whippersnapper I once was.
Hey man, you're still young in my heart. All right, you're able to run all these video games with us. With me. So like, I think you're part of the boys. All right. You're real homie, man. All right. Shout out to you, T, because you're one of those people who like supported me when I was just becoming a young streamer, playing all these Sonic games. So I really appreciate you being there for me when I was just starting out.
Nothing, man. Nothing. Don't be ridiculous. Nothing. Okay, right. So as you see here, Tails gets a good couple of shortcuts because of his flight, which is pretty handy. I'm not gonna lie. I think you got one more special stage coming up, don't you?
I do, because I did. That's special stage 3 because I kind of messed up. So.
Alright. So I think you're gonna have to grab the first one in launch base.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
don't think there is a big ring in Ice Cap 2.
I mean, there is near the end, but I'm not gonna go for it because that's like all the way up there.
Like that's way off. It's way off the beaten path. It'll be quicker to grab the one just after the pipe in launch base 1.
Right. Or I might go for the first one in launch base 1 because I'm not gonna lie, I don't know half the big rings in launch base. I just know the one like the very end and the very beginning. So. That's just my knowledge of like special ring or big rings locations. Thanks to speedrunning, I know only like 5-7 of them. The 7 major ones I shouldn't be worried about. So I'm going to get hit by this dude. I'm having a real moment. I'm sorry, but this stage should be like really quick. It should be like one of the quicker stages because of Red Spring.
It's one of my favorites in the run. Is Ice Cap 2,
especially with Sonic because like once you hit like Red Spring route, it feels so good, man. Like, honestly.
It's a shame you never see it in glitched runs because of the axe skip in
literally
Ice
just
Cap
skip
1.
everything.
Yeah, because Ice Cap 2 is a dope
It
stage.
is, not gonna lie. Like, I really enjoyed it back in the tournament, I believe, where Zaxxon is.
Oh, the Sonic 3 glitchless tournament? Yeah, dude, that was so fun.
Alright, I am messing up old boy strats. There we go. I should be fine if I don't get hit by the air. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, they are.
Alright.
Look at that.
But yeah, that tournament was the one that actually got me into running Sonic 3 a lot, because, like, again, I just really love the movement in, like, glitchless beat the game. Cause it just feels so satisfying to pull off, even though they're, like, dummy hard, but still, it's, like, it's so good.
I actually wouldn't be opposed to going back to that Sonic glitchless run and try and improve my PB at some point. Because I must be way better than what I was then when I last ran that game.
Yeah, because you've been grinding out, like, well, Sonic 3 in general with, like, Knuckles and stuff, so, like, you've been getting really good with that game, too, so I wouldn't be surprised if that skill carried over. I'm scared. I am scared. Okay. This is why I have, like, 3 special stages in mind for this stage, because I don't know what I'm doing. Alright, like, alright, so that's one. I have, like, 2 more left that I can go to in mind that I can just go to on the fly, so...
Yeah, I'm grinding Sonic 2 at the moment, but I'm going to have to, like, at some point, go back to S3K and grind for world record with Knuckles.
Oh yeah, you were on that roll.
That's going to be fun.
Alright. By the way, this is launch base one. Pretty cool stage.
Up to your left, behind you, go back.
Over here?
Go back.
Oh, yeah, it's like on top of here.
No, down.
Okay.
Down to the left.
Yeah.
There you go.
Alright, there we go. I have a small moment, you know. Thank you.
Alright.
Alright, okay, this...
Keep it simple, keep it simple.
No, I'm going to do it one more time.
Oh, okay.
Do it one more time. I am not going to do one more time. Okay. Alright, yeah. Oh, this is so
almost, dude, almost.
Alright. Alright, you know, I'm just gonna get through the stage. I don't know why okay. Alright. I'm just gonna focus on beating this game at this point, alright? I'm just gonna beat it. Alright, there we go.
Let's go. We like beating games.
You know, beating games fast, that's the deal, man. Alright. So that's why it's called games done quick, just saying, dog. Yeah. Oh god. Alright. So, you know, Launch Base 1 actually is a pretty fun stage once everything goes right, you know. I actually do like Launch Base 2 more, because, I don't know, it's like...
You like the Launch Base 2 in this? I don't know. Like
I like it as Sonic more, you know, because of the bubble shield strap.
I find some of the Orbital placements, like, really questionable. Like in a minute coming up here, like, you got 2 Orbinauts on this bridge here, plus that booster. Like, why that's in the way, it flings you the other direction.
I don't know. I honestly just don't know. I mean, they did fix that in S3K, which is a blessing, you know, but I don't know what Yuji Naka was thinking when he first made this game. By the way, Yuji Naka didn't make this game, right? I'm just saying that because...
No, he
he did? I don't know what he's thinking then. I'm just...
him, Naoto Shima, and I always forget his name. The one who's worked more on the modern games. Hibbs, help me out here.
I mean,
Izuka? Izuka?
Oh yeah, Takashi Izuka.
Takashi Izuka, yeah.
I was reflecting more on the fact that this stage is so good because it has an Among Us reference.
Oh my god, so true.
The buttons, yeah, they're looking rather sus. I don't know if you're aware, none, but like at the beginning of Launch Base 2, right at the bottom is a big
I know about that one. By the way, I hope I don't die on this boss. You know, just saying, that'll be so cool if I don't die. I don't think I'm gonna die. There we go. Alright. We are going to do this, guys, alright? we're gonna do this. I'm gonna do this at least because I'm having the biggest moment running this game right now. I'm not gonna lie, I don't have time on me right now because I really didn't want to like have pressure just thinking that I'm behind in the red or something. But
Yeah, I'm just.
all right, but I'm gonna act for time like at the end of the run though. But all right, you know what? I know another place where I can get a special ring, so I want to do it one more time. All right, one more time. Then if I don't get it, then I'm just gonna do baby strats. All right, there we go. I'm gonna focus up real quick. All right. Alright, not done yet. Got some tricky double spear action going on. Alright, there we go. Alright, there we go. Oh my god.
Oh, let's go. That's close.
Never in doubt.
Ooh.
First try.
First try. Easy money. Easy money.
Easy money. That was actually some like swish movement there.
God, I don't know why I couldn't do that, a good 30 minutes ago. I guess it was a nerve still just settling in. Because I was super nervous when I was first.
It's always like 10 times harder putting off like anything like that in a marathon than it is when you're doing constant resets on stream.
Right.
Like,
but when it comes to like doing like marathon stuff, you gotta do it one time, and it's like, it gets to you kind of. So it is what it is. All right, now we can just finally focus on beating this stage, which is again my favorite stage to speedrun on personally. So just gonna.
That was an intentional damage boost there, by the way, just to be able to skip the flamethrower cycles rather than having to wait them out, because no one likes waiting.
None also killed the imposter.
I did kill the imposter. He was acting quite. Oh my god, I'm dumb. All right. Okay.
That was very sus of you.
It is what it is.
I don't. Okay, let me like not die here. That'll be. I am on my like last life, so let me. I don't know. Okay, I almost cried if I died there, but no.
Let's get some rings. We good.
All right.
Yeah, we good.
We
good.
We balling right now. All right. Yeah, I am not playing that well. I'm so sorry, everyone. Like, I expected to like give a better performance, but
I think you've done a good job, dude.
yeah,
It's a tough game.
You've showed off what you want to show off. Like, what more can you ask for, really?
Yeah, that's true.
Like that. I imagine there's some of you like that are very used to how Launch Base 2 and S3K works. You've probably noticed there's like about twice as many enemies in this version, because it being sort of like the quote-unquote final level in the game, they had to artificially inflate the difficulty, and that right there, just it's very easy to do in Sonic 3 standalone, because the invisible wall isn't that high. You can just fly right over it and get very easy hits on that boss there. Like
There he is! Look at him!
There's the
He's
boy!
there.
There's the boy!
Let's go!
Look how class he is.
He fell off though.
You don't need to look at the rest. You don't.
Bozo.
You don't need to.
Wow. The Knuckles hate right now.
I'm not sorry.
Oh yeah, I just realised, like, by doing that little flight over the invisible barrier of the boss there, will that have activated the taco?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like you saw that
so-
thing that Knuckle had. That was my taco. So he just stole it. So
Yeah.
I want it back. Just saying. So
Understandable.
Yeah, you gotta get your taco
yeah,
back.
man. I was mad hungry just now, so. All right, let me get some rings for this boss, because this boss is actually pretty hard as Tails, because tiny hitbox. Like, it's like a horizontal line kind of for that hitbox, so it's pretty weird. But yeah, introducing big hands. And I almost got scared because I did almost get hit by that hitbox, or the hands hitbox. Alright.
So Big Arms here is exclusive to Sonic 3 standalone for Sonic and Tails. He ended up becoming a boss for Knuckle in the full release. Obviously piloted by Egg Robo rather than Dr. Robert. And then you see the taco there. Tails got his taco back. He's going to be happy. He's got his Taco Bell. You know, he's got that guacamole. He's got that sour cream. You know. Yeah, you know.
By the way, I can go
yeah,
for a taco
this boss is a pain. Like this boss has got some a really weird hitbox.
Yeah.
Like it's actually not as big as you'd think. Like right in the front of him.
I'm gonna play it safe.
Okay, couple more hits.
All right, there we go. Oh, we did it! Oh my God! And he got his taco. Officially got his taco back.
Okay, time is on Fade to White.
But I guess time to get out the shout outs. Shout outs to again Hypnotics, Tej on commentating for my, I don't know what I'm saying, but being commentators for my run. Good and well, I'm not able to talk about this game all by myself without having little flubs here and there. So I really appreciate you guys being here for me. Just talk about the run with me, because I do really enjoy this game.
Literally anytime, my dude, anytime, you know that.
Again, shout outs to the classic Sonic speedrun community. Really swell fellas over there. Very cool. I see a couple of them were in chat actually giving me the GGs, talking their run. So shout outs to them. I think it was TSD, Roman, again Hypnotics. Yeah, I think I saw Joey Baby there too. Yeah, shout outs to those fellas. Really cool people. And again. Well, actually, shout outs to Jail. Again, gotta give out the Jail shout outs. The boys over there, very cool guys,
They are a special bunch,
And by the way, shout outs to Marisa Fumel.
Fumo Cam, extremely important. That's brand new, isn't it?
I literally got that yesterday, yesterday, so. I'm glad that she came in finally, so shout outs to Fumo.
So glad.
I am Fumo now, so. And especially shout outs to the viewers like you for watching this run, because I really appreciate you guys just, checking me out, seeing what I'm able to do on a good day, or what I could be able to do. This run was pretty scuffed, but I still have fun with it nonetheless, and I'm definitely going to try to come back to speedrunning more, because like I said, I was on break for a good minute for education reasons, so I was going to focus more on that rather than speedrunning, or video games in general. So yeah, I'm definitely going to come back and get better clock times and speedrunning for sure. But yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, again, thanks for having me again,
Folks.
Hypnotics. Really appreciate you.
You are most welcome. Thank you for submitting. Folks, if you want to catch Nunta1 when he does go live, you can find him at Nunta1. It's been coming up on the layout, and I've posted it in the chat as well. Tej, any quick shout outs before we head on to the next run?
You boys will know who you are. Come on, I shout you out all the time. Like you lot. Jail lads, just everyone really, all cool, in my opinion. IMO, TBH, especially Nun. Thanks for having me on comms. I always love doing comms with this dude. So yeah, it's always a ball.
By the way, this was ran on Genesis Plus.
Thanks to you as well, Hibbs. Thanks to you as well, Hibbs, for putting this on. You've done an awesome job.
That is all right. I love these sorts of runs. So it is all good. And in fact, none was thanking the viewers. It's just a quick reminder that these sorts of hotfixes, your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits cheered on the channel help, well, these events happen and the AGDQ 2023 costs. So please consider subscribing if you enjoy the daily GDQ content. We are going to head into a break, and then we have got a very hype race coming up. We're going from one traditional gameplay style from Tales to another. We are heading over to Sonic Adventure Director's Cut. We are going to be having Tethys Persevere versus the Alpha Dolphin. Ooh. So yeah, hang tight. That is going to be a brilliant run. See you in a second, folks. I was muted again. Ignore me. Everybody, welcome back to the Tales Tri-Decade Speed Celebration. We have had a riot so far. It has been a great showing of various different Tales games. We are going to be heading over onto Sonic Adventure Director's Cut. This is quite a race that we're about to see. We have got Tethys Persevere versus the Alpha Dolphin with a stellar lineup on commentary as well. Hello, gamers. Hello. How are you doing?
Yo.
Hello.
Hello. Oh my gosh, Alpha's. What do
you mean? I'm just practicing.
Static's got a downgrade.
Oh yes, just practice.
I had to say, all right, we're good.
This is just the low graphic settings. Hello, how's it going?
I'm doing well. I'm thoroughly enjoying what's been happening in this event so far. How are you doing, Alpha?
I'm doing good. Very hyped to be here. Kind of was scared for a little bit because I was not there on time. Because my computer said it was at 4:45, and I ended up being like 1 hour later on my computer. So I received a notification. I was like, oh my god, I need to hurry up right now. And I was like running everywhere.
It's all right, you're here.
Yeah, but I'm here right now. We're here.
Yeah. And we're here for a pretty fun time as well. Tales story, both of our main categories. Alpha, kind of well known for it, I would say.
Only several world records.
Just a little.
Yeah, pretty good.
Just a little bit.
And yeah, hopefully it'll be a good race. We've already got one difference in play style. We've got the 16x9 versus 4x3, which is kind of funny.
Hell yeah.
You love to.
Yeah, I'm ready to go whenever everybody else is.
Well, whoever wants to count us in, we will follow your lead. So,
alright.
I can make the countdown.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right, get ready on 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Alright, the very first thing to get out of the way is both these runners are going to grab an upgrade called Jet Anklet. We're going to be using the rest of the time. Tails' flight isn't actually that fast, but if you grab the Jet Anklet, you'll be going at 150% flight speed the entire run. And spoiler alert, we will be flying basically the entire run, with like 2 exceptions, but we'll get there when we get there. So from here on out, it's just going to be blazing fast flying everywhere.
Absolutely.
Alpha getting a very good clip out, and Tethys going for sewers.
So a slight route difference, however, the only good sector.
The train headed for the Mystic Ruins will be departing soon.
Yeah, the clip out is slightly faster, but it's pretty tricky to get.
Mm-hmm. Tethys very nicely choosing not to go for it. So both players are now going to go into Egg Hornet. Now we're going to be trying a trick here called one cycle by. So what they'll do is they'll go behind Egg Hornet and try and do this jump cancelling thing where we jump and then jump cancel in the air. Alpha, unfortunately, missing. Has to go for a second cycle. Can Tethys get it?
Oh, he's kind of on a... Oh, yeah.
Also misses, unfortunately. But essentially what they're trying to do is they're jumping and jump cancelling in the air, so they go back down to the ground super quickly. And basically, if they can hit Egg Hornet fast enough, they can keep him down until all 3 of his attacks are done. And oh my!
That was really close, but I'm glad both got 2 cycles. Putting us on edge there.
Good.
Putting myself on it.
Yeah, Egg Hornet's very scary. It's pretty like the first big reset point, but actually we did a practice run. Both of them also got 2 cycles, so it's all according to plan.
Everything goes
Alpha just
fun.
slipped between 2 different kill planes. In Windy Valley, there's an invisible wall, then 2 invisible kill planes, and then an invisible end of the level, and you have to navigate everything, the entire level without seeing. You just don't use your sight. You have to use the timer, the tiny little timer in the top left, and the skybox, and that's all you get.
Oh, it's all skill. And Tethys getting a similar time. Very nice, very nice. Both
Yep.
runners doing a very good Windy Valley.
Alpha heading up into casino.
Casuals will lead you to believe that there was a stage.
But unfortunately, they are wrong.
You tell me there is?
This is a common habit in Tales. There's not many stages.
As we've just seen with Alpha as well.
Yeah, we just kind of draw a direct line towards whatever the end of the stage is, and we go there.
So what,
By any
what we've
means
seen, what we've been seeing from Alpha and now from Tethys in Casino is vent clip. So this is a alternative to a slightly slower strat where you go to the top of the slope at the beginning and then clip out from there. You can actually start flying on the black screen on your first load and actually reach that top vent. Yes, sus.
I was waiting. I'm so glad this game has an Among Us reference.
And yeah, both players hitting it fairly quickly, saving a bit of time, getting that really fast casino, and so both players are going to be attempting ice clap clip here, or rather ice key skip.
Yeah, Tethys hitting it first try. That is actually going to be kind of big. I think. I don't think Tethys went for the clip outside because you have to wait for an invisible wall to fall, but both of them still getting the clip. They're going to need to hit another clip after the stage, but we're in Ice Cap. This is the hardest stage in the whole run. You have to do 2 ramp jumps and 2 clips. That's basically the whole thing. But yeah, that first clip is tricky. It's okay, he's going for it again. Nice, very well done. That backup is even harder than hitting it the first time, honestly. Like,
That is true.
Yeah,
snowboard is so forward oriented.
Tethys hitting first right.
Oh, wait, this is like pretty synced actually. Hold on. That was crazy. What a massive sync up. And then the hardest trick in the whole run is the second ice kite clip. I think, yeah, okay, Alpha going for it.
Alpha getting a beautiful ramp.
I got too much speed.
Yeah, that was close. Like you can get the clip not too hard, but you have to get enough speed or else the clip loses time because this is a wonderful game and sometimes it's like that.
Gotta love it. Not only is it incredibly difficult, but there's another difficult part right after it where you need to have enough speed to even land on the top where you come out right here.
Yep, and then you need to double jump off the second ramp, but because we're seeing a more relatively normal route, both runners. Oh, close.
Oh, that's rough.
So
overall, that was still pretty good. I guess.
What both our runners were trying to do there on the ramps was try and get off them as soon as possible. With that, you can actually just make it over some obstacles and just keep on flying, which is incredible. I think we saw it with Alpha just then.
Knuckles fans, look away.
You're not gonna like this one. Close your eyes.
I choose not
Thank
to.
God.
All right, you can open your eyes now.
But Tethys is about to do it.
Oh, close them again.
We synced it up. We line
Guys are
up.
so mean. Why is everyone so mean to him?
He's an obstacle in our path. He's got to go.
KS4 here is going to be pretty straightforward. With Sonic, there is a bit of RNG, but with Knuckles and Tails, who are the only other 2 characters who go through this boss in their campaigns, for Knuckles, you have to be gliding, and for Tails, you just have to be flying. As long as KS4 chooses to do an attack at a certain time and you are in a flying state, you'll always get the quickest attack, which is a splash. So, as long as these runners are flying and getting their hits on a regular cycle of like 1 attack, 1 hit, repeat 3 times, and 3 attacks, 1 hit, then they should be good as gold.
Yeah. Yeah, basically, the game checks. Are you Sonic? RNG. Are you not Sonic? No RNG.
Yeah. Sorry to Sonic runners. Literally every other character has it so much easier in this boss.
And Tails even gets 1 less hit as well, so it's even better.
Yeah. Sonic and Knuckles even have the same amount of hits, but all 5 of Knuckles' hits are still no RNG, and then Tails only has to do 4, so definitely the best KS4 because it goes by the quickest.
Or the most boring, you could say.
And after Chaos 4, we're going to see Alpha going into Sky Chase Act 1. There's 2 Sky Chases. They're both auto-scrollers. And,
Are you sure about that?
oh, wait, no, actually, they're not. They're actually the hardest part of the run. I lied. Ice Cap, that's literally easy in comparison.
Yeah, we were kind of lying to everyone. Sky Chase. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if our runners can even make it.
I don't know.
pretty hard.
I don't know what we're going to do about it. It's incredibly hard to hit live. I'm not sure if it's actually been done before. I'd have to check, but I'm hoping they can make it through all right.
Oh, that is...
No way. Is this the strat?
This may be the strat. I don't think we've seen this in the whole speedrunning history of Sadix.
This has not happened at least 300 times. Probably not. I don't think so.
That might not have come through on the stream, but I audibly heard a door closing, so Tethys has actually fully in this current moment in time, just to paint the picture of what is going on in Sky Chase. But is that Alpha going for the emblem challenge? I see.
We're trying, but I'm struggling a little bit.
Is he try-harding in a speed?
I am.
Doesn't he know he can grab a snack?
Gross.
But yeah, Yoshi, do you want to explain our next part of the run?
Yeah, our next part of the run is
hi,
legitimately, like, actually deceptive, though. So what's going to happen is, between this and the next auto-scroller, we're going to have one stage. And that sounds really easy, but it's not because that stage is sandhill. You're going to have to go full speed flying into a tiny cart, which doesn't even register its own hitbox correctly, and you need to click to the sides of it. And then you're going to need to go into a cutscene, and then you're going to need to skip this cutscene, and then you're going to hit the switch, but you don't need to hit the switch, but you do need to clip out of bounds, so you can go and hit an loading zone that's out of bounds, but it's not out of bounds until you hit a switch and then hit a wall, but that wall's not going to be there if you wait 12 seconds after hitting the switch, but neither runners will hit the switch, or they will hit the switch and clip through. Either way, they're going to clip through, and they're going to say 12 seconds. And then you get the sandhill.
Yoshi, I'm just going to say we're in Sky Chase. I feel like you could have just taken that just maybe a tiny bit slower. I don't know. I just get that
Eminem's
feeling.
been real silent since Yoshi spoke up on GDQ.
Bars, bro.
I went to try and get milk, but we're all out, and the tradition is broken, sadly.
So sad. You got any chalky milk?
I don't, sadly. Shoutouts to Aura A66, by the way.
Ah,
Let's go.
salute the president.
Wow!
Is he gonna get the funny?
Oh my god.
Yeah. When you
I
press
don't
the
know what's
button, there's a
going on.
slow animation of the switch releasing a bunch of sand
Can't
into a
even do it.
tunnel.
Not quite.
Yeah, right there. But it is possible to actually go ahead and clip through the ceiling. There's a couple different spots. It's a little bit weird though, and you have to hold. I think it's the only trick in the game that requires you to hold half like an angle on the stick, like in between not holding an angle and holding a full angle. It's really weird, but the difficult part of Sandhill is snowboard. It might look like it controls well, but that's because these runners are incredible, and the snowboard does not control that well. It is actually incredibly difficult.
Nice clip out from Tethys.
Pretty good, pretty good.
Saving a little bit of time.
Yeah, and
Shoutouts to Sandhill. I like Sandhill.
it's a pretty cool stage, all things considered. And
banger music.
oh, absolutely, the music goes hard. It does like to like eat your speedrun up. It likes to take away several seconds, but if you're careful, then it's still good. Yeah,
It's
both
pretty
runners
dark in the
after.
game. Oh, you can go for it, Yoshi.
Do what?
I'm a little bit tired, so I'm just going to get into the ambience. I might go to sleep very soon, I don't know. I mean, we have some time of leeway, you know. I mean, I could just go to sleep right now and wake up. I mean, I just need to set an alarm and that's it, you know.
I think Tethys might just be going to the shop to get some milk.
My light on.
Let's go!
Here, a real one.
Same here. All right, be right
Nap
back.
time is very important. This is what's unique about Tales Story. It's what makes it an incredibly good category. Isn't what makes it an incredibly good category. You just get free nap time, and like you can't complain about that. That's just a feature.
Oh, he's got a, yeah, very important.
So far, so good. Hope you know what you're doing. You bet. Watch this.
It offers protection.
Transforming now.
It's very good. Well, as you can see, there's a second part of Sky Chase 2. The plane is changing shape, and as you can see, that's really concerning Alpha right now. He's really, worried about the predicament that he finds himself
honestly
in.
Devastated.
His Tale Story speed.
Again, I don't know what they're gonna do, honestly.
It's quite a restless night for poor Otefis.
He's trying his best.
He's really
The
feeling
weather
it.
outside is just not nice tonight. And this one does actually have a thing you need to do. Unlike Sky Chase Act 1, where you literally don't do anything, Sky Chase Act 2 goes above and beyond and asks you to do one thing, and that's press the button a couple times at the very end. Yeah, the very front of the egg carrier is a cannon that will try and shoot you, but it won't do that very well either. So it's not much more, but it's more than nothing. Oh yeah, that is one thing we need to go over. Spoiler alert, it's at the end of the run, but we need to go over it now, just a little bit, because it doesn't make sense visually. It looks like it's glitching out, it's like jumping up, and like the animations are being skipped actively, and that's because with the exception of Chow in this game,
Hello, Alpha.
the only other time the Y button is ever useful, or ever does anything in particular, is with Egg Walker. For some reason, the developers left in the functionality of pressing the Y button probably is like a debugging tool. It skips to the next animation of the fight. If you press the Y button at a weird time, and if you press it too much, you'll usually soft lock and have to restart. But if both these runners are incredibly careful, they can press the Y button in such a sequence of events and in such a way that they actually could save up to, I believe, half a minute. But again, it's very, very easy to soft lock. Any wrong press or any wrong positioning, your positioning matters incredibly specifically. There are very specific ranges in Egg Walker relative to Egg Walker you have to be in. So, and on top of that, we have Skydeck, which is a deceptively difficult run. In Speed Highway, we will be manipulating our center of gravity. So these runners have a lot of work to do, even though there's only 3 stages left.
Be the Skydeck, huh?
Did you sleep well, Tethys?
I had a good rest. I slept under the beautiful banner of the Welsh Dragon, and now I feel
Sleeping Beauty.
I feel energized. I mean, if we all look away, maybe I'll do it.
We'll never know,
Yeah.
therefore yes.
Oof.
Yeah! That wasn't too bad.
Yeah, plus there's a sequence where you need to fly, but then you need to hold neutral right as you land on the ground, and then immediately stop holding neutral but jump before that. Because there are like certain parts of this game that are automated, so if you have any stick angle, the game automatically registers that as some really bad direction. Like right there, the reason he was holding neutral was so he didn't get shot backwards. But if you are holding an angle, you get shot the opposite direction of the way you're supposed to go. And Alpha is going to be, this is what I'm talking about, manipulating your center of gravity. Yeah, sometimes this game, when you're going for a gravity skew off those speed panels, it can be a little bit inconsistent. It's a little bit unlucky to get that specific skew, but this one does look good. We are not flying towards the end of the stage, we are falling. It's a very important note. So if you're gonna wonder why Tails is allowed to Tails is allowed to fly for like half a minute straight, it's not because he's allowed to fly for half a minute straight. He's just falling for half a minute straight.
sad phantom hit for Tethys there. If you hit any of the characters and like the character bosses too soon after they lose their invisibility frames, the hit doesn't count, which is not what you want in the speedrun. So you want to hit them sort of a couple of frames after they've lost their invincibility. But he's gone through and now he's in Speed Highway as Alpha just finishes it. So it will be coming down to the final boss.
First try.
Incredible.
Let's go. Let's go with
this. Time save for Tethys.
So this is the intensity of Egg Walker. There's going to be a lot of Y presses. You're going to have to manage basically like 3 or 4 different buttons and the boss's exact position. It's very good Y presses there. First 2 hits perfect. Dodging every explosion.
Nice.
Oh.
And one more thing is deceptive hitboxes. This boss will hit you when you are nowhere near it, but you will hit it when you were also nowhere near it either. So, I mean, it kind of works if you know how to use it well.
There we go. Coming up for Alpha.
And the final hit.
That's
GG's.
That's time for Alpha. GG's to Alpha. As we're coming up on the end for Tethys, so not too far behind at all. Trying to do the same as Alpha was doing, so hitting Y at the right time. It sounds simple in the way that we're just talking about it now, but oh my goodness, the nuance to this is not to be taken lightly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Walker, in my opinion, is definitely the hardest boss in Sonic Adventure DX. That's how much I can say for how much it comes to technical stuff, I guess, around. It's just very hard to move the boss around without soft blocking it, so...
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's very specific rules you have to follow, and you're not meant to be doing this or pressing the Y button, so it doesn't tell you.
It's time for
GG.
Let's go. GG.
GG. Yeah, that was great.
Very well played for both runners.
Yeah, it was a lot closer than I was, expecting. So that's a good thing.
That was a good race, for real.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. What was your final IGT time?
I think it's just under 1855, I think. What's your IGT?
Wait, your IGT was 1855?
Yeah, I think so.
1855 what?
Oh no.
Wait, 1855.01.
Yeah.
Mine was 1855.69.
Oh my gosh. Nice.
What?
Wow. I'm not even kidding. What?
Dude, that was a race.
Oh my word. So this race was literally in-game time to the second.
I mean, wow.
Jeez, that's ridiculous. We could not have asked for a closer race. That is wild. Absolutely GG's.
Yeah. I heard you say that and I thought wait, are you talking about my IGT? How do you know that? I was like, wait a second, what? Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's really cool. Man.
Awesome. Well, fellas, thank you so much for that race. That was great. Where can people find you if they want to see more Tails action? Because I believe that's kind of both of yours thing.
Alpha, I'll let you say.
You can find me at the Alpha Dolphin on Twitch. On same thing for the Twitter handle, the Alpha Dolphin. And yeah, I think that's about it. Maybe on YouTube at Alpha Dolphin. Hopefully. That's pretty much how it is. How about you, Tethys?
Probably just about only on Twitch, really. Tethys Persevere on Twitch, like you can see above me. But also in the Sonic's Discord, if you want to come on by and try out this game. A lot of fun, this category especially. A lot of cool runners taking this on. And yeah, no, it's just a really good time. Really, really fun. Had a great time here, actually. Real pleasure.
Awesome, and a thank you to our commentators as well. Is there any shout outs or anything that you want to say before we head off as well?
The part two.
Good luck.
Nice Alice.
Shout outs to Mimic.
Real.
And also be sure, if this is interesting to you, you can find it from speedrun.com, the link to the Sonic's Discord, and if you have any interest in learning any particular strats, because there's a lot to learn for Tails. If you're interested, join the Discord and you can get help. Any other categories either, anything about this game, you can join the Discord and you'll get help for it.
For sure.
Awesome. Well, Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, once again. Whilst I'm here, I might as well also mention that we have recently had quite a lot of Sonic Adventure action in different capacities. If you have a look on our YouTube, we recently had at the time, Sonic Adventure Sonic Story. This is the Dreamcast version of the game. We had a world record on that on the time capsule. Witherman did a great job. You can check that out. I believe Argic also did an All Stories run on Mercy Kill. Check that out. And at the most recent in-person, hybrid event, Katie did a great run of Gamma. So if you want to see some more Sonic Adventure stuff, we got quite a lot here. You can also find some great Sonic Adventure era speedrun oriented events and games on the SAESR_events channel. They've been doing a lot of the guys here are involved with that, and those are a lot of fun. So yeah, definitely worth checking out. Got to say thank you so much once again, guys. I keep on saying this was so many runs, but I was so blessed with what people submitted, and yeah, I knew that we had to make this race happen. So thank you so much once again. We are going to be heading off into a quick break. We are going to be heading on to a game that, if you know the Sonic Adventure speedrunning community, you will know Refrag. This is a game, we are moving on to a game that Refrag has played. I think Refrag's very important.
Me too.
So yes, always worth mentioning. But we are going to be moving on to Sonic Robo Blast 2. Arcania CQ is going to be showing us how we go through that with Tails. So do stick around. We will be back very shortly.
Pleasure. Take care.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Tails Tri-Decade Speed Celebration. I could go on forever about all of the runs that we've already had. They have been great. Let me try not mute it again. We are having a phenomenal time. We have seen some great runs, and we are now delving into our first fan game. We've got 2 fan games. We've got one now, and we're going to be having one at the end of the event. Just a top up, just a wee reminder of what we have left. We are about to have a Sonic Robo Blast 2 run with Arcania. After that, we're going to have a bit of an unorthodox Tails speedrun. We're going to have Helix. They are going to be showing off the Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania SMB1 marathon with Tails run. And then after that, we're going to be having the aptly named Flying Fox showing off Sonic Triple Trouble. We're throwing back to the 8-bit era. And then Roman will be closing us off with Sonic and the Fallen Star. Very excited to see how that goes. But we have got the other fan game that we were mentioning. This is Sonic Robo Blast 2 with Arcania. Arcania, how are you doing?
I am doing good. Thanks for having me, Hypnotics. Also, I am here together with my good friend Lunik, which is going to be helping me with some commentary.
Pleasure to meet you all.
So we are going to be doing Tails, beat the game. Also, just going to make sure that I'm on live event backup, because this game has had some crashes before when I've been practicing. So
it has a live event back? That's so cool. I had no idea. I knew that it had like a marathon, like speedrun mode, but not that's so cool. Sorry, I'm nerding.
It was developed by the community and then put in by the actual creators, and I think at the 2.2.5 update. Originally it was just supposed to be a standard marathon mode, but they added the live backup. It is phenomenal.
Oh, that's so cool. That is so cool. Sorry, as you were.
Yeah, the marathon mode was basically added in 2.2.5 or 2.2.6, and then it pretty much became the main speedrun mode that we use for speedrunning. So we have an in-game timer, and I'm also going to be timing this in RTA as well on my end. So we are going to start the run. Well, I'm going to let Hypnotics or Linux to do the countdown. So if any of you two wants to go ahead.
Shall we try and do it together, Lunik?
I think the delay will make it interesting, sir.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, okay. 5.
Oh, yeah.
That's a great start. We'll go from 3. Right. We'll go from 3. Okay.
3, 2, 1.
2, 1, go. Sorry, we just made that call for you. Good luck.
All right, so figure we can go ahead and start out talking about some mechanics here. One of the big aspects for Tails in this run is obviously his flying. We combine this with speed shoes and spin dashing, which allows us to maintain that speed for long distances. The only downside to flying is every time we press it, we lose about 4 units of speed. So we're going to be trying to press fly as little as possible while maintaining and gaining the exact amount of height we need. So you'll see a lot of flight management here from Arcania as they're trying to manage their speed. This is also a nifty little trick some people might remember from Sonic the Hedgehog 3. If you press fly right as you're hitting a monitor or enemy, it basically decreases your gravity so you can go up really high. It's a very nice trick to gain height.
Oh,
yeah. Little issue there. If you don't jump high enough, fast enough, you'll hit those springs and go back.
Nice. 31 seconds.
Yeah, any time close to around 30 seconds or below is usually what we go for, so unfortunately hitting that spring was not too bad. This is coming up into our first boss fight. Unfortunately, every single boss fight in this game has some semblance of RNG. This boss basically decides whether he goes left or right and how quickly he decides to shoot his laser. Arcania is unfortunately getting some very unlucky luck here where he's deciding to shoot his laser often and we're losing the 50-50. And once he goes into the final stage of the boss fight, he fires 3 lasers and does them 3 times very quickly. So if you're low on rings, it's very tricky. The actual speedrun for that one's really funny. We just manipulate him to go left repeatedly, hit a wall, and we can jump up and spin dash into him. And he just keeps flying into the wall. So starting off here in Techno Hill, this introduces a new mechanic, which is the little purple goop you'll see. It's essentially water, but it pushes you back up to the surface. We're pretty much never going to touch it, outside of the very beginning of Techno 2. So it gets absolutely no use as far as we are concerned, especially because it is very slow. Right now we're kind of just utilizing the speed shoe speed, maintaining it for as long as we can. One of the nice things about the flight as well is it just continuously keeps that speed, so after the speed shoes run out, we can keep it going. Techno Hill also has some of the best music in the game.
It's almost a little bit of a shame that we barely get to hear it in the first act.
Yeah, we unfortunately pick up speed shoes and ruin the music immediately.
As is the case with so many speedruns, you're just especially with Sonic games, because the music is almost always so good, but just too fast.
Yeah, so here, this is the only 2 times we're ever actually going to touch the goop, and it's just because we have to. The rest of this is we're just going to completely avoid it as much as possible. It's our first and only interaction with the little laser. That was a major feature back in the original version of the game, where it was the first actual difficult enemy to deal with. There's supposed to be a big puzzle where you push a switch and everything to break it, but we just kind of go past it. And there's supposed to be this big wall where you go underneath and everything, but there's no ceiling, so we just fly over it.
There's certainly a theme with that for Tails runs. It doesn't matter which dimension he's in, 2D, 3D. There's always a ceiling.
Yeah. This is also a fun little area. Most characters have to jump down there, activate that switch, raise the goop. It's a really slow process. Tails just doesn't care. Again, power of flight. Just barely missing that cycle, so we don't get the slightly faster ending. But not a big deal. Actually, people bringing up this is a Doom mod. This was based off of Doom Legacy, I believe, and was built from the ground up from that. It was originally produced back in 1998, and it's been in continuous updates.
That can happen.
So this is the Egg Gooper. Normally, he's a very simple boss if we can get him on the right cycle, but once you allow him to go for too long is when his RNG activates. He starts putting goop in random areas around him, and then also can change directions at any time.
And sometimes you just get hit by the goop, and just get out of the thing.
Thankfully, Arcania had a very nice recovery there. All right, Deep Sea Zone. This is the first underwater section We do need to get the springs. We're going to maintain that faster flight for a little bit. Red springs give the fastest speed in the game, even more so than actually supersonic, which is very funny. So we're just opting to take a switch pad. Like, one of the fun parts about Deep Sea Zone 1 is that there's like so many alternate routes you can take. In fact, like, the vast majority of characters were originally taking different routes until we found out that this route in particular with the switch was faster for almost everyone. Sonic still takes a slightly more interesting route where he goes to the left. And just as you see, you know, in Sonic 3, SRB2 Tails can swim underwater. It's actually even better than flying because he does not actually lose the speed as long as you're not mashing your flight button.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
I got that.
Yeah, maintaining that speed through that tunnel there is very difficult. It was made a little bit easier with the recent update where they allowed us to just basically glide along ceilings. Oh, we caught the bubble on accident.
Yeah. It's funny when that happens, but it does lose a little bit of time.
So again, we have a lot of different alternate routes we can take. Most characters tend to go underneath and straight forward, where Tails goes up and to the left. We're going this way just because the ability of flight allows us to kind of skip over all this long section that normally takes every other character far too long for. We're going to have a little gargoyle puzzle. These used to be very difficult because we didn't understand them, but we found out that you could actually just push them from the side and always push them forward. If you've ever been on this area and tried to push these things casually, it's very annoying. Sometimes they just stay completely put. Oh, unfortunately not hitting the right section of that wall. Slopes on this can be very finicky, so hitting those at just the right moment is a little bit difficult sometimes.
Okay. I was trying to go for a little bit of a cool strat there, but yeah, didn't exactly work in my favor.
So this is the fun little water slide section. Interesting, we found out the IRL strat actually just flies through all of this because you can, if you get a very perfect cycle of flying through here, it's about a second and a half faster, but maintaining speed through there is impossible. There's also like this long section where we're supposed to climb this pyramid, but there's red springs right there, so why were we going to even bother?
We don't need to bother.
Nicely done.
So here we are, Deep Sea 3. In this section, you can kind of see where Eggman's going to come up under the water, but it's a little bit difficult to see. I think, are you playing on software, Arcania?
Yeah, I'm playing on software.
Yeah, we have another option called OpenGL, which makes the water a little bit more clear, but in software mode, it's a little bit darker, so you can't see as much. They added shadows in, I think, 2.2.2, and the shadow for Eggman is above him when he comes up from underwater, so we can like see where he's coming from.
Nice.
That boss can be very tricky if you try and be too fast with it. So about 32 is right where we want to be at.
So going up here, that was not a good launch.
Yeah, we have a new gimmick here, which is these little pendulum slings. Normally we're trying to aim them just as they're going up and going forward. This allows us to use them to get a little extra height and speed that we normally wouldn't be able to achieve. But it's very finicky, and due to like the frame rule in SRB2, sometimes you just can't get the perfect one. That time we want to skip them because we're just going to fly straight over and hit these springs. So up here, this moment's really funny. If you play Sonic and go up, there's a little Dark Souls reference with a fire. We're not going to go over there just because no need to.
There's really no need to. But it's a nice reference.
Do a couple of springs, and then here we have the falling bridge segment. The ceiling breaks off first, so Tails actually gets a head start of every other character who has to wait for the whole thing to fall down. So by the time the bridge actually starts breaking, we're essentially already out of the stage. Yeah. Just a quick shout out for SRB2 in general. This game gets constant support from the community and the actual developers. It is a completely free game. It's completely customizable however you want. There's multiple playable characters in the base game and basically an infinite amount of characters you can find online. So, very welcoming community, and I highly recommend anyone checking it out.
Ooh, I actually got the features.
Yeah, there's a very good bounce you can do here with those speed shoes about hitting it just with the right height. Arcania got a very good cycle there with it of being able to get like the additional height off of the bounce into the water. It's very difficult to get that properly. So we're just hopping to a spin fly just to get up over to these springs. Normally you would go around to the right, but again, Tails doesn't care. He doesn't need to. Interesting to note, Tails is the fastest character in this game just because of the amount of speed he can maintain off of springs and spin dashes.
Oh, interesting.
And then we're going to use that bonus height we got off of the swing earlier just to go straight to the finish here. So this is the first boss. As far as the boss is concerned, it doesn't actually use RNG. All of these switches that we're going to be pressing here are in a very specific order, going red, then to blue-yellow, then to red-blue, then to red-yellow, and then pressing all three. There is one RNG factor, which is the robos in the background. Their shirts change color. Other than that, all they're doing up there is just kind of hanging out, and if you get close to them, they punch you back into the arena. So here once he activates into his pinch phase, the buttons deactivate. They normally post springs so Sonic can get up here, and now we're just kind of waiting up here for Eggman to come around and we're gonna finish him off. One of the both nice and kind of unfortunate parts is this is a very well polished game as well. Surprisingly, there are very little glitches in the entire game. Early versions of this, we had access to something called hyperwalls, which are no longer in existence. This stage actually recently got a resurgence in older versions because of a long hyperwall as found on the borders. But obviously, since we're playing in a newer version, the hyperwalls have been taken out. So we just spin and fly through.
Yeah, it's a little bit sad that the hyperwalls was taken away, but I was never using them anyway. So it didn't really matter too much which version I was playing. I only used them for IOTs, but that was about it.
This stage generally has a very interesting level layout. It's one of my personal favorite stages. Just Tails, Knuckles, and Metal Sonic all just get the access to just get basically everything. The amount of routing that has gone into this stage for Sonic, Amy, and Fang is absolutely incredible. Spoilers for Fang. And then, again, this stage, like the way they've developed Arid Canyon 1 and 2 is just crazy. Just the amount of like different routes you can take, the different styles each character can go through. It's just a very like interesting stage where it's like layered on top of itself so much that you can find all these different routes throughout the stage. And because of this openness, Tails is able to just abuse that completely. Yeah, there are multiple versions of this game. Yeah,
no!
We accidentally hit the pillar. Thankfully, we have the checkpoint because it's too far away. Yeah, there are multiple versions of this game. It's been updated since 1998. The version we're currently playing on is 2.2.10. Not anything too major, but like the big things that have happened more recently are things like Knuckles, so his glide has been fairly reworked. again, we had the removal of hyper walls. I'm sure there's a handful of other things I can't think about.
There's a lot of changes, at least in its original conception.
So this is the one true skip we have in this version of the game called minecart skip. So normally with this section, you're forced to stay on this minecart. It's a really long time, and like you go inside this building, and you're supposed to like go around it repeatedly, and it takes like a real long time. But if you notice, there's that ramp over there, and it's pretty darn close to us. So when we get to this section here, rather than doing the whole section, we're actually going to turn back around and then go back outside. And we're going to make a jump right here and completely skip the whole thing. That is a 2 to 3 frame jump. I say 2 to 3 because, again, SCP-2 has a weird frame rule. And if you miss that, you die and have to do that whole section at least like 30 seconds. It's not very nice. And so we actually have Fang as a playable character. This predates Sonic Triple Trouble's release, since this game, like this version of the game came out in 2020. They just added Fang in as a boss and playable character. Fang is a very difficult boss as well. You can see that he's jumping around a lot. Once he's in the first phase, it's not too bad, but once we get into the pinch phase here, he starts dropping those bombs every single time he jumps. If we are too high, we'll actually get blown out of the cart. You can see Arcania is actually hugging the bottom portion here, because if we even go up one step, the bombs can knock us away enough to just launch us out of the stage, and we have to redo the entire fight. So we're just kind of waiting for Fang to do one attack. He laughs for a little bit, and then he's open for a free attack.
I have decided to play it safe. That's the Fang is that's hit after jumping by signpost.
Yeah, Fang is one of the worst parts of RNG in this run. He can either give you a really, really nice run where he just like jumps around the same spots repeatedly at low levels and you get free hits off, or he can decide to jump on the high levels repeatedly and just make your life an absolute pain.
Definitely more of a on the pain side. For sure. Also, Red Volcano, my favorite level.
Yeah, this is probably like peak level designing for SRB2 in general. It's a fairly linear stage, but again, it's like wrapped on top of itself really nicely, and it also shows off like the potential of having like downsides, which is falling down into lava, but the game not instantly killing you for doing so. It's a very well put together stage. Some people might remember if you played very early versions of SRB2 where you would be sent here as a punishment, and it was a very like early access of Red Volcano Zone. We actually even had like a beta level called Blue Mountain, which was supposed to be the Act 2 of it, but that never came out, and now we're just getting Red Volcano 2. The one downside about the lava here, originally we had it just acting like damaging water, but now it is an actual solid platform, and if you eagle-eyed people might have noticed, the rings actually just disappear, so you don't really get a second chance in the lava.
Yeah, that's tough. I've got to say that this is a much needed improvement on Red Volcano in Sonic Blast. That is it's a pretty. It's not even red.
Yeah.
It's not even red. It's purple, but this looks much closer to a Red Volcano.
Alright, now we're actually getting into the really fun parts. These are some of my favorite stages in the game, also some of the best music in the entire game. Egg Rock Act 1 and 2, very long gauntlets of stages, and fairly difficult and challenging, but very interesting in how they've been routed and like the different moves you can use to get through it. These actually are the only stages that are still lasting from the 1.09.04, which is one of the oldest versions of SRB2. There's slight updates, like at this point here, there's a route you can go with Knuckles and Amy. And then Egg Rock 2 has actually had its stage cut in half, and it's still the longest stage in the entire game.
Oh wow.
I do kind of miss the old Hedgehog too, but at the same time, not really. It just was too long, and
yeah, there was a lot of mechanics. Like there was you could go become smaller. There was like a giant fan section. A ton of different gimmicks. I think they were like, I think we kind of got enough gimmicks. Okay, we're good. Yeah. Outer space puts you in underwater, like running out of breath underwater immediately. So we have to get through that section very quickly. Yeah, the difficulty ramping for SRB2 is a little difficult right now, but they've made a lot of changes to help with that a lot. If it's your first time playthrough, you actually have... Oh, dang, unlucky. If it's your first time playthrough, you actually have infinite continues, so there's zero downside to dying, really. You just get as many chances as you need. Alright.
In with a ring.
Yeah, we have a little bit of safety this time around. It's really cool if you can land that, but you have to get a very specific timing. We have another game mode called Ultimate Mode where there's 0 rings whatsoever. Those lasers actually have little segments between them, and so we can slowly go through each one, but obviously speedrun, we either get through it or we just faceplant into it and walk past. Here's actually another interesting skip that we can do with Tails. Normally you have to go out into outer space and you can do a little segment over there. Tails actually can just fly into this ventilation backwards and activate the trigger point for the door, and then he just goes back through.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Yeah, so rather than having to deal with the whole outside segment at all, Tails just skips past it. And there's a trigger in there that's supposed to activate these doors. Tails can really skip over a lot of that, but we still have to hit the trigger points for it. We don't have a way to get through without that.
I guess that's its music. So good.
All of this music has been completely updated by Blue Warrior, I believe. And the original soundtrack, while phenomenal, his take on all of this music is absolutely incredible. Definitely would, even if you're not interested in the game, give the soundtrack a listen. It's a lot of good stuff there.
Ooh.
Up here's the fun part for all the Sonic runners. These are the disappearing tiles. Sonic runners have figured out timings to skip past this stuff by using Sonic Speed, and it's very dangerous. Tails, again, doesn't care. You can just fly past. No big deal. We get a good timing on that pressure segment. We have to wait for an opening in those pressure wheels. Thankfully we got there at just the right time. Then we just got a short elevator ride into the finish.
Nice.
There's also like a secret, but it's been shown up before and I don't want to show it up right now.
Yeah, there's a secret disco room you can access to. It gives you an emerald token, but it also is very, very slow, not catering to a speedrun. Also here, this is the Metal Sonic air quotes race. Once you kind of know the layout, there is not any race to be had. You kind of just completely leave them in the dust. There is some stuff they did to give them a catch-up mechanic, like if you see down there, there's some spikes and Metal Sonic will like break through them. But interesting point of that we just saw there, we did run through those lasers. The hitbox for those lasers is so small. When you have speed shoes, you can actually just fly directly through them. The game doesn't detect you going through them, so you just are on one side and out the other. If you know anything about like the backwards long jump stuff from Mario 64, it's a very similar concept. This is just the final hallway segment right to the finish, into the Metal Sonic boss fight arena. This is a very interesting boss fight. The first phase here, Metal Sonic's going to be moving about. We have to hit him twice. Once to like deactivate his kind of like invulnerability, and then once he's in that spin phase, that's when we can actually attack him. He's a little bit tricky sometimes if you let him start moving around. because he tries to sit just outside your attack range. Tails unfortunately doesn't have any like really good movement augmenting moves outside the spin dash, so you kind of just have to hope that you can just clip him there.
That's bad.
So in this phase, Metal Sonic will start flying around the stage. He actually has something hard-coded into him, which allows him to match the height of Tails. But it only works on Tails. So like Knuckles, if you try and climb on the walls, it doesn't affect them. And in the actual code of the game, it just says, "Where are you going, Tails?"
Nice.
So what we're waiting for here is he has to bounce along the wall 3 times total, and then 4 times for each bounce. So he has to basically collide with the wall 4 times, or 12 times total. There is a very difficult tech we can do, where if we get behind him, we can have him hit the wall behind him, which basically stops 1 full cycle around the walls. But it's a little bit tricky, and if you get the wrong angle, Metal can get out of this nice little like square we've got him going in. It makes him very unpredictable. Like kind of what happened here. Now we don't know exactly where he's going to go because we don't have the right angle lined up. But thankfully, we were able to navigate that situation. There we go.
Oh, nice. Oh, that was I was holding my breath for that one. Nicely done.
I was playing it safe there as much as I could. And when I broke that, I was like, oh, no. No.
Yeah, it can get very tricky once he gets out of that cycle at the start. And we are going to be moving on here to the final boss fight against the Egg Robo. If any of you have seen the original Sonic OVA, will recognize this as the Metal Robotnik. It even has like the same voice lines. The Walker sound is taken directly from the movie. That's very, very funny. So this boss fight has also gone through multiple iterations. It used to be this big boss fight out in space where you would like jump on top of him and force him to hit his head, just like in the OVA. But they kind of decided that wasn't very fun. So now we've got this boss fight where it's RNG, where you have to get him into the toxic goop to break his shield. And sometimes he just decides he doesn't want to walk into the goop, even though you're standing on the opposite side of it, so it's very difficult. He also will randomly choose between doing 1 of 3 attacks. You see the 2 he's doing here, the fire spurting, or he fires 3 cannonballs that launch you off the side, or this one where he fires a homing missile at you. Yeah, we have to get behind the barrels there to avoid it. Something we can also do that's a little bit tricky, we can like force ourselves into the goop, which gives us an invulnerability to dodge it, but you also run the risk of being sniped by it at the same time. And we're on to our final hit here. You can see the outside walls. Oh, no! Oh, no! Yeah, that's the unfortunate part. Once he goes into the pinch phase, the outside walls break apart, and that's where those missiles are really unfortunate. The missiles are the ones we typically want because they're about 2 frames faster than him firing the long fire streams, but they come with that risk of being launched off the side. Sometimes taking hits intentionally off the fire can be actually beneficial, just because you can't be knocked by, like, as you see, those missiles hit Tails, but he's not getting knocked away from it because he's still in the invulnerable states from being hit by the fire previously.
Oh, I actually got the final hit in. Nice.
Just waiting to get.
Oh, no! Oh, why?
You have a bomb. Now, this is a very unfortunate because now all the fire is surrounding. Yeah, we got it. We're still alive. And he walked into.
He's still got it.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. You really want to try and get those hits in when you can. Sometimes risking the ring can be worth it, especially against this guy. You do not want to let this fight drag on for too long. He just gets faster and faster with each hit. And we got one hit left. There we go.
Right.
So Time here will be once the screen cuts to black after the final elevator is hit. And oh, nope.
Time.
There it is.
GG.
That was it. That was SRB2 Tails beat the game any percent. And 2802 is fairly decent time for Tails. Obviously, we had a little bit of hiccups there, but especially with the removal of hyper walls, it's a very good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, nicely done. Thank you, Ark. I know we went we spent a lot of time talking about the game and the community, but if there's anything practically, like, you know, joining a Discord or if you have any tutorials about the game, just where can people find more info about speedrunning this if they're interested?
So we actually have... Oh, yeah, do you want to go ahead, Argini?
Well, there is the Speedrun Discord, which we have, which is the SRB2 Speedrun Discord. It's a really nice community if you want to learn this game. You can also look at other people's ILs by actually loading them into the game in their replay system, so you can literally learn from other people's runs, which is really cool.
I would also like to give a shout out to Lemon, who makes actual full-on individual stage guides for Sonic. So he's probably one of the more fun characters to pick up, one of the harder ones, but very rewarding. And he goes very in-depth on what to do.
Yeah, for sure. I also want to give a shout out to literally the general overall SRB2 community. Because a lot of the people that work on this game actually happens to be some of my friends. And they are really cool people. So I want to give a shout out to Varapega, Ariety, and yeah, I also want to give a shout out to, of course, Lunik, who helped me commentate this run, as well as Ignite for putting on this event, and of course GDQ. Do you have any shoutouts?
I would just like to say, if you are interested, we do have a full speedrun page you can find on speedrun.com, and we also are recently just updated our information on it to start allowing people to submit records for custom characters on an additional website that we have linked to there. So definitely give it a try. There is something, literally something for everyone.
I also want to give an additional shout out to Argic, which has run this game before. Sonic, but still an amazing runner. Refrag, Lemon, Lunik. We also have Vibes. We have I can just name a lot of people that has run this game. But yeah, we have a lot of good community members, and if you want to just come in and run this game, definitely hit us up on our Discord, which you can find on our speedrun.com page. So yeah, that's it for me.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, you two. That was a really fun run. I'm glad that we could have this shown, because this fan game feels like it's been around forever. I know I'm going to age some people here, but it's older than me. So it's, steeped in history, and we're going to be having another fan game later. I mentioned at the start of this run, but if you've missed any of the other runs today, make sure that you catch up on them. They're going to be up on our YouTube channel. Games done quick, not too long after this is finished. But we are saying thank you to Ark and Lunik, and we are going to head on to our very strange run next. We're throwing a bit of a curveball in there. We are going to be, Helix is going to be showing us Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania with the Super Monkey Ball 1 marathon mode. So yeah, stay tuned to see how that's a Tails run. But once again, thank you to Ark, thank you to Lunik, and we will see you very shortly. Make sure you get a little bit of time to get a stretch on, hydrate if you haven't recently, and enjoy some tunes while we wait for the next run to be ready. See you soon. Hello everyone. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we've been going through a mini marathon to celebrate 30, that was almost four fingers, 30 years of Tales the Fox being playable and, well, just appearing in Sonic the Hedgehog games. I think only barely a month ago, the Sonic 2 for the 16-bit release, and then earlier on this year we had the 8-bit release where Tails made its first appearance. But as you can see, there's a slightly strange game going on behind me, and we're going to have a bit of an unorthodox Tails speedrun. I keep on describing it as that because there's this gameplay we haven't seen with any of the other games that we've seen so far. That's because it's not a Sonic game. I think this is the only non-Sonic game really that we've got in here, but it's a Sega IP. We've got to show some love to the rest of the Sega crew, and Helix is here to show us Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania. Hello, Helix.
Yeah, this it's Hypnotics mentioned this being the only non-Sonic game on the schedule, and when I saw the schedule, it was really funny because I was looking at it. Sonic, Super Monkey Ball, Sonic. It's like, all right, yeah. One run only for half an hour, and maybe a little, hopefully a little less. You will see Tails in the ball. Tails will enter the ball. But I'm not alone. I've invited another Tails enjoyer to join me on this journey.
Hello, longtime president of my local Tails fan club chapter. I'm Peter. I like this little guy a lot. Huge fan.
Okay, we're not playing as the Sega Saturn, actually. We're playing as Tails.
Oh,
I need to go to Ranking Challenge.
That makes sense, actually. I was wondering.
I can't menu. Party games? What's happening?
Where are you going?
I don't know.
The run's about to begin. Prom's tomorrow. Anyway, yeah. While this is, not a Sonic game per se, I would say it kind of is when you think about it really hard. I say this all the time when I'm playing this game, but you can play as both Sonic and Tails in this game, and the goal is to go fast. And you can collect rings and such in this game too. So I think it kind of fits all the definitions of a Sonic game. So we're not actually invading this nice Sonic block GDQ event. We are actually diplomatic participants, in a little Sonic and Monkey Ball crossover event. So yeah.
I'm all dressed up too. We got the cap. Got our little friend Tails is right here. But without further ado, I will be playing through SMB1 Marathon. This is the stages from Super Monkey Ball 1 because Banana Mania kind of combines a bunch of them. I'm ready to go. Let's just get this started. I'm probably gonna get a control screen. Yeah. Okay. So as soon as I advance past this control screen, time will start. Peter, do you want to count me down?
Sure. You got it. All right. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go!
Good luck.
Thank you. I hope I don't need it.
And have fun. Ready? Time to Tails.
Yep. So the idea of this game, if you are not familiar, is to roll the character in the ball to the goal at the end of the stage. That one was very easy, very plain, if you will. We're going to find our first warp goal here. These are these different colored goals. So the green goal is going to skip me past a few stages. From stage 2 to stage 5, this is a bonus stage that has normally bananas, but in this case rings on it for us to collect, but we don't care because this game doesn't use lives like the original Monkey Ball games, so we just want to exit those bonus stages as quickly as possible to move on to the next stage.
Yeah, really, Sonic game, by the way, is all I'm seeing. There's a whole lot of rings on the screen. I'm seeing checkerboards, something that look like Green Hill Zone.
Yeah, I suppose. I hadn't thought about that. I mean, sometimes I like to call this game the best 3D Sonic game since Generations.
Ooh, controversial statement in the Sonic block we are part of here. We're trying to be friendly.
Definitely want to throw that up for debate now.
I like Frontiers a lot, actually. I'm learning to speedrun it.
Frontiers is awesome.
Yeah. I'm joking anyway. Don't come at me, please. But we're just into the first few stages of this run are nothing really special. It's called SMB1 Casual is the difficulty. Used to be called Beginner in the original games.
Ready? Mm-hmm. The difficulty ramps up really, really exquisitely, I would say, kind of excessively, some might say, in the Super Monkey Ball 1 stages featured in this game, because back in the day when this was an arcade game, Super Monkey Ball 1, Expert was probably designed to steal all your quarters by making, like, the very first 10 stage really, really difficult. So once we get to the Expert section of this run, you're gonna see maybe Helix lean forward a little bit, you know, in that extra focus stance to get her done.
The gamer pose.
Experts.
But for now, it looks easy. But that also is probably because of the runner. I don't know.
Maybe.
It's up to the
I might have a world record in this category. And I might have gotten close to it in my practice run the other day.
That's awesome. Yeah, that was like your first in a while.
They do make it look easy.
Yeah. Game's easy. Yeah, it's something that this game, I don't think it introduces. I think it's the second game in the series to make use of it, is a manual camera. With my right joystick, I can actually control the camera. And so I did that there on hitter. I held forward and then I held camera left. And that is a guaranteed setup to enter the goal. Another thing that's useful is if I hold the camera directly down, it will lock in place. And you won't see that too often, but it comes up on a handful of stages, and it's really useful.
Oh yeah, camera lock is a bonkers discovery, actually, that came around decently early into development of speed tech in Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania. If you're familiar with marble games like Marble It Up or like Marble Madness, it kind of stops that whole like Monkey Ball exclusive constant stage tilt process and makes it more like a top-down strategy game, Monkey Ball perspective, which allows you to complete some stages with sharp turns in a way more efficient manner, which is super cool.
The second to last stage in this run, you will see a great example of cam lock. Another warp goal here on break. Oh, this is where the warp goals get ridiculous, by the way. 17 to 21. And then after this, we are going to see one of the harder strats in the run, actually. I have to do a very specific texture lineup here to get on one of the thinnest rails in the game. Maybe the thinnest rail in the game.
Oh yeah, a great example of cam lock here too. Being able to look down and lock in place before you get to actually getting on the rail there.
Almost.
You want to be pretty much centered on this cube that Helix is trying to align with here, just a little bit to the left as well, but it's very precise and a little bit hard to see where exactly you have to be.
And you can't be too slow because there's a wall that will come up and block you from even getting on the rail. Well, I don't know why they would do that. It was in Monkey Ball 1 as well.
You have to make your choice fast. That's the name of the stage. I think it's awesome that a lot of people don't even know the wall exists.
Yeah. Those are
Like,
jammer
it just
bars.
slowly
They move
raises
with
up
the
if
tilt
you
of the
take too
stage and you're not going to see them again. They just aren't used again. I don't know.
Yeah, sort of a neat mechanic. They don't really mess around with it too much.
The skip on
Maybe the playtesters just got annoyed by stoppers.
Yeah,
Ooh, nice skip. That one's hard.
Thank you.
You were talking to me about that one earlier when I was like, not one that is super reliable usually, just because of the weird low speed clip you gotta go for.
So coming up after this next stage will be Chaser and more warp goal shenanigans. The longest warp goal in the game skips the most stages in the entire game. And it's always fun to point out.
An interesting note that they kept accurate in this game is that in Super Monkey Ball 1, warp goals, depending on the category you're playing, used to skip you way, way further than normal. In newer games, a red goal always skips 2 stages and a green goal always 1. But in this game, they just said, 10,000 or 2, why not, you know? You've earned it.
So here's
you get
a
a
red
nice
goal.
goal. You can go as far as you want.
From 29
Stage
to 36.
Oh, wow.
And this stage has the easiest warp goal in the game. We can just clip over here to this green goal and skip another 2 levels.
Tails really can fly. Right over the stage, no problem.
And so this is where I'm going to be using Camlock to try to get some really difficult cycles here on Spiky. Okay, that worked. It was a little scary. I definitely got poked a little bit, but we'll take it.
Nice quick cycling.
Thank you. That's pretty hard. Glad I got it. So this is actually coming up on the end of Advanced, moving into Advanced Extra. You'll know when the background changes. I should note, I do have a couple mods on. There's the guest character voice pack, which just adds more sound effects to Tails, basically. And UI enhancements, which changes the UI just a tad. Okay, this stage is my arch nemesis. It has a really difficult, really fast skip that I'm not going for here because it is just so unreliable. But if you're nice, okay, I got the safer version. If you're going for world record in Advanced, or normal, as it's called in this game, SMB1 normal, you have to do that skip, and it just kills, like, every run.
Can confirm.
Oh.
It just kind of decides on a whim and on, like, the stars, how much they're aligned.
Speaking
on
of
a given
skips, I'm not
sky,
good at
whether it's an equinox
Tails!
or not. Yeah.
Sorry.
Watch
Okay,
out,
we're gonna
Tails!
go around. We're gonna go around.
Makes sense. This stage is called banana plate, not ring plate. It's a little bit disorienting for our little guy. It's not really the right collectible at all, actually. Not on theme with this
That's
marathon
true. You're right.
here. What's a banana?
Is this really allowed? We might have to pull this game from the marathon now.
That's fair.
Dang, well, that's alright. I've already gone halfway through. This isn't actually halfway. Don't let the stage number deceive you, because there will be one warp goal coming up very early on in Expert, which we are just entering right now. And then after that, we have no warp goals for like 30 stages.
Yeah, Expert actually forces you to play the stages because they wanted to make sure that you died to them and gave up quicker. Yeah. Being able to skip them would allow you to, finish the game.
How dare they?
Camera lock there. Gonna take that red goal, and this is the last warp goal for a while. We're going to stage 49.
Yeah, camera lock is great for 90-degree turn stages like that, because basically you can just say, oh, if I want to go right, I can just hold exactly cardinal right on my controller. When the camera tilt is affecting your controls, you gotta kind of constantly be readjusting based on where the camera is. But cam lock takes away that.
Yeah, it is ultra nice. Especially in this game where the camera's a little slidey.
Is it when you're changing your camera that I'm hearing the like taking a bubble in sound effect?
That is the sound effect for Tails like teetering on the edge of a platform.
Ah, that's what it was. I was wondering what it was.
And that is not normally in the game. That is added in the guest character voice pack mod. Shout out to Deadline.
That's good fun. I like that.
This right here, of course, is a very infamous stage. Many players who have played Super Monkey Ball 1 or Banana Mania know of this one. I mean,
nice.
You know this stage, but Helix made sure to pass it as quickly as possible so that no one has to relive any bad memories.
Yeah.
Very considerate thing for them to do for us here.
Yeah, this is what I like to call a gauntlet. Just a lot of hard stages, almost entirely in a row. There's another skip coming up here. This is easier in SMB1, and I finally devised a solution to make it work in this game. That was unfortunate. I need a series of very specific bounces here, and you'll see what I'm going for once I nail it. That's not gonna work. Too far up.
Yeah, this one ends up being a lot more difficult in this game because in earlier Monkey Ball titles, the retro titles for the GameCube and such, collision is something that would very often not end up happening as long as the collision was very small or if you're moving very fast. So you can kind of like scoop over most of those ramps and then just hit the final one to, do a little secret skip that we're going to see soon. But in this game, you always get collision. There it is.
Nice.
So you have to very perfectly dodge all the extra clips so you can get the big one that sends you over.
Would it have been faster to just play the level? Yes. Do I care? No. I mean, if y'all seen my marathon runs, that's what the heck. That's how I roll.
Whoa, cool, backwards.
Yeah.
That's the threat of the stage that you were showing off there, thank goodness. We wouldn't have really known what would have happened if you hadn't done that.
True.
Those are bumpers. Yep. They try to knock you off.
Those are bumpers. It's kind of a miracle I didn't fall off. Alright, let's get my movement back in order here and nail the cycle and gears, shall we?
Ooh, mega gears first cycle. I'm looking. There's gonna be a lot of wobbling sound effects in SMB1 Expert.
Well, we got it though.
Nice.
Nice.
Wow, that was actually incredible. I can't, just so you know, it's hard to see just from watching, but the movement of that stage really affects your momentum constantly. Those gears are spinning and it's trying to send you off the stage. A lot of centrifugal force. Staying on that is a lot harder than it looks, and I'm sure it already looked hard.
Yeah. And this
that
is the
stage,
last
as a runner,
stage
impressed me the most so far. That was the most impressive thing I've seen.
Heck yeah.
This stage also impresses me if you get it here. Yeah, not dying.
First try. Invasion
is the golden achievement there.
Yeah, Invasion is ultra difficult in this game.
Those bumpers are mega thick.
Yeah, they made the bumpers. I swear the bumper hitboxes are larger in this game than they are in SMB1, and it makes stages like Invasion way harder, and that is a big choke point for a lot of new players.
I saw a really classic, super interesting question and myth bust opportunity in the chat talking about whether we are controlling the stage or whether we're controlling the ball, and the answer is actually neither.
You
in the Super
the
Monkey Ball
gravity.
games. Exactly, yeah, the tilt of gravity. You're indirectly making the ball move by changing the gravity from pointing straight downwards to pointing straight downwards and in any given direction that your joystick is moving in. So when you push forward on the joystick, instead of the gravity be pointing down, it's pointing down and forward so the ball rolls. The stage tilt is just a little visual effect they added to make it look like you're still in the stage to move.
I will never see this game the same way. Wow, that's completely transformed my life.
Yeah, it's sort of like stepping outside of the box, you know, the illusory cave, and seeing the world for it really is.
It hits you.
Stepping outside of the ball, if you will.
Thinking outside the ball. Tails is thinking inside the ball today.
Okay.
Well, just for this half hour anyway.
Yeah, just for now. We're going to let Tails back out of the ball after this, don't worry.
Yeah, freedom is coming. You just got to finish the stages first.
We do need him for the next run.
Yes. Well, I'll take good care of him.
The restriction of being in the ball and not being able to fly and stuff is just not enough for some of these future Sonic games, I imagine.
It might seem like I'm not taking good care of him, but I promise I know what I'm doing.
Just a couple falls. Just a couple falls. Happens to the best of us.
Is there anything important we haven't talked about yet? We're honestly just winging this commentary. Peter and I have talked about this game so much.
You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job.
Thank you,
Don't let me break the rhythm.
Also, this one's long. This is a long stage.
Very long
stage. The longest
actually.
stage on the run, it might be.
SMB1 especially
be?
loves to have ultra short stages. This one is like definitely longer than 99% of them anyway.
It wouldn't be the longest if not for the skip on Spring Master.
Oh, so it recently got demoted to longest stage due to another stage's progression. That is unfortunate. Better step up your game, Wind. Ooh, personality test in the chat. Is it Wind or Wind, do you think?
Ooh.
The answer may shock you. It won't. There's a more likely answer, and you're right. There's no wind on that stage.
You don't know that.
Oh, yeah, there was wind. That's why it's a really difficult stage, and Helix nailing it first try was really awesome. Well done.
Thank you. This was actually awesome, though. I love doing that skip on sliders.
Ooh, nice sliders.
Thank you. I recently had to sort of rework that skip because you can't do it the same way you do in Super Monkey Ball 1 because the physics are slightly different. A lot of these strats I have just carried over from Super Monkey Ball 1 because I have speedrun that game as well. And Monkey Ball 2.
It's pretty cool, you know, a cool little sell for this remake in particular, knowing that so many strats carry over. Goes to show that a lot of the stuff works about the same way. But then again, the fun of learning this game instead of playing the originals is relearning stuff, given a slightly different engine. It's sort of a new way to enjoy an old friend, you know?
I'm using a texture cue here to line up a skip. There we go.
Ooh, nicely played.
Notably in this game, pause strats don't work the same way, and the game is not exactly deterministic. If you're used to Monkey Ball 1 speedruns, you might be used to pause strats, in which we pause the game at a certain point and do a certain input, and then basically a list of instructions that will always get us to the goal. Those don't work exactly the same way in this game. There are a few pause strats, but like rebuffering to specific frames is harder, and they're not always as reliable. It's a whole mess.
Yeah, a neat thing that like especially has affected the ability to make multi-frame pause strats is every single time you pause in this game, the game inputs exactly one frame of neutral. So you actually cannot hold up on the stick and expect it to be holding up the entire time whenever you pause the game. So that affects a lot of your ability to create pause trees.
You know what it is? Pause strats in Monkey Ball 1, like the original games, feel like you're working with the game. Pause strats in this game feel like you're working against the game. Not necessarily in like a bad way,
really
not in like an unfun way, but yeah.
Cheat.
Sorry, I totally talked over you.
But we find a way anyway, you know. Wait, me?
I've been talking over you this whole run.
Isn't that just how it goes, though?
Yeah, sometimes. We both like to chat.
When you both want to say things, we're both really fast speakers, you know, what's gonna happen?
Oh, we should have talked about curvature. I just nailed it with no explanation. That's one of the harder
that stage is really hard, and
Yeah.
it costs like the most amount of time ever to fail. And the hardest part is like right at the end, which is really funny, because, you know, in a speedrun setting, you'd really rather the hard part be at the beginning, but, you know.
Yeah.
Curvature is no friend to speedrunners. Very hard to skip, too.
Yeah, there is a skip on curvature, but it's IL only, for sure.
IL being individual level speedruns, if we haven't said that yet today.
Yes, thank you. By the way, the individual level speedrun community for this game is super active. The speedrun community for this game in general is pretty active. The modding community even, like, I highly encourage people, if you are interested in speedrunning this game, go to the SRC page, speedrun.com/SMBBM. We have a Discord. Feel free to join it. I'm in there, Peter's in there, a bunch of helpful folks are in there.
I was really excited to see recently on social media what some of you have been up to with Sega.
Yes!
Oh yeah,
Pretty awesome. Talk us through that.
I'll let you do that, Peter.
Okay, yeah, well, absolutely amazing opportunity. This was like almost like a year ago now that we first were talked to about it. Dr. Scottnick, who is a Sega kind of content creator, was working alongside the Sega's social media team to gather a bunch of speedrunners together and have them make videos introducing people to the concept of speedrunning and teaching them how they can get into it, which is just something else as far as like, you know, video game developers and speedrunners usually interact. The fact that that's a series that's just like on Sega's official channel is something that blows my mind. It really makes me happy to be a Sega fan.
It's it's such an honor to be participating in that series. It was in the works since January, and they finally released the first video like last week. I've been dying to talk about it for so long.
Yeah, keep an eye on the
like
YouTube
I said, I was incredibly excited to see that, and super happy for you folks that got involved.
Hey, look, it's a work goal. They're back.
Hey,
it's been a while.
I'm gonna do a skip here that I just I rushed that so hard. I was not aligned.
Tails unfortunately cannot fly because he's locked on the ball currently, so.
There we go.
There we go.
Fun little skip.
Need to use a careful jump there.
I see an opportunity to brag. Someone in chat is asking what world record is in this, and you can actually see it on the screen. My personal record is 11:10.10, and that is world record. This is timed with in-game time.
It's a sort of aesthetically pleasing time to have to, actually. I like all the ones.
It's pretty cool.
It shows you're number one, you know?
So, but the problem with it is that it's binary, and I'm non-binary, so we gotta fix it. I gotta beat this record someday.
All right, drop it by a frame or two. Fine, do it right now. This run, I'm down. This run has been pretty good, actually. I haven't seen like a lot of deaths.
That was a dumb joke. I'm sorry.
I think, yeah. I was gonna try and make a joke about getting 11:11, but that wouldn't be a new record.
No.
Well, you can.
I could get 11:00, but at that point, I would just be sad that it's not sub 11.
You can beat your PB in this game and then submit the time and then have it replace or not beat your PB and then submit the time and have it replace your better time, which is a pretty funny bug. So it is possible to get a new, record with a worse time.
Or if you're me, your times just don't submit to the in-game leaderboards at all. By the way, this game does have in-game leaderboards.
Oh, nice.
My times aren't submitting much anymore, so. The speedrun.com leaderboards are almost always going to be more accurate, and those will have video proof as well. Yeah. Okay, chat says my joke was good. Thank you, chat. We are into the Expert Extra portion. Normally, in the original Super Monkey Ball 1, if you can beat Expert without using a continue, you will gain access to Expert Extra, which are 10 extra stages. And then if you can beat those without using a continue, you can go to Master, which is another 10 stages, and they are the most difficult in the game. But like I said earlier, this game doesn't have lives. The way you get to extras in this game is just by not using helper mode, which is basically in assist mode, adds like a slow motion and stuff like that.
Fun fact about assist mode, actually, when you use the slow motion function, using the assist tools, your ball actually accelerates faster relatively in time. So they're technically like very, 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 very tiny frames of time save if we were measuring in-game time that you would save by using assist mode. But you'd have to actually play the entire game in like super slow motion, which would be really unfun in order to net those like frame time saves. So no one's really run that, but it's totally a thing you could do.
You would have to relearn every strat with slow motion timing.
That'd be funny though. Yeah, I played like a whole beginner run once just to as a test case for it, and I got bored before I got to the 10th stage. So nope, no one has ever implemented that. Not like assist mode isn't a separate category split anyway on SRC, so
yeah,
you wouldn't have an advantage over like the regular assist list anyway. So yeah, if that's your cup of tea, slow motion, play the game like a strategy game, turn-based.
That strat's always scary because I'm just flying at the goal and have to hope I'm not too high or too low.
Yeah, once the trajectory is decided, it's over. You can't really fix it. You're already going.
Pretty much. The goalposts in this game are really mean too. Like, the party ball is way nicer than in the original games. In the original games, it'll just destroy you, but it's like kind of soft in this game. And it can just sometimes stop your momentum and just put you down right in front of the goal, which is nice. But in the original games, but they've traded off with the goalposts. The goalposts are the meanies now. I'm gonna try this once. Peter, if you want to explain what I'm doing here.
Oh yeah, this is one of those pause strats we were talking about. Helix is looking for the frame 56.93 on the timer. If they hold up at exactly that moment, we're gonna get a couple really awesome bounces here that might let them go straight to the goal. Pause strats not too reliable in this game. Ooh, we're airborne. Winnable.
What's happening? Help!
Oh,
No!
flying.
Okay. There's like...
So even if you get the right time, you might not make it.
Yeah, so that's what I mean when this game isn't entirely deterministic. If this were Monkey Ball 1, that would work every time. But in this game, I don't know, sometimes it's like
kind of different on a stage-to-stage
that
basis.
That one was my fault. What happened there is that those two platforms actually have like a weird gap between them, and I'm not always prepared for it. I have to pay more attention on the stage.
It seems like stages with more moving parts have less reliable pause setups.
Yeah, it does.
Collision.
And especially when they get a bunch of collision like that one does. I wasn't prepared for it again. I gotta go into that with more speed. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna be
being able to just catch and wait on that block there, though. I wouldn't have been able to live after that. Again, when you're on a moving platform in this game, the friction of the block you're on is dragging you around and trying to toss you off, so you have to be careful to actually stay on.
Yeah. Also, these stages have been changed. Not all of them, but a handful of them have been changed quite a bit from their SMB1 counterparts. A lot of them have been nerfed because Master was ridiculously hard in Monkey Ball 1. But me, being used to Monkey Ball 1, that actually throws me off a little bit. I'd consider that a humble brag if you want. I don't know.
I'd consider it an excuse. First try every level here now.
Okay.
Oh wow, that was awesome. Sorry, I picked a really bad time to say that because that's a level that can just like goalpost wreck you for no reason.
Okay.
It wouldn't have even been your fault, and it would have looked like I owned you. I'm sorry, I set you up for failure. But you still succeeded.
Right. So this is Spring Master Skip. This was found recently. I don't remember who found it, but it might have been Perino. I know Perino was the one who taught it to me. Yes.
Looking good.
Oh, we're in there. We're in there. Beautiful first try.
Wow.
That saves 30 seconds.
30
which
seconds?
is a ton of time.
Even with the amount of pausing, that's still like a whole like 25, 26. That's awesome.
Well, the pausing doesn't matter because this is in-game time.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, of course. We're measured in in-game time, not real time. I'm a story mode player, sorry. There's no story mode in-game leaderboard.
What happens there is we use the pause strat to run off that elevated ramp at a specific time and then use the bounce to make that little bar hit us into the air and then keep a bunch of speed and go into the goal. It is wild. In Monkey Ball 1, you don't need the height for that, and you can just get hit by the bar, and sometimes it will just hit you in the air for no reason. But we need a specific, we need a specific setup for it in this game. But yeah, I was saying, with that Wave Master pause strat, it is in the Master World Record, but I generally only go for it in SMB1 Marathon if I need it to get World Record, because it's just so unreliable. Come on, Edge Master, I hate this stage.
They don't call it Edge Master for nothing.
This is another
it really
one
throws you
where...
off the edge.
You're not kidding. This is another one where the difference in physics really messes me up sometimes. Oh, this is the opposite problem. We're fine.
Oh, no, although. Look who's still on the stage. That was awesome. You curved in earlier than normal.
Yeah. I love that save.
As things happen, that was kind of a good situation.
Also, we're coming up on time actually really soon here. There are only a handful of stages left and they're all pretty quick. 2 more to go after this one. So this Bridge Master is the stage where you will see camera lock really come into play.
Oh yeah. Hold that camera in place and in a few, cardinal inputs. Right to the end of the stage, no problem.
Alright, last stage, time will be when I break the Golte. And it's a monkey.
Look
but
at that.
We're playing as Tails.
We haven't seen that guy yet.
Alright.
This is a Tails game now.
And time.
GG.
Thank you. Still, GG. I mean, minute and a half off world record, not bad at all.
Yeah, amazing, no reset.
Wow, that went by really quick. SMB1 stages always do. I mean, those stages are so small, so short. Thank you so much for having me on this Sonic Tails Marathon, this Tails Marathon specifically, playing a non-Sonic game. I'm so happy Tails is playable.
Thank you so much for submitting it. I remember like putting out the initial tweet and seeing you replying to it, and I was just like, does Helix actually like run a Tails?
Yes, I do.
Tails game? And then I was just like, oh, Monkey Ball. Oh my goodness. Yes, please. Submit it.
So I normally play as Tails in this game too. Like Tails is my quote unquote main in this game. And so when I saw this marathon, I was like, I have to submit. This is made for me.
Yeah, you're a Tails speedrunner. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
And Peter also plays as Tails a bunch too.
Yeah,
So.
I started off playing exclusively Tails. My heart now belongs to another, but I'm still deep down a fan, you know.
Shout out to Midwest Speedfest. Shout out to all the staff behind this event. Shout out to the Banana Mania speedrunning community. Of course, hop in that Discord. We would love to have you. We would love to teach you what we know and get you on the path of speedrunning this game. Of course, you can also keep an eye out on official Super Monkey Ball social media channels for that video series that we mentioned, which is pretty cool.
Are there any shout-outs that Petras would like to do?
Yes.
Sorry if I just got
you're fine.
Yes. Hello. No, I have no shoutouts. Aside from I appreciate, as always, being invited to hang out on events like these. Thank you, Helix, for having me on as a co-commentator. I think we did well again. Another great team effort.
We did.
Dynamic duo.
Completely winging the time, just banter back and forth and it worked perfectly. If you enjoyed the run, you can follow me on twitch.tv/helix13_. That's also my Twitter. You can also get to my YouTube that way. I'm also on co-host. I'm gonna start advertising that now. Co-host, I'm just Helix on there. co-host.org/Helix. Is that it? Follow Peter Zinc on socials.
I'm Peter.
PETRESINC.
Yeah, my username is on the screen there somewhere. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm speedrunner too.
I talk a lot. I'm gonna get out of here now so we can move on to more Tails action. We will let Tails out of the ball. He can be free, and we will get on to the final runs of this event. Thank you so much for having me. Hope you all have a great one. Enjoy the rest of this marathon. This mini marathon.
Indeed. Well, thank you so much once again for running. Everybody, we are going to crack the ball open. We are going to get Tails out of there, and we are going to put him into Sonic Triple Trouble next. The aptly named Flying Fox is going to be taking us there. But just before that, we're going to be having a little break. So we will see you very shortly afterwards. Hello everybody, welcome back once again to the Tails Tri-Decade Speed Celebration. We have had a solid, it feels like forever, but it's been a solid time. We've had about 5 hours or so of incredible Tails speedruns. We had a whole Tails block at the start. We've had some more traditional 16-bit titles. We had a great Sonic Adventure race that was down to the milliseconds of, who was going to win. And then we've had a fan game. We have also had a very strange speedrun we just had of Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania, I believe is the full name. But we are heading back onto an 8-bit title. So we were on the Game Gear a little bit earlier, and now we are heading back over there with Flying Fox. Flying Fox is going to be showing us Sonic Triple Trouble. So, Flying Fox, hello, how are you?
I'm okay. A little bit worried. Yeah, so I'm going to be running Sonic Triple Trouble, Tails Beat the Lag. My commentator is...
Hi everyone, it's HOTFIX here. I'm going to be commentating, giving you some interesting facts about this game as we go along. What a game it is.
Truly the game of all time. Right, we are ready when you are. If you can count us in, or HUD can count us in, or I can. Whatever you want.
How do you count me?
No worries, best of luck, it'll be fine. Right, let's get going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
So yeah, welcome everyone. This is Sonic Triple Trouble, the original 8-bit game for the Game Gear, but not the Sega Master System. This game never had a port to the original Master System. But yeah, the one thing that you should really know about this game from the very start is lag, if you hadn't already guessed from the category. Basically, everything in this game causes the game to lag, from too many sprites on the screen, breaking blocks, breaking floors, exploding bombs, using items, collecting items, jumping, flying, spin dashing, flying spin attacks, heli tails, even just standing still. The game is basically lag city from start to finish. So because of that, it kind of causes problems with this run for Flying Fox. Because of the lag, everything essentially becomes random. You can't guarantee your inputs are going to be like the game's going to actually get your inputs. You may have heard Mendez earlier on talking about that, but hey ho. Anyway, we're already in Great Turquoise 2, so you just seen Flying Fox grab the Hyper Heli Tails box, which allows her to get a little bit of extended flight. You're going to see her basically trying to stay to the top for the most time, using the Heli Tails, basically Tails flight, in order to stay on top of the platforms, grabbing some of the secret springs that are in those palm trees, and already at the end in 22 seconds. So speedy. So the way this game works, there are 6 levels. Each level has 3 acts, and Act 3 is effectively your boss act. So you're going to have like a small little bit of level at the beginning, and then you're going to go into the boss. So this is Great Turquoise Act 3. The boss in this one is Tart Turtle. Enough said about that. But we're gonna make our way to the boss, gonna break these blocks. Flying Fox is gonna bounce across the water. A really cool little physics thing in this. But yeah, the hitbox isn't active straight away. So heading on up, gonna be knocking the Tart Turtle a couple times, using our little friend at the bottom, the spring on its back to get us up to the next level, and then using it here in order to get up. Very tidy, Flying Fox. Very nice.
The lag did actually eat my jump input just then.
Why am I not surprised? And, oh look, it's our friend Knuckles. Hi, Nuts.
Hey, there he is. My guy.
Oh.
He burnt the place down.
What is it with 8-bit games and Napalm, by the way?
I don't know. What is it with 8-bit Tails and Napalm?
Yeah, Tails definitely has a bit of a problem. He was a fire starter.
Twisted, indeed.
So if you haven't guessed by now, this game was, as I said, it only came out on the Game Gear, and to say it was warmly received would be a lie. If you're wondering, this is the incredible game, the sequel to Sonic Chaos. It's called Sonic and Tails 2 in Japan, and it was received as reasonably competent, but no less tedious, and also not particularly stellar. And one magazine even called it intolerable. Believe it or not, Nintendo Life gave it the best score of all of them at 6 out of 10, and said it's actually got pretty solid level designs and graphics. So there you go. There's the difference between Nintendo and Sega.
I was about to say, I want to have a word with some of those reviewers, because I'm a firm believer that this game is good. At least good.
At least good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's about as much as we could hope for Sonic games, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, considering the real estate, when you think this was played on, what, like a 2-inch screen at best on the Game Gear?
Yeah.
It's not bad, is it?
No, it's certainly better than, I know I keep on talking about it, but I just can't, the game cannot get out of my head. It is significantly better when it comes to real estate than Sonic Blast. Yep, I said
Oh, yes. So Sunset Part 2 already done with. Flying Fox absolutely nailing these levels. Go straight past them. You would have seen in Sunset Park 2, one of the interesting mechanics being the little minecarts that we end up sitting in. But yeah, already into Sunset Part 3. We've got this little auto-scroller here.
You want to try pronouncing the boss's name?
Yeah, go on. So the boss in this one is called Marveshapopoulos Gou. There you go.
Oh yeah, of course, my mate.
Yeah.
Marveshapopoulos, what?
I'm pretty certain it's that. Marveshapopoulos Gou. Yeah. It's a different... I don't know why they called it that. It's a train.
I wonder if it's got any Greek heritage. It's because the populace is sort of something that you'd associate with that sort of thing. So,
yeah, it's an interesting one. But yeah, basically, it's a train. We're going to be defeating a train, which sounds harder than it probably actually is.
FF's got to be jumping at the right time to avoid those bombs. So, I imagine if you don't quite know what you're doing, it might be quite hard. But making it look easy. Poor train.
Tails actually has 4 hits on that train as well. Sonic only gets 3. But it's a harder boss for Tails.
You don't see that very often.
No, usually Tails is meant to be kind of like easier.
Well, the HP for that boss for Tails is 4 hits, but with Sonic it's 3 hits, and I don't know why.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on.
I mean, I'm guessing it's just the game devs realised that Tails runners are clearly the better breed. They can take the extra hit. Yeah. Anyway, we are here in Meta Jungle Era, Act 1. So you would have seen an interesting thing with this. Some of the springs that are actually on the level don't actually have collision on them. So Flying Fox can actually land on the floor next to them and then spin dash through them, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm trying to do something cool. Hold on. There we go.
Hey! Swag. Very nice. Yeah, using the booster, running through the springs, over to the other side.
I've got to say, I adore how this stage in particular looks. Like, it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
I mean, I love every single stage in this game has such a unique design. It's genuinely well thought out. It comes together really well. Okay, so Meta Jungle Era 2, going to be using the springs at the beginning to go up. All the way to the top. Using the flying spin attack there to avoid some of the springs. Heading down, nice little bounce off the bubble there. Yeah, lag eating an input.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. I need the there we go.
Little extra height. Getting on the bouncy spring box. Through. Nice little flight. And all the way to the end. Heidi. Okay, so Meta Jungle Era 3, so it's another one of our boss levels. And the boss for this one, Wood Butterundoff.
Come again?
His name is Wood Butterundoff.
What a distinguished gentleman.
Well, a very distinguished gentleman.
It's a shame he's a bit quite easily cheesed, it seems.
What do you mean? This is exceptionally difficult. How dare you, Hibby? Can you not see the incredible strats that Flying Fox is playing?
Sorry, we bow down. We bow down. We well, I could barely. Yeah. Obviously, I can't see the greatness that is at play right now.
So yeah, we just spin dash underneath the boss, just avoid the flames that come down, and yeah, that's the boss. Oh look, it's our friend Knuckles. Hi Knucks, what you got for us?
Fire.
Just burns the place down again.
Thanks, Knucks. Good to see you.
Don't worry, Knuckles, I'll do it too.
I do love this game. It's got such a charm to it. And believe it or not, more people would have probably played this or at least seen it than you would have thought, given the fact it was only released on the Game Gear. But it's been packaged in with quite a lot of other games. So, Hibby, you'll probably know Sonic Adventure DX. If you complete all 160 missions, it unlocks this game. Part of the Sonic Gens collection as well on GameCube and PS2. Mm-hmm. It was released on the Coleco Sonic handheld in 2006. And also on the Virtual Console on the Nintendo 3DS as well. It is available in quite a few places. I would say it's worth a play, but FF, what do you reckon?
No. I'm sorry.
No.
I mean, casually, yes. Speedrunning, if you want to keep your hair on, yeah.
Hibby, you must not speedrun this game for the sake of your hair.
Your hair is too precious.
Anyway, so
it is too precious. This is Robotnik Winter 2, so this is our mandatory ice/snow level. Getting a really nice little jump there from Flying Fox, just not quite getting into the gap there, but still really good. The little flight over the box is very tidy. And all the way back down through the snow, along here. Going to be going for a little strat here if we can get it. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Second chance. They're going to fly up And just clip through there. Hey.
Nice.
Good, clean gameplay.
No glitches.
Piece of kebab.
Cheating. Okay, Robotic Winter 3. So again, our boss level. Flying through this run. Like, we're already 2/3 of the way there nearly. The boss for this one is one of my favourites. We're about to meet Giga Thomas Penn. Although I'm proposing we rename him to Giga Thomas Ben. Shout out to Ben in Sweden, our famous lovely penguin.
Inspector Penguin.
So Flying Fox here trying to do a strat, just jump up to the side of him, you keep getting pushed back to the right so you can just get hit after hit after hit. Finish off one final one, very nice.
Solid boss.
Oh, it's Knuckles. Hi Knuckles, what have you got for us?
Avalanche!
Well, at least it's putting out the fire.
Some people want to watch the world burn. Knuckles wants to watch it burn, and he also wants to freeze it.
Can't make his mind up. Typical.
Bless him. He tries.
Okay, our 5th level. This is Tidal Plant. This is our mandatory water level. You'll see here that we're going to be going straight down, and we've got the Sea Fox!
Hey!
I love
to see it.
It's great. So the Sea Fox has a really interesting mechanic in the fact that you can effectively dash with it, and when you do, it keeps quite a significant amount of speed when you do it. So you can see FF here trying to line up to just keep the straight lines going and get through this level as fast as possible. Also allows you to break through walls, and we can enter different tunnels like this one here for a nice little shortcut as well. Yeah, it's just a case of navigating our way through this underwater maze with the Sea Fox. If any of you, again, were here earlier and saw Tails Adventure, you would have seen the Sea Fox playing a big part in that one. Sadly, however, this one does not have anti-air capabilities. Okay, so losing the Sea Fox there. So if we do take damage, we do lose it. So gonna have to grab this backup bubble here.
That should not have happened. This is what I mean by the lag. Just destroys your runs.
That's the thing, it eats your inputs. But hey, we get to see Upside Down Tails.
Look at him.
Such a Tails thing to be upside down. Yeah, nice little backups there. Made it through to the end.
The double panel. The backwards panel, I mean.
It's worth mentioning about those bonus panels at the end with the signpost. There's all sorts of different things you can get on them. You saw Flying Fox there get a ring, which gives 10 extra rings, which doesn't really help. But you can basically get Dr. Robotnik, which does nothing. Sonic, which gives you an extra life. Or if you're Tails, you just get 10,000 points. That's a bit of a bummer. There's a Tails one, which gives you an extra life. Right? Flickies do nothing. Knuckles gives you a continue. If you get an emerald, you get 50 rings for the next act. But yeah, you would have seen it landed backwards, so you have to spin it again at that point. So RNG can cost you a bit of time there if you've got to spin it twice. Yeah, Tidal Plant 2, grabbing the Sea Fox once more. We're heading down. Need to obviously be wary of the spike balls that are going to be falling from the ceiling. Again, as you saw in Act 1, we want to do our absolute best not to get hit. Losing the Sea Fox would be considerable time loss, having to use the bubbles as a backup instead. But we are going to get rid of it just here. That's completely intentional because we need to take the tubes.
It wouldn't be an 8-bit title without a couple tubes.
Gotta have them tubes.
My favorite Sonic staple, you know, it's Sonic's known for tubes. Not that, you know, scummy plumber dude.
You're heading down. Very vertical level, this one. I love the fact that Tails' swag walk seems to be a thing in this as well.
Luckily, it's just a little bit faster because he does have his swag on in Tails' Adventure, but good grief, does he take his time about it? He really likes to milk it.
Oh yeah. That's what age does. It just gives you speed. Okay, Tidal Plant 3. So we're going to grab the rings. We need the rings. You'll see we start off in the Sea Fox here, though. Very nice. And oh, look! It's Knuckles. Hi, Knuckles. Yeah, we're just going to bonk Knuckles on the head with some bombs.
Wow, Knuckles looks massive compared to Tails.
He is huge. So 8 hits initially for the first phase.
You're so mean. Can you stop hitting him, please?
So taking a hit, Sea Fox is gone now, but it's fine, so we can do it normally instead. And then it was a further 8 hits, and then that's Knuckles. Don't worry, he didn't drown. He's just
He's gone somewhere.
Yeah, he's fine. He disappears. My notes literally say Knuckles disappears somewhere.
Somewhere TM.
Okay, we're into our final levels already, believe it or not. Destroying this run, and talking of destroying, this is Atomic Destroyer 1. Breaking the wall, we've got some more tubes, so we're going to use that spring. We're going up, and then we're going right. This one is built a little bit like a maze in some areas. We need to make sure we are choosing the correct directions to go. Being very careful on those buttons, releasing certain enemies.
Lag. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the head of tails. I'm going to put that one down to lag. It's always lag.
Yeah, because... Oh, hello. Because the... Oh, no. What?
Oh, we're going to lag again.
Oh,
always.
No.
No!
It's lag.
That darn lag.
It's so bad. Did I get the
I
checkpoint?
blame the lag every time.
No. Oh.
So here we are in Atomic Destroyer 1. We've definitely not seen this before. And the interesting thing about this one is it has tubes, and we're going to need to make sure we navigate them properly because it's like a maze, and we need to go the correct way. Stop me if you've heard this one before. But yeah, this one's it definitely ups the ante in terms of difficulty. Aside from it being a maze and having to know where you're going, you would have seen the death pit there that Flying Fox unfortunately fell into, so which needs to be careful of that. We're going to be heading on up now. There we go. Nice little flight. That's what we intended to do. Continuing it all up. Nice little shortcut. Going right all the way to the end. Perfect. Very nice.
First try, every try.
Yeah, one of the interesting things, especially for speedrunners, because this is timed RTA, so real time, and yet from getting the signpost to the next level starting, each time can be upwards of 20 to 25 seconds. It's brutal in terms of how long it takes to actually switch between the levels. But everyone's got to put up with it, so everyone gets the same time loss. Really expert navigation through this one. This level, I thought the first one was like a maze. This one's even harder. More enemies, more traps, more springs, more breakable walls. Just more of everything.
By the way, I was the one who found that elevator clip.
The damage boost into the elevator to drop straight down.
Yep.
Very nice.
You have to make sure to spin dash out of there quickly, or otherwise the platform will catch you. So it'll send you all the way up, and you've got to wait for it to come all the way down again.
So believe it or not, we're already in our final level. This is Atomic Destroyer 3, and this is essentially a boss rush. We're going to be starting off with an old friend. We're going to grab our Infinite Flight here. Sonic would get the rocket shoes for Sonic. And oh look, it's Metal Sonic! Come to join the party. We're going to try and outrun him, but we're not quite fast enough. Bonks us out of the sky. And we need to avoid his electric swoops. He's going to swoop up and down. So just need to avoid taking any damage and just hitting him.
I appreciate Tails doing a little dance there. Thank you.
Oh, I deserve that. Sorry, I play a lot of DBD, so that means something else.
Nice, getting those hits in.
Yeah, so this should take around about 3 cycles or so. You will have seen when Flying Fox took that hit, the one solitary ring, the one ring to save them all. The ring of safety, the ring of destiny. This is our ring, and we must not lose it. Here he comes down. And that's the final hit. Fantastic. So that's the first boss done. But wait, there's more.
It doesn't get any easier.
It
I
does
am
not.
taking this just in case.
Yeah, that's wise.
Okay, so this is Knack the Weasel. What's called Knack in this game? You may know him by other names. Up here. And yeah, this boss is like a giant stomper, so we're just going to try and stay above it. Grabbing hits by bouncing off of its noggin. Robotnik hiding inside. First one done and out the way nice and easy. The second one we've got is a 2-parter here. So this first one kind of spits rocks. Is it rocks or lava? It's probably lava. From its
fire.
underside.
That's all I know. I don't know.
I've always wondered if it looks like rocks, but yeah, I think you're right, it's fire. Yeah, you can see taking a hit there, but it's fine because we can grab our safety ring. Taking 8 hits, he drops down the fire shooter, but he's not done yet. Now he has an electric one, so we need to wait for that to finish. Bonk him again, that clears that one, that's boss 2 done. And now the hardest one, so I'm going to be quiet and let Flying Fox concentrate a little bit here. She's trying to stay on the right-hand side of the boss here, stay in this little alcove for safety, grabbing that ring. Heading over to the other side. Getting in as he comes down there. So you see he starts slowing down every time. Should be able to get the last one.
Oh, no.
Okay. So yeah,
No,
that's what...
no.
Oh,
no. So close.
So close.
Good thing you took that checkpoint, though. That was a good a good choice.
The boss is easy. It's just...
The boss is easy, except it's not.
It's... The lag is just awful in this game.
Yeah, the boss is particularly difficult, that third boss. We effectively want to try and stay inside the tunnel as it comes around, using our ring of safety to kind of stay alive and damage boost our way through it. As you saw, if we get pushed out, not only are we likely to lose the ring, in fact, almost certain to, but the middle part of the arena is electrified for most of the run, or most of that boss. So it does put up the difficulty tremendously if we end up getting knocked outside. And obviously no safety net if we do. So yeah, just having to redo these bosses again. So again, 8 hits on this one, and then the final hit afterwards. Get another go at it. Yeah, you can see the lag in the game. Like it's really pushing.
Feel it. Okay.
Pushing the Game Gear to its limits. I'm really sad these bosses don't have distinct names. I've really been enjoying them.
What, do they sort of give up after a certain point?
Yeah, they get to Knuckles and then Metal Sonic, and then these ones are just Atomic Destroyer Boss 1, 2, and 3.
Oh, shame.
But that's the final hit. Time is going to be coming up soon. I'll let you call it, FF.
As soon as Tails grabs the Chaos Emerald, which is... time.
Yay! GG!
I have a feeling I went overestimate.
I'll let it be confirmed.
It's alright, it's looking like it's coming in at a 25.09 on our end.
I believe they referred to that as close enough.
Only just.
Well, don't worry, FF, we will blame it on the lag. Like, I can take blame for everything in this game.
What do you mean? The estimate was 2510. It says on the layout. So
Hey!
you're fine.
Brilliant.
I forgot. I didn't put 25 on the form.
I cannot believe
2510.
You got within 1 second of your estimate, FF. That is beautiful estimating right there.
Nice.
Fantastic.
Incredible. Oh, thank you so much, FF and HUDs. Before we head to our last run of this event, are there any shout outs? Anything you'd like to say before we head off?
Thank you, HUDs, for helping with commentary. Also, shout outs to Club 601. I think that's it, really.
I just want to say, FF, thank you so much for asking me to come and commentate this. It is a genuine honour to commentate one of your runs and to be on GDQ again. But yeah, I've only played the 16-bit version of this game, so I'm the lucky one in this scenario.
Play the 8-bit version. You know you want to.
Yes.
Oh yeah, it's so appealing. I'd love to. But yeah, from me, shout outs to everyone in Club 601. You lot are fantastic as always. Hibby, massive thank you to you for putting on such a wonderful event and celebrating our Orange Hindrance. And yeah, I think we've only got one more run coming up, haven't we? So what a wonderful event it's been, and it's going to be an amazing closer as well, I'm sure. So don't go anywhere because you want to see this one out.
Indeed, I've got to say I am incredibly proud of you, HUDs. Well done for managing to hold out on talking about 16-bit Triple Trouble until the very end. I know that took a lot of strength, but I'm impressed. Well done.
It hurts so much.
Everybody, yes, you heard that right. We are on to our last run of the event, but this one you probably won't have seen before. You probably won't have seen this game at all, which, makes for a fun closer. So we are going to be back after a short break with Roman, who's going to be showing us Tails beat the game glitched in Sonic and the Fallen Star. Get excited, because this game is, it looks beautiful, and I like games that look pretty. So we will see you after a short break. See you in a second. Right, I am here, everybody. Welcome back to the Tails Tri-Decade. It's been a long night for me. This has been the Trails. Oh my goodness, it's all falling apart. The Tails Tri-Decade Speed Celebration. We have been having a lovely afternoon, evening, or maybe morning for you event marathon of Tails speedruns. It has been a whole load of fun, and I'm just really looking forward to. This sounds really bad. I'm really looking forward to the next run. It will also be nice to see this event, reach its close. We have been having a look at the past of so many different Sonic games, from modern, classic, some other fan games, and now we're looking to the future. We are having a look at fan games that I believe are still in the works. I don't know. We're going to consult to Roman, because Roman is running Sonic and the Fallen Star for us. Roman, good evening. How are you?
Hi, I didn't see you there. And greatest of all of the hotfixes, you handsome lovelies out there. I'm Roman, a Tails speedrunner. I will not acknowledge the Sonic, or as I call the Blue Daddy in this run, for now, because we are playing Tails, not Sonic and the Fallen Star, which is a fan game released this year. It's released now. It's the full thing, which you can play yourself for free as well. But alas, we are not here to market right now. We are here to run fast. And that we will be, I hope. We will see in a second. Are we ready on the tech, the countdown, and anything else that is necessary for us to proceed with the high velocity?
We are indeed.
Yar, shiver me timbers. With that being said, 3, 2, 1, let's run as the best boy Tails. Now, Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. This game is Sonic and the Fallen Star. It is a fan game made by Stardrop, and you already see that Tails is really fast because the spin dash in this game, or at least in the initial version, we got the bounce in the beginning, very nice, and I immediately missed the jump. Even better. He's fine, because this game does many things so well that many other Sonic games I wish would implement, because I personally fully believe that Sonic and the Fallen Star is the best 2D Sonic game out there. And you can quote me on that one. Because many of the things it does right. Example number 1, you do not have any bottomless pits. Correct. You will never ever fall into a bottomless pit in this game if you just stick to the normal routes and don't take things apart in a speedrun like we do. Now, this game in itself is really cool in the sense of that it has lots of original content. Like, it's not just a remaster or a remake or just a reskin of older games. Nothing against those. Really, really love those. Massive shoutouts to Sonic 1 Forever, Sonic 2 episodes, and Sonic 3R, which are also really amazing speed games. But I am all in this team of enjoying Sonic and the Fallen Star. Original sprites, as you can see, the best boy has his blue shoes. Not red, not anything else. It's blue, my favorite color. And also the complementary color to orange, which makes him pop out more. Also, look at this. It's a boss with sunglasses and vehicles. But that is no match for Tails, for he just runs fast and jumps into him several times. Now, can we get damage boosting in here? Yeah, extra hit, give me the extra hit. We didn't get the extra hit. Now, what does this exclamation mark mean? It's the boss. Hello. Can we get a 2-cycle? Gimme. Yeah, we might get the 2-cycle. Give me the 2-cycle. 2-cycle. Yes. As we want. Now, you already see the spin dash in this game is quite strong, as it is incredibly fast. That is because we are at the moment playing at an older version of the game. Why that is the case, you will see in a few seconds. Now, the spin dash is really fast if you utilize it well. And that allows us to do something that is very nice and very enjoyable and has sadly been fixed in the modernized patch, or the quote-unquote full release of the game. But let's not worry about that right now, because we are still playing the old version. We are now in Sapphire Sights Act number 2. The game does something really nice, which I really enjoy, which is also present in Sonic CD, in the sense of every stage name is an alliteration, which means Sapphire Sights, Tropical Tracks, Palm Tree Panic from Sonic CD, for example. It's always like SS, TT, PP, anything that goes along with the letters. It's a little thing, it's a new thing, but alas. Not important to the gameplay. What is important is the fact that we go fast in this game. Now, I already hear some of you yelling at me, Roman, what is the story to this game? Surely it must have a good and compelling story, because it's a Sonic game, and that is what we love in Sonic games, the good and compelling story. Well,
we play Sonic games for the story. Come on, guys. Come on.
Excessively for the story. The story in this game is Fallen Star is quite literal in the sense a star has fallen from the universe or someplace which is not here, and it is full of power and energy and things that can fuel, potentially evil destructive robots. So a certain potentially destructive scientist is like, I want those for my evil destructive robots. It's like, oh no, how about you don't do that, mustached friend? And it's like, but I want to. And it's like, oh no, the star got shattered in the process of us discussing over it. It's now up to us to find the shards before Eggman does, so he doesn't use them for his evil destructive robots. Are we all up to date now? Good. I'm just filling in the gaps until I actually reach the point where I want to be, where I can show off the cool thing in this speedrun. Which is not just the fact that Tails can spin dash and jump and fly like he normally can, because he is the best boy after all. Huh? We go fast, we keep going right. Oh look, it's an enemy. Ah, he hurt me. I hurt his box and... wall time! Yep, that's what a spin dash is good for. We can clip into walls. Yeah. That allows us to skip the boss. It's like, oh boy, our first Eggman encounter. It's always so exciting to see how Eggman sets the stage with its no mate, I'll just skip over this. No hard feelings.
It's great that they really do stay true to, the source material, and the fact that you could just go straight through walls. I feel like it wouldn't be a Sonic fan game if you couldn't do a little bit of that.
It's just the best. Very sad it has been patched out, but alas. I understand why, because it's way too strong. Also, Tails' fast running animation is amazing in this. His Furious looks like, I'm determined to beat this Furious Robotnik, or Eggman, or whatever you'd like to call him. Oh, he's on a mission, he will wreck everyone that is in his path. Look at him, so angry. Love to see it. No longer being reduced to whatever he is in Sonic Forces, being like, oh no, please help me, Sonic, I can't tie my shoelaces. Now it's like, I will mess you up, mate.
Nice skip. Nice.
It's the best. You can pretty much, as long as there is a wall which you can stand next to, you can clip into it. And it just shoots you upwards like nothing else. And that's what we want to see, just going fast. So you will see me stop quite often and just go really fast with the spin dashing because it's just the fastest you can be right from the get-go. So it's often very beneficial to stop and go fast. Stop, spin dash, let go. Unless you spin dash straight into a wall, which might be painful, but then again, I'm not quite sure how Tails' and Sonic's and everyone else's body works because they can just drop from terminal velocity. It's like, oh no! Guess I'll continue after a little animation. Anyway, Tropical Tracks Act 1. We're now coming to the first boss, thank you, which is Angry Birds.
Of course.
Yep. I just got a little contract with them being like, I'm quite failing with my robot productions. Could you please help me out? Sure, mate. Copy the homework, just don't make it too obvious. And plop. Boss has been defeated. One of the few bosses we do not skip. And we spin dash along to victory! Again, as I mentioned, this game, very adorable in its sprites and animations. Like, everything has been handmade and it looks so freaking good! Sadly, what we're also skipping in the speedrun are lots and lots of cute and cool looking cutscenes. Because take up time, and we need the time. Because we gotta go fast. Like the cars in the background we'll see in a few seconds. Now we go fast, we go up, and then we land here, and it's like, I could go downwards, all this like up, down, left, right, or The thing is, if you're on top of a wall, which doesn't have a place on top of it, you will be stuck on top of the wall, and can just spin dash to keep going right of it. The thing is, it also pushes you upwards though. So like, the longer you stay on top of a wall that is solid, the higher you will be and the longer you will drop. Which actually led to me discovering a boss skip later on in the game, which is worse than the one we already have. Because you skip more of the level, theoretically, but you drop for like 2 minutes, it feels like. And it's like, oh boy, this isn't worth it at all.
Oh wow.
Oh look, a solid wall. Also, we just got one of the elemental shields, the bubble shield. Which, for some reason, is square.
It's a funny looking bubble, yeah.
What do you mean you don't like square bubble shields? Yes.
I like them, it just looks a little bit funny.
No, it's how it's always meant to be. Don't you know when you like buy the like bubble things in like the flea market or whatever, or the supermarket, it's like, and your bubbles are square? It's just normal. How it's meant to be. It's nature at its finest, just like this twin-tailed fox with his natural predator, the evil scientist, which is now hijacking a train. Hello, Eggman. That's really fast. That's beyond the speed limit. Let me help you with slowing down by destroying your vehicle. The idea is that we go on top and hit him, but since we're the best one, we can sneak in an early hit like this. Pah! Now, the idea of this boss is that normally he would drop some cargo, and eventually he also drops a spring with which you can jump up here, but being the superior orange little fox boy that we are, we can just fly up and hit him. So just skipping the entire mechanic of the boss. For some reason, sometimes the camera just doesn't pan to the right if you jump up too early, or too far to the right, but I think we can save.
Nice.
Now stand here, spin dash, and huzzah! The game just has an incredible flow if you have the right pace going. Look at these adorable animations. Tails is just the cutest. Changing the way I sit. I mean, we do give him a lot of anger and frustration because as a partner, he can be a little bit of a liability. But if you play the best boy, he's the best. Have a discount district zone. Have you all done your Christmas shopping yet, my friends?
Buying this. I have not done any.
But Hibbe, it's soon the time for the gifts and the friends and the happy things.
Well, hey, we're in the right place now. Hopefully we find a good discount.
Yeah, I mean, it is the discount district, which is weird having like an entire city-esque part being dedicated to nothing but discounts. Oh my god, this enemy sometimes hits me and it's very painful. Also, which I haven't mentioned yet, and sadly can't show off because it takes up too much time in some levels and situations, this game has a lot of Easter eggs. And they're well hidden in some stages, some more obvious, some less. And it's really fun and really cool. Like, it does pay off to like take a little bit of time in this game and start exploring and going to places which you normally might not go. And now comes our favorite part, damage boost the boss. Because those have to exist in every Sonic game. Hello! Let me jump into him. It's just a spike boss where we just take damage and then jump into his hitbox to deal a little bit of damage. We do the same thing again. We wait, get hit, grab a ring for safety, and jump into him. Get hit again. Plop. Ow. Safety ring, please. And boss is done. Now, normally we would have to wait for the elevator to move all the way up, but as we learned, solid walls are no match for my spin dashing skills. Hello, man. Yes. What did you say, by the way or nice way? I didn't hear what you said.
Why wait? Why wait?
So, by the way, it's like, oh, okay, Hibby, tell me your wondrous tales of adventure and fun and things.
If only. If only.
Discount this act zone thing act discounts too. It's honey in the background. Have you bought your honey? It's a nice way to sweeten your tea. If you have an itchy throat or a hurtful throat, I recommend lemon ginger tea with honey. I am not being sponsored by ginger lemon tea. What?
I would rather that than a frog sundae, which I think I can see in the background.
Yes, sundaes made especially from Froggy and his descendants.
Ew.
That's why Big is missing in this game.
I'm a pass on that one, Chief, but
Froggy. Froggy's gone.
I won't get out of my head.
I'm sorry, Hibby and chat. I hope you all can forgive me.
It might take some time, but we'll get it going.
This game suffers from one major issue here and there. Sometimes it's hard to discern what exactly is background and what exactly is foreground.
It does look quite busy.
Yeah, it has some busy backgrounds. I think in the modernized patch they did fix a few, in the sense of like you can make it out a little bit more easily, but not always. Alas, here's the way things are. Oh look, a solid wall. There are also fireworks in the background, and we're falling. Whee! Yep, hello. Straight to the grind rail. And up we go. Land, jump, fly. Best Boy has all them skills. Generally, I recommend playing this game for all of you lovelies. It's free, it's awesome. The music has been composed by the amazing Holly Taylor. And you will hear me say this quite a lot throughout this run. This game has some amazing music. Like some of the tracks specifically are such bangers. Also, look at this. It's a Knuckles statue. We've been missing him throughout the entire thing.
What a guy.
That is Knuckles. Hey. This boss is incredible because Eggman normally builds his amazing big robots to fight us. Now he just hijacked a police car and strapped a rocket launcher on top of it.
You were mentioning the soundtrack. I saw something on the page for this game that offered like 3 different soundtracks or something in the recent update, and I was like, excuse me?
Yeah, apparently the soundtrack has been reworked several times. I haven't quite looked into it myself too much. Eggman, please stop running away from me in the car and accept your defeat. It's just like Eggman just gave up on his robot design, being like, I'll just take this police car and defeat the fox that way. Why did I jump? Nobody knows. The troubles that Tails has seen. And we destroy the capsule. I never quite understood why Eggman built these things with like this huge button on top where it's like, press to release the captivated ones. Just don't? Eggman has some really questionable designs, but here and then I have the theory that it's just to play fair. Like, okay, I gotta give the Hedgehog a fair chance. Bubble Blossom Zone, which is the wet zone because every Sonic needs to have a watery zone. It's raining, it's dark, but alas, we have the tubes and elephants that spit fire if they were to live long enough, but we do not allow them to live long enough. Now, if things go well, we can finish this act with, I think, never really going into the water, but that requires me to stick to the top route, which often is easier as Tails, since you can, just fly back up to where you want to be, but sometimes drop us a little bit too deep to have a saving grace with the flight. Yeah, out. Spin dash. Got some rings. Now, the game has 3 elemental shields, as do most Sonic games. I just picked up the lightning shield, which in this game is triangular. Try making sense of that. I dare you.
I'm trying to, and it's not working. I could see it making sense if the fire shield was a triangle, because you need 3 different things to make a fire. But I don't know if electricity needs more than 3 things. I don't know. I'm probably reading too much into it.
Possibly. Electrons, protons, neutrons, maybe?
Perhaps.
Now we get shot out here, and now comes my favorite boss. It's the hydration boss. Hello. You'll always do make sure to drink plenty of water. It's important to stay hydrated. After all, the human body is made out of 70% water. Blop, and blop. Boss is done. It's just literally, here, have some water. Blah, blah, blah. Thank you.
I'm convinced that boss is there because of you.
Yeah, it's just specifically Roman made. And the good thing we can skip the time bonus, by the way. And something else that I mentioned, or maybe forgot to mention, of the things that this game does incredibly well, you don't have lives. You just continue. How many oftentimes you want. Double Blossom Act 2, still raining, the music's a bit dulled out, a little bit mellow. But things are soon to change. After we have proceeded through the Toilet of Doom, which has flushed us down, we get shot out. Everything's bright and happy, confetti, party time! Everyone's in high spirits with this pew, pew, joyness, happiness, hydration in this nation. I messed up my jump, but look at this. The best boy can fly! Huzzah! I like this stage. It puts me in a really good mood. I want to say moods. Blah. Yes, it makes sense to spin dash into the tubes because you also pass through them faster than. Look at those windmills in the background. Curses upon you, elephant! You have hurt my physical body with the fire. I am not a marshmallow that you can roast. I am a fox with 2 tails, which allows me to fly. I don't even know what those are supposed to be. Look at this. Best by strats. This is the first boss in the game, which is an incredible pain in my existence, and you will soon find out why. Might as well grab the speed shoes. Another great theme, or song, or music in this game. Thank you. Yep. This game still is relatively new and hasn't been fully routed out yet, so if you love this one or join in and help routing the game or just speedrun this in general, I do fully recommend it. Sonic Speedrun is even more cool in this because the elemental shields are really unique. The bubble shield, as normally, has this bounce, but the lightning shield, the fire shield are incredible. The fire shield has a triple bounce. I messed up my hit. You can triple jump with the fire shield. Damage boosting, and hopefully getting hits in between, because when he's doing a spinny thingy, he is invulnerable. Yay, that's what we want to see with the boss. Invulnerability. Ow. Nice, got the hits in, now we go into the water. This is the part where it gets really annoying because the pattern in which he moves is, I think, random. So you just have to hope to be in the right position, which is very difficult sometimes.
You get so close.
Yeah, and now it's like, you have to be like in the right position to hit him. It's so difficult with the underwater movement and momentum to actually catch up to him. Come back here. I'm gonna just stay here for the bubble. Thank you, come back, no! Thank you, Eggman. Luckily, he doesn't really attack you when he's underwater. He's just moving left and right and wasting your time. Thank you. Be gone, egg person. And the boss transforms into sushi. Now, this is painful boss number 1 passed. And point landing. Love to see it.
Lovely. 10 points.
Yes.
Clap, clap, clap.
And from the water stage, we now move in to the ice stage, or frozen stage. Potato, potato. But first we must skip the cutscene. Definitely check out the cutscenes in this game. Play the game casually. It's really fun. And it does pay off to explore in the game, with all them hidden Easter eggs and such. Frozen Factory. Very cool stage. The cool pun wasn't intentional. It just slipped out. It is a cool stage. Like, the music's amazing. The setting's nice. I'm a huge fan of ice levels. I know that many people are like, I hate ice levels because ice physics are terrible. Which I understand. Ice physics in many games are a bit challenging. But I just like the ice aesthetic. It's like so cool. It's chill. The music's often very like relaxed and has a nice theme to it. Like this one, which sounds a lot like Trail and Powdery Snow from Mega Man X. Mega Man X to say, Mega Man 03. I know my Mega Man games because this is totally a Mega Man game, which it isn't. It is the best Boy Tales. Now, the ice level, of course, introduces being frozen into a cube, which we can escape from by pressing the jump button thrice. But alas, we wish to possibly not be frozen, except for like a few parts where it actually helps us to like move along, slide along, be fast.
That's in a very similar fashion to another game that you speedrun with Tails. Do you want to, you do a little bit of promo now?
I'm trying to think of like which one of the Mania I do. I assume you mean Mania? Question mark?
Mania! Exclamation mark. Yeah.
The game I haven't speedrun in like a year. I also speedrun Sonic Mania, or I used to, which is a really cool game. This is the boss, by the way. A spinning saw blade robot thing. Ow. Come back here. It's important to not jump too high because otherwise you'll get frozen. Let me out, please. Thank you. You can only damage him in the like bottom part, which is here, and the boss is done. Thank you for being gone. Spin dash attack into the signpost. Nice. Luckily, it doesn't make too much of a difference with the signpost. I think how fast you hit it, it's just hit it. And then it could potentially be even faster if you go slow. I never really tested it. Join the speedrun, it's really fun. Frozen Fountain Act 2, which is the second boss, which is the bane of my existence, but you just have to wait and see until it's... Yeah, flying here doesn't help. You have to fall down and then do this. That has never happened before, that I clipped through there. There was a sign which one could read. Someone please pause frame and read that sign for me. Never in my life have seen that. Oh well. You run on the ceiling, just casually center of this and skip another elevator, because the best boy can clip into walls. Gotta go fast. And go back to the right. Get frozen and like, oh no, I've fallen. I'm now in a bottomless... No, I'm not. I am just falling to bottom route, which isn't always that bad in this game. In some levels, bottom route actually feels faster than top route, because you have like less platforming to deal with. Also, this song, absolute banger. They offer this soundtrack on their website as well. Like, even if you don't want to play the game, listen to the soundtrack at least. It's so full of amazing music.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool that we have that available.
Yep, feature download. Very nice thing. Like, the game devs of this game are really, really awesome. Star drop, if I recall correctly. Which makes sense because, you know, Sonic and the Fallen Star and Star drop game development. Also another cute thing, the star makes Kirby-esque noises. Like, this sound bites sound like as if they're straight from a Kirby game. I think they actually are from a Kirby game. Like the Warp Star and such. Man, I love this music too much. And here comes absolute pain. Please excuse me, sir. I might get a little bit angry at this boss. I dropped out of the elevator. That also has never happened before. So the idea is that you... Oh my god. Please let me out. Let me out. The idea is that you like use the circle to build up momentum and then go and hit the boss. Try to avoid being frozen and being hit by the bombs. Yeah, like most bosses are doable or dealable. Like you have your patterns, you have your setups, you have your skips. This is just pain. Utter pain. Even the Robotniks in the background are frozen. Badniks, I mean. Not cool of you, Eggman. Stop it. So you want to just stand still, try and spin dash to build up the momentum, but then this happens. And the boss takes, oh my god, too many hits anyway. Stop existing. Stop existing! Take this! And the cool thing is, the boss still drops bombs when he's in the dying animation, so you can still die to it afterwards.
Oh my gosh.
Which has happened before in a run. It's like, oh boy, I'm at a very good pace. Frozen, bomb, dead. Oof. Big oof.
Big oof.
And from the frozen fountain, we move into the gusty greenhouse, or as I like to call it, the fart factory.
Why?
Gusty greenhouse? I don't know, it just sounds like it.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, no, that does make sense.
Greenhouse effects and like gusts of wind.
Yeah.
Get it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
And it's sticking true to the alliterations theme. Bam, bam, bam. I think this stage is one of the best themes in the opinion of Grimmy Hunter, also a runner of this game. Massive shoutouts and love to you, Grimmy. Bam, bam, bam. And here come these mushroom thingies which shoot out green goo stuff, I guess. Hard to dodge, very annoying. Ow, ow. Also, flying monkeys, as we saw in the Monkey Ball run earlier. Ooh.
Oh yeah.
This stage confuses me quite often. Also, really, really chill theme. Love to hear it. Look at this mushroom enemy. Also, we have these. I know it's meant to be like pools of like dirt or the moist earth or whatever. I like to think of them as chocolate pools. Who doesn't like chocolate?
Yeah, we can go with that. I'm just getting like looking at this level and hearing it a little bit. It just reminds me a little bit of Press Garden.
Yeah, it has Press Garden-esque vibes. No, don't hit me, thank you. Go ahead.
Nice.
Hello, boss. It is me, the Tails. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come back where I can hit you. That's an order. Thank you. Thank you. Now come back where I can hit you. Thank you. Come back. Thank you.
Nice.
It's a mosquito. Eggman is getting very creative with his bosses again. Spin dash to go to the signpost as fast as we can. Look at the adorable Tails finish act animation. Flies on his tail again, stands still and goes, yeah! Victory fist! And we go to act number 2. Gusty Greenhouse Act 2, which also shows a really cool boss, which his name is also really, really awesome. But we'll come to that when we come to it. More chocolate pools. And bitey flowers. Fly back up. Oh no. Because we don't want the big rings. Yes, there are emeralds in this game. Yes, you can turn into supersonic or Tails when you collect all of them. Special stages are cool. They're really fun. They're also really slow. Which is the reason why I have such a big estimate, in case I might accidentally run into one. But let's hope this won't happen. So we just keep on running, enjoying this greenhouse enemy. Also, look at this enemy being like, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. He just can't turn around. He's stuck looking the one way. So he's like, I'm going to beat you! And then you're like, no. No, you won't. It's like, All of these plant thingies look very interesting, don't they? It's like the shape they are, like Sonic-esque, but not quite fully like Sonic. I wonder who that could resemble. Ow. Looks familiar, doesn't it? Can't quite put my finger on it. Also, if you haven't noticed, this game is really spin dash heavy.
Do you find it gets tough on the fingers, or is it just about alright?
Normally I always just thumb roll on my controller to do these spin dashes. This is the only game where I actually have to like put the controller down on one half and go like full force on it to get the thing that I want. Because otherwise you just can't build up enough speed. And look at this! It's Petal Sonic! Get it? Here comes Petal Sonic.
It did take me longer than it should have, but that's very good. Well done, Raven.
I really love the pun in this. Ow. Oh, please stop dodging me. Oh. Can we get it? Can we get it? Yes! If you're fast enough on the fade out, normally Petal Sonic has a second phase. If you're fast enough in hitting him, you can completely skip it, as we did right now.
Wow. GG.
Oh, I missed the... Well, went the wrong direction. But if you're actually, like, as I said, normally would have gone through like an entire second phase with like some other stuff he does. Nope. Fast enough, quick enough, and it just skips the entire second phase. But nice. It's really tight on the timing. And now we come to Carnival Creator Act number 1, which in my opinion reminds me a lot of Puyo Puyo. Try to find out why.
Oh yeah, no, I can see why.
Yep. This stage introduces these roller coasters, which you hopefully won't use, because we can just spin dash on top of them and just skip the entire thing.
Nice.
Don't hit me, thank you. These bats spew out fire. Foxes and fire don't go that well. As do most animals. Didn't spin dash, so now we get to watch Dad being like, yay! On a roller coaster ride. He's having the time of his life.
I mean, you say that foxes and fire don't go together very well, but I know of a very popular firefox, so I beg to
Yes, very true. But keep in mind that shut up.
I will. I'll keep that in mind.
No. You know I love you, Hibby. I actually do use Firefox. I'm not a big fan of Chrome.
Understandable. Yeah, there are positives to both.
Yeah. I like my RAM where it is right now.
Yeah, understandable.
Not to be consumed. I'll just ride the roller coasters. It's fun. Tails deserves some enjoyment in this game as well.
Oh, bless him.
Look at him. Oh. Now we stop at the right spot and no! Straight jumping Tails! Why? Can we save it? Yes. Oh. If you're in the right position, you can just spin dash inside the boss's hitbox and just don't have to worry about his pattern at all.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, normally when I get the straight jump, it just like completely ruins my momentum and the flow that I have.
And then you've got to try and line up that spin dash on a slope as well. Like so.
Yup.
Tough, yeah.
Not easy, not enjoyable.
Nicely done.
Yeah, oh, this music slaps. Sorry, I'm just way too much into this soundtrack. The song is quite hot, as one might say. Anyways, we are proceeding now. This is the lava level. You have like all the elements. You have like the windy level, the plant level, a rock, lava level, and soon we will also see like the typical end level-esque stuff. But before that, we gotta go up. These little balloon things are helping us ascend. Yeah, go all the way to the left. And since we don't like platforming as Tails, we just fly up. Easy life. We outrun the camera because Best Boy is just so fast. I don't like special stages. Nope. Evil balloon is evil. I come down here, roll along. Really cool looking stage yet again. But alas, we want to see as little of it as possible. I don't know where I am. I think I know where I am. As is normal in this game, just when I don't know where I am, trust me, I might know where I am. Nope, wrong way. Stay on top of your place, Tails. Up, up and away. I don't like to be preceded in your lava processing. Ow! Down we go, down we go, down. Tails, cooperate. Down we go, I say. Gotta go the right path, which is downwards in this game for sometimes. Please proceed to bring me to the boss. Thank you. Is this a figure 8? Or what would this count as?
Ooh, I don't know. I think there is a symbol that's like an 8 with an extra circle. Let me do a quick fact check on that.
It's not the Audi logo. No. Next boss, which is Eggman smacking his hands down on us. Plop. Or we can just avoid it. Now he tries to clap us. So just jump at the right timing, hit one, land and spin dash into the other one. If you're fast enough, you can get 2 hits in, like one on each hand. And we jump, hit one, land, spin dash into the other. Ooh, didn't quite get through it. Plop. Jumped at the right time to get an extra hit in. If you're really precise with your positioning and button presses, you can get really good hits in quite early. Thank you. And the boss is done. Now, something this boss does, which I think is really cool, is like you destroyed the boss, you're falling all the way down here. You can actually see bits and pieces of the boss at the floor, which I think is cool. Just a neat little extra. The game has like so many little bits of like extra detail and attention, which just makes it feel so much nicer. Now, time for the second to last zone, the Raspberry River. Which I think is a weird in between, like you go from this like lava stage, everything's burning and intense, to this like really mellow and chill and relaxed level. Which has also, as often, as many times mentioned, such a relaxed theme.
It looks pretty as well.
Oh, it's real beautiful, like the color scheme and everything. So nice.
Yeah, green and a pink sort of purple is always a killer.
It really is. Like pink in general, I think is such a nice color. Yeah, as I said, like in the speedrun, you will see me very often just stop and spin dash. Zipline, which is also very broken and fast. Pardon me, dear, but I wish to proceed on top of this wall. Yep. Just like, what's the fastest way to go to top route? Either you go the right way, or, just a suggestion, you clip into the wall. I think
that was quite interesting though. Not only did you go through the wall, but the animals that you saved from the badniks, it looked like they also went through the wall as well. So maybe it's not just like a spin dash thing. It's
is it
odd collision thing.
Don't hit me. Possibly. Yep. So again, like the soundtrack is so relaxed and so cool. Down we go. Whee! And another boss that is painful to fight. No, don't hit me, thank you. Oh, where am I? No. I want rings, I want rings, I want rings. When you have the rhythm going, it can go well. Otherwise, this is just an absolute pain to fight. Because of the momentum and everything. Yes, but we got him. So, yep. Okay. Like, it is very, very common that I die to this boss. It's always like, I fight this boss, I die once, and then it goes well. It's just like a necessary death that happens in this run for me to just proceed well. Raspberry River, act number 2. The next time we fight Eggman. This game follows the classical formula of Act 1, some robot thing he built. Act 2, Eggman himself joins the battle. Yep. This is the wall I can't go up through because there are spikes next to it. I need to be able to stand right next to the wall to clip into it. Also look at this nice rainbow, and this nice rainbow, and this lightning shield I don't take because I don't need it. Sonic's lightning shield, as I mentioned earlier before, is absolutely broken because Sonic's lightning shield doesn't give him a double jump, it propels him down diagonally. So if you just keep spamming the lightning shield, you will build incredible momentum in this game. I mean, even faster and more successful than the spin dashing, I think. Especially in the like modernized patch. Best Boy having a good time with like all these nice colors and everything being awesome. Oh, look, a chameleon. Another chameleon. Are they chameleons? I think they are, with like the long tongues and birds.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's kind of weird how Eggman builds robotic birds that are controlled by flickies, which are also birds.
Yeah.
And they don't even look harming or like threatening, it's just they're here and flying and having a good time, so I don't know what's your
He is an interesting bloke, our Eggman.
The water paths, Tails being fierce, like, beautiful area, but I must fight the Eggman. Look at this. There's a bunny. Now the gimmick for this boss is quite funny and interesting because he puts down this, it's just almost like the propeller thing. He's in his leaf shield, so we just blow it away. Unless he hits us. Oh, okay, I have rings. I was like, I don't have any rings, that's painful. Eggman, stop it. That is very rude of you to hit me with your bombs. I don't wish to be hit by bombs. Nope. And we bounce and bounce and bounce again. Can we get enough hits in? Yes. So we land, we stop, we spin dash. And once the camera lets us focus on us again, we just jump, head straight to the capsule. And it's time for the final zone. The last 2 stages of the run. Thunder Turbine Act 1 and 2. And
you're doing a great job, Roman. Keep it
Thank you all. And I think like Thunder Turbine does a really, really good job in conveying like, it's the final level with like the design and the music and everything. To switch from here into this area, we land down here, we spin dash, it's like, prepare for launch! Nope, you prepare for my wall clipping skills!
Oh, I like that transition from the last stage. Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, they do such a nice job with like the the level transitioning and stuff. Like, this game has so much love and attention to detail in it. It's all incredible. Hello, sir. Please don't hit me with your rockets. That's very rude and painful. Nope, we land. Get the spherical bobber shield. No. And down we go. Go, 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 go. Zeus monkey.
It's nice. It takes a lot of inspiration from around the series, but it's obviously not like a complete copy. Like, you can tell that there's essence of like a flying battery type zone in here, but it's not, you know, it's not flying battery. It's enough of its own thing.
Yep. The devs have done such a good job. Like, it's original, it's fresh, but you can actually like see and feel the influences. So it's still like a Sonic game in essence.
Yeah.
It's like it doesn't feel too like alien or strange or weird in what it does and how it feels and plays. And look at this. This game is just the momentum feels so nice in this game. The levels are semi-long, but they also do a great job in just making you feel so fast and good. And this boss is the final boss that is an absolute pain to fight.
Good luck, you got this.
I'm trying my best. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, oof. It's very tight to get all 4 hits in one go. One, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 2 cycle. Nice. You love to see it. There we go, 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 and finish the act.
Easy.
Oof.
Easy.
And now comes the actual final act of the run, the final stage. And this is just on point, like final stage as like, look how it starts. The music kicks in immediately, Tails gets shot in right with high velocity. It's like, it just looks and feels so good. It's like, yep, this is a final stage, most definitely. Go, 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 avoid the lasers. Oh. I had it and then I didn't have it.
Oh, so close.
But as I say, we're the best boy. We can just fly back up where we want to be.
Nice.
Pass through the turbine, go up here. So the idea is that we have to break the ship part by part. It has like this energy cores. We just go to them and break them to like make several parts of the rocket or whatever stop from being functional pretty much.
Oh, that's cool.
So it's like, go through these areas and destroy the ship. Don't hit me with your rockets. These are auto-aiming rockets, by the way. Really difficult to avoid and really, really painful. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go now. Nope. No. Don't. And I got a safety ring. That's good. That's really good. Don't hit me. Don't hit me, thank you. I have to stay on top route. Ow. Yeah, these rocket enemies are just the biggest pain in this level. Go, 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 Tails. Go, go, go. We have to finish a run. Destroy this, destroy this, destroy this. Speed dash attack! I'm very hyped up for this. So we follow this path downwards. Go up here. Tails, spin dash and jump, please. Thank you. It's very, very important that we stay on top route here now. Roll, jump up here. Jump on top of the spring. Clip into the wall. Spin dash like there's no tomorrow. We are now on top of the final boss arena. We have to hold right. Just keep on holding right. Land here. Stop when the camera ends. Drop down, hold left. And we skip the final boss.
Hey.
The run is done on fade out. So I will just give it a little bop and then the run is done. We have to skip the time bonus. So... time.
GG.
The game is done. Sonic falls down now instead of the best boy, but we'll just skip the final cutscenes because those are for you to discover when you play the game yourself. Thank you for playing. Thank you for tuning in, you lovelies. Look at the F on the tornado, which is actually the wrong way. Hibby, my friends, what is the final time?
Oh, the final time on our end looked like a 44:50.
On my end, my auto splitter is 44:47, which is a new world record.
Hey, of course it is. Lovely work. Well done. Everybody, big GG's for Roman.
Love to see it, love to do it.
Indeed. Roman, thank you so much. I know it's late for me and it's even later for you, so thank you so much for pulling that run out. That was really well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me, Hebe, and the GDQ team as a whole. I assume I'm allowed to do my final little words.
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Stardrop team, for developing this incredible fan game. I do genuinely enjoy what you've done with this. And yeah, massive shoutouts to all the lovelies out there. Massive shoutouts to Club 601, to my mod team. Just all of you out there who are incredibly valid people. Never ever forget that, okay? You're a valid person. This has been an incredible marathon. Many, many lovely runners. Many, many amazing runs. I am Romin, RH0min, to be more easily findable on Twitter and stuff. Twitter, I say. I don't even use Twitter that much. On Twitch. But alas, Hebe, my friend, thank you for organizing this. Thank you for having me. It has been an incredible joy to be part of this. Tails is the best player. We give him a lot of struggle for being a partner when you play as Sonic or Knuckles or someone else. But he himself is incredible. We love Tails. He deserves all the love and affection. I have been Roman. Much, much, much love. Hebe, I bring it back to you. And with that, stay hydrated, you lovelies.
Thank you so much, Roman. Well, everybody, that has been a brilliant evening worth of content. We have had a stacked schedule. I've got to say a big thank you to Roman once again. Just a reminder of the runs that we have had. We started off with Sonic CD 2011. Sonic Star took us through a brilliant run of that. And then we had our 8-bit spin-off block. We had Tails Adventure and Tails Skypatrol. Followed by a little more traditional gameplay. We had None taking us through Sonic the Hedgehog 3 with some glitchless all emeralds, which is a little bit different to what one might usually see. And then Tethys and Alpha Dolphin took us on a race of Sonic Adventure Director's Cut, which was to the millisecond on their in-game time. So a very, very tight run from both of them. We had another fan game, Sonic Robo Blast 2, joined with Arcania. And then we had Helix with Super Monkey Ball, Banana Mania. We decided that that was a Tails game. And then we had Flying Fox, Sonic Triple Trouble, and then Roman closing it off with Sonic and the Fallen Star. Well, if anybody's been stuck around for long enough, they will have seen my socks. The socks are gone. We have had a phenomenal evening. I'm probably going to pick myself up. If I can. Sorry if that sounds horrible. But yeah, we're going to be closing off the event. Thank you so much for sticking around. We have got more hotfix action happening throughout the year in between our mainline events. So as you can see just behind me, we have got the GDQ website. You can see me lying down and making a fool of myself. But yeah, we've got all the different hotfix dates, what different shows are on. I will be on next week doing Going Places, which is a show that looks at region-exclusive games as well as handheld games and the speedruns that come along with that. We are going to be having a GDQ 2023 at the start of next year. If you like Sonic stuff, you are going to enjoy this year. We have Sonic Heroes, we have Sonic Advance 2, we have Sonic Unleashed for the Wii, we have Sonic Colors. I think we have another one, but I think it's just as important. We also have Sonic Blast. I have the pleasure, I suppose, of running that in the awful block with S2. That's going to be a race. And yeah, if you've enjoyed that, if you've enjoyed my ramblings, I have done a little bit of Tales too. This is an embarrassing video of me doing some runs on a Connect, but I have been Hypnotics. It has been an absolute honor taking you through these various Tales games. Keep an eye out. We do have Sonic hotfixes every so often. The most recent one that we have had is Sonic and the Glitchless Gauntlet. I ended up calling it because I don't know how to spell. It was the Glitchless Gauntlet that Amber and I headed up, and a collection of, well, I played this game and it's pretty wild. So do stick around the channel. It is well worth your time. We will see you. I mean, there's a hotfix, I believe, kicking off on Monday. So we will see you then. But until then, we are going to try and find a good raid target to send you all over. Hopefully somebody who's doing some Tails. If they're doing some Sonic, I guess we can put up with that. But once again, I've been Hypnotics. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. See you soon.